I hate the Communist Party. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Capitulo 26. After finishing my meeting with the governor and finishing the paperwork I had to process today, I decided to grab a quick meal. I think a simple sandwich would be best today. The sandwich, said to be one of the few edible British dishes, seemed to be a meal made for those burdened with official duties. To prevent the food from getting cold due to the cold weather, the Russian-style meal, which was served to order, took over an hour. So as a busy person every day, there was no meal like this. They say it was actually created by the Earl of Sandwich, who was busy with work. It was originally said that the Earl, who liked the game, created it to eat while playing Trump, but recent research has revealed that it was a plot by his opponents. Although he was an incompetent man in wartime, he was said to have excellent work capacity in peacetime, so he must have found the timing wrong. And the reason I ate sandwiches often was because it was convenient, but it was also a way to show that I, the Crown Prince of Russia, was so pro-British that I often enjoyed British food. Although the effect may be minimal, due to the nature of the 19th century, where royal families still remain in most countries and the class system is observed, attention was sure to be drawn to each and every action of the noble blood. It would be rare to find something as provocative as a newspaper headline stating that the crown prince of a country that had had a hostile relationship for decades enjoys eating his country's food. There wasn't yet a newspaper that could be synonymous with tabloids like The Sun, but it was clear that this was a topic that would be of interest even to regular newspapers. Putting the papers aside and chewing the beef sandwich the servant brought me, I wondered how the people and the nobility were doing. I wondered if I could convince them of what I was going to do. So far, there has been no public announcement that they will end their expansionist actions, but it's only a matter of time. Aside from the fact that the imperial palace has many ears, it was difficult to find options related to territorial expansion in my path forward. It was obvious that Russia, which was no different from taking a lot of steroids to grow in size, would reach its limit at some point if it continued on its current path. But to achieve that, we need to convince them to change their attitude toward the blood and treasure invested so far. Like the German people after World War I, there will surely be voices asking why we changed course when we are still living well. People's obsession with compensating for costs and time already invested has gone beyond imagination, to the point where the economic term sunk cost exists. The German people knew they had already lost the war, going through a time so harsh it was called turnip winter, and provoking a German revolution. But as time went on, public awareness grew to the point of believing in the vilified theory of Jewish origins and giving enthusiastic support to the Nazis. It was easy to be distorted. Moreover, this is especially true now that the amount of color added to the map seems to be a measure of national power. Even if the people of a country like Russia are overwhelmed with greed for the existence of a territory, it was obvious that as I carried out reform policies, I would be attacked by both the extreme right and the extreme left. The extreme right camp maintains that their acquired rights will be taken away, and the extreme left camp maintains that, if things continue like this, the dictatorship will remain. It was a well-known fact that to protect myself from such attacks, it was important to gather forces around me to protect myself. Although the Russian nobility now despises the people, we must remember that their power is such that European leaders, frightened by the liberal movement unleashed by the French Revolution, created an empty system. Even in Russia, the country has been turned upside down by the people. Just as Alexander II formed a force close to the royal guard group called the Red Office when he was carrying out reforms, I too needed to follow my grandfather's example. However, I must not limit myself to bureaucracy when creating my personal force. At this point, the easiest way to gain the support of the people was to implement reforms such as rural reform and improving working conditions for workers. Among them, Witte and Stolypin are working hard to outline rural reform. In the real story, it was even assessed that the reforms carried out by Stolypin were actually implemented, adding his name to the policies that Witte had not already implemented and adding a little more to them. and as someone who uses both, I figured that, even if I didn't do anything hastily, I could receive reform plans related to rural areas simply by waiting, like someone waiting for an improvement in a game to be completed. The problem, however, is issues related to the workers, such as improving the industrial environment. I wanted to delegate work related to the industrial field to them, but a part of me stopped me, saying that such a thing would make even Satan weep. Vishnetkritsky is busy doing the preliminary work for monetary reform. Bunge is busy establishing policies related to the countryside with Stolypin and Witte is paying attention to both the railway project and the rural areas. Of course, it wasn't the same situation as starting from scratch, as there were reform measures like the Laris-Milikov Act that had been implemented beforehand, but the presence of experts was necessary to create appropriate amendments to the current situation. It's ridiculous to seek an advisor from the already poor Russian capitalist class. Moreover, considering the fact that they were more absorbed in exploiting the workers than anyone else. Wait, now that I think about it, at that moment, there was one person crossing my mind. A person who runs a large-scale company, has a high level of knowledge of the industrial field, is not hostile to workers, and also has weak connections with conservative aristocratic forces. The Nobel brothers, who currently founded and run the Branable oil refinery in Azerbaijan, are the people I was looking for, right? Alfred Nobel, famous for creating the Nobel Prize in developing dynamite, had two older brothers. The brothers, each of whom had a special knack for making things, followed their father, an inventor, and developed their skills. Among them, Ludwig Nobel and Robert Nobel had outstanding talents in developing and drilling oil wells. Furthermore, since they are famous humanists, if you ask them for advice on worker-related reforms they are currently creating and maintaining the most advanced work environment in Russia, you will surely receive a positive response. Also, if you offer me help in business, I'm sure they will come here. Since they currently run a business that competes with Standard Oil in the United States, the emergence of strong support from the country will be a windfall for them. In 1888, the amount of crude oil produced in the Baku region of Azerbaijan surpassed that of the United States, so if I can control them, I will be able to earn a lot of so-called oil money. However, the profits should be left here in Russia, and not in a foreign bank like the United States. In the real story, thanks to Branable, Nicholas II made a lot of money, but he had difficulty using it when he really needed it, because he deposited the profits in large banks located in distant foreign countries like the United States. What's more, after the Russian Revolution, it was reduced to lost money. If this gives them a chance to escape interference from the Rothschild Bank, it would be an attractive offer for them. If, in exchange for guaranteeing managerial autonomy to the Nobel brothers, one of them were to stay in St. Petersburg, to act as an advisor and deposit a portion of the profits earned in the Central Bank of Russia, it would be possible to carry out monetary reform based on the gold standard in the future. It will be useful. I don't know how happy I'm to be able to get money and talent at the same time. I began to organize my plans and write a telegram to Brother Nobel. At the end of January 1892, animals waited for the buds to bloom in spring to avoid the cold and went into hibernation, and farmers prayed that their crops would do well this year. Unlike last year, a man was walking down a deserted street because it was snowing. The ragged clothes the man was wearing clearly showed that his financial situation was not so good. He looked like a laborer suffering from high-intensity work and low wages, or a farmer struggling with land payments, something that can be found everywhere in the vast Russian Empire. However, the look in his eyes showed that the man wasn't just a wanderer or a peasant. Even the cold wind was only an element that strengthened his resolve, and the man's steps were without hesitation. Yet his gait also displayed the unique anxiety that comes from someone who has nothing left to lose. His name was Sergei. He was a man who buried his daughter, his only blood relative, in the cold ground 3 months ago, but he was still used to being called father, whom he couldn't yet bury in his heart. The reason he left the village where he lived and came to downtown Samara was to talk to the people who had come from St. Petersburg to the countryside in the southern Samara region. He recalled the conversations he had at their house, careful not to worry that anyone might overhear them. So you're saying that people like you still exist everywhere? Although the man looked much younger than Sergei, they called him master. a man who introduced himself as a member of an organization that overthrew the former oppressor, the Tsar, told the story of how he came here to escape oppression. And according to him, there are people like him hiding throughout the vast territory of the Russian Empire who are still trying to overthrow the oppressive dictatorship. Yes, and among them, in addition to those who are persecuted like me, there are also those who still live under the Sunday. The teacher said that Sergei needed ideological education. Although he voluntarily announced his decision to follow the same path as them, the reason was that Sergei, who was accustomed to life as a serf, could always be seduced by the sweet words of the ruling class like the Tsar. If you go to Samara, go see him. Even though his older brother was executed for involvement in the last rebellion, there is still no information about the damned bastards from Oran are constantly watching him, so he is probably safe. For Sergei, who embarked on the path of revolution due to the pain of losing his daughter, everything the teacher said was like a new world. According to him, the reason his daughter passed away was because a small group of people had seized most of the wealth and refused to let it go. And Sergei suddenly realized he had arrived in front of the office of the person she was talking about. Lawyer Ulyanov's office. It looked shabby from the outside, but the nameplate on the door indicated that the owner of this office was a very wealthy person. After catching his breath for a moment, Sergei opened the wooden door in front of him and entered the room. This was certain. The person you were before opening this door and the person you seek will become a different person. Chapter 27. You have a guest. Please come in. When Sergei opened the door and entered, what he saw was an empty waiting room with no receptionist and the door to a room where a lawyer was supposed to be. The lawyer must have known there was a guest in the room, so he shouted for them to come in, even though the door was closed. As soon as Sergei opened the door to the lawyer's office and entered, what caught his attention were the books stacked on the shelves and the man with very little hair sitting at the small desk. When he indicated for the clients to sit in the chairs he had prepared, Sergei sat down in a chair that seemed small compared to his farm-trained body. What brought you here? A fight with a landowner who makes outrageous profits? Or are you a worker who didn't receive fair compensation for your labor? Just say anything. Consultation and defense costs are free, so don't worry. The lawyer, who was still called Ulyanov, spoke freely, as if he had prepared for this meeting in advance. He seemed to be trying to establish rapport with his conversation partners by first mentioning the problems experienced by most of the people who come to his office. Sergei felt he was going to lose his mind under the avalanche of words. As someone who has lived off the land for over 30 years, the minimum wage one can earn according to the labor law revised in 1886, when Bunge was Minister of Finance, is the support one can receive from the Farmers' Land Bank and the officially designated sharecropping. If one is a self-employed farmer, he couldn't understand legal terms like taxes at all. Well, I came here because I wanted to know about the will of the people. Remember Alexander Ulyanov? Sergei, feeling as though he would have to listen to the other's tirade all night, cut him off mid-sentence and shouted. He, a farmer, felt burdened by the fact that a lawyer, whom he didn't know well, but who seemed to be a high-ranking figure, had interrupted him while he was speaking, so he squeezed his eyes shut. As the village teacher had told him, if he mentioned his brother's name, Sergei would know who had sent him. But when Lenin said nothing, Sergei began to worry. You weren't a guest. No, in a way, you could say they are real guests. What he heard, thinking he was about to hear an unpleasant message, was Lenin's voice, which had become softer. Until just a moment ago, the tone of voice had been that of entertaining a client, but now it seemed to be the tone one uses when dealing with a friend or colleague who shares one's values. It would be nice to have a drink and talk. Car? Or maybe it's a bit early, but vodka? Vodka, please. Since Mendeleev hadn't yet established the standard alcohol content for vodka, which was 40 degrees, the alcohol content of the vodka Lenin presented was 35 degrees. Okay, judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be a university student. Do you work at the mill located here? No, I'm a farmer who didn't farm here, but in a village further south. Ah, you were a farmer. Praise to the countless people who sustain this corrupt empire in the lowest places, where no one recognizes it, and curses to those who exploit and oppress them. Can you tell me how you ended up here? My daughter is dead. Sergei began to explain why he had come here. As someone with limited speech, I was worried as he spoke about whether he had explained his story correctly, but fortunately, Lenin seemed to understand Sergei's crude but honest words. When he finished speaking, Lenin wiped his tears with the handkerchief at his side and comforted Sergei. I express my deepest condolences for what happened. I too can imagine how great your pain must be, having lost my brother at the hands of the oppressors. After finishing speaking, Lenin drank the glass he was holding in one gulp and continued. Vodka can be both a blessing and a curse for those of us who live in this harsh land. If you drink a glass of vodka before returning home after hard work or sit down at a small table at home, you will be able to gain strength to survive tomorrow. After filling his empty glass with vodka, Lenin looked at Sergei and said, but this is only a painkiller. Tomorrow we will have to do the same hard work, and nothing will fundamentally change. Besides, if I think that my children, and their children's children, will live out their lives consoling themselves with a glass of vodka like I do, then something is seriously wrong with this Russian Empire. He threw the glass he had just filled to the floor, and pulled out a book hidden in his desk drawer. I know the pain and the doubts you have, and this book contains the answer. What is that book? Before he knew it, Sergei, overwhelmed by the man in front of him, was stammering without realizing it. Obviously, considering his physical ability, he was confident he could master it in less than 10 seconds. But Lenin, who was talking and giving a speech, looked 3 times larger than he actually was. The vodka Sergei held in his hand as he listened to him was in the same state as Lenin had first poured it. Have you ever heard of Georgy Plekhanov? The farmer blushed, ashamed of his ignorance. He was confident in his answers to questions about the difference between wheat and oats, and when to sow seeds, and in what month to do it, but he had difficulty guessing the answers to Lenin's questions. It's embarrassing that this is the first time I've heard of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't considerate of the teacher. He's a prophet who speaks of the future that will soon arrive, and a teacher who shows the way forward for this rotten empire. I also opened my eyes after listening to his books and theories. Lenin placed his hand on the book Sergei had inquired about and answered the question he had just posed. You asked what this book was, right? This book is Capital, written by a man named Marx. It's a harsh critique of the social structure of capitalism, and is also a book that offers a vision of the ideal society to come. I'm planning to travel to Western Europe soon to meet with Professor Plekhanov, an expert on Marxism. And I think it would be fantastic if a teacher were with me along the way. I'm very honored that you invited me on that trip. Thank you very much. Lenin, seen through Sergei's eyes, was no longer seen simply as a lawyer, but as a leader who would lead his life. After hearing his answer, Lenin smiled as if satisfied, refilled his glass, and proposed a toast. So now we are colleagues and brothers walking the same path. We will advance until the day when the cruel oppression ends. Let us raise a toast in memory of our colleagues who have already gone before us. To them. Creak creak creak, creak as they were about to toast. While thinking about the future, the sound of a footstep on a thin wooden board was heard in their ears. The sound was much higher pitched than that made by an average adult, so it seemed that large or heavily armed people had arrived at the office. Judging by the sound, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. Lenin asked Sergei, wiping away the smile he had been wearing a moment ago. Do you have any colleagues? Sergei couldn't adapt to the rapidly changing atmosphere and asked him to come back. A comrade? Idiot. You didn't even know you were being followed. Lenin's words were interrupted by a voice coming from the other side of the door. There is someone who wants to see you, Master Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. I think it would be better to leave obediently instead of fighting exhaustingly with each other. What do you think? Well, the choice is yours, but if it were me, I wouldn't make a foolish decision. The simple farmer had no idea how the situation was going. The lawyer, who had been very friendly until a moment ago, was putting on a devilish face, as if this was all his fault, and the voice coming from outside the door was brimming with intimidation. Lenin took a pistol out of his desk drawer, checked the bullets, and then seemed to give up, and put the pistol back in the drawer. Be prepared. They will try to appease you, but remember how you felt when you came here. Who do you mean by M? Lenin, who is still more often called a lawyer than a revolutionary, pronounced with a stern face the name of fear and the chief enemy of all revolutionaries. Oh my. While writing a letter to Ludwig Nobel, I came across a title among the reports I had put off for a while that caught my attention. Suggestions to the Imperial Russian Navy, which is trapped in the corked bottle called the Black Sea. In a nutshell, the idea was to develop the Kola Peninsula and build a port and city there. It was a very attractive story, since there were floating ports like Severomorsk, which would be the home port of the future Russian Northern Fleet, including Murmansk. However, it is also a plan that cannot be realized for the time being, even excluding the capital and manpower required to complete this report. The reason this plan could not be initiated at this time was simple. We are taking the attitude of trying to be friendly with Britain at best, so there's no need to do anything that will make them foam and get nervous. Not yet. Furthermore, considering that the railway opened on the Kola Peninsula in 1915, and that the area itself was a rural area that took a long time to develop, it was necessary to adopt a strategy of selection and concentration. Furthermore, considering that lately the conservative aristocrats have been holding meetings around the Speaker of the House of Lords, the first thing to do is to propose measures to solve this problem. In our last conversation, Director Pobedonostsev adopted a wait-and-see attitude for the time being, but recently, as I have shown, that my increasingly pro-British attitude is not enough, and that I'm preparing to reform the general appearance of society, he changed his wait-and-see attitude, and began to support those who share his opinion. Information came back that they had begun to collect. Fortunately, they all gathered in one place to save me the trouble of clearing each person. So I cannot express how grateful I am. Perhaps they think that, if they are united, I will not be able to ignore or overlook. I easily heard the voices of the conservatives, but I was aware of the huge mistake their leader had made last time. Pobedonostsev, you were too drunk on your position as chief of staff. I look forward to the day I meet you again. While I was devising a plan to destroy those who stood in the way of reform, I heard an aide's voice outside the door. Your Highness, I have something to report to you urgently. May I come in? Please come in. The aide quickly entered, approached me with a flushed face, and whispered something in my ear. This is a report from Black Crow. We have received news that the "vulgar man," whom His Majesty had ordered to be monitored and arrested immediately if anything unusual occurred, has been captured. It is said that he and the identified farmer who accompanied him are being transported to St. Petersburg. Bingo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 28. When I heard the news that Lenin had been captured, I felt as if a tooth had fallen out. No, it would be more appropriate to say that the cancer was detected early and surgery was performed on someone who suffered from Lenin's illness. Although Lenin was a peerless revolutionary and agitator and the man who built the world's most powerful communist state, at that time he was merely a lawyer whose older brother was executed for participating in an impure movement in a society obsessed with socialist ideology. Sooner or later we will have to decide on a policy towards Stalin and Trotsky. Unlike Lenin, who had already crossed the Rubicon, Stalin and Trotsky were not yet obsessed with communist ideology or antisocial figures. Even if we take this opportunity to set Lenin straight, Stalin is still a young student in seminary, and Trotsky is just a university student who is beginning to feel dissatisfied with society. If I'm good at persuading them, I will be able to lure them here. Knowing that both had excellent administrative and other skills to mobilize the public and guide them in the desired direction, I couldn't help but become greedy. Trotsky giving a speech under a flag with a double-headed eagle calling on the troops and people of the Russian Empire to remain loyal to the empire, or the Romanov family trying to resolve minority issues like the lynching of Jews in the Ukrainian region that continues today. It's hard to imagine Stalin struggling as a government official, but if only it could come true. If that happened, I would be utilizing Russia's talent pool regardless of whether I'm right wing or left wing, because there were as many fantastic figures as there was territory in the Russian Empire. If the project to prevent a future communist revolution, which is currently underway, goes as I want, a communist country might not be born on this planet. Perhaps the communist revolution will start in England or America instead of here. For now, however, rather than worrying about the avalanche of red flags that might arise in other countries, I had to prepare for my meeting with Robert Nobel scheduled for next week. The preliminary preparation for him was to meet with Emmanuel Nobel today, and I decided to enjoy a long-awaited dinner, feed them well, and treat them well. Of course, since they are successful businessmen, they can prepare that dinner with their own skills, but it would be perceived differently if they spent their own money, and if I prepared it for free. Emmanuel Nobel was the son of the late Ludwig Nobel, and was heavily involved in Brownival, following in his footsteps. He was also a person with very deep ties to the Russian Empire. I accepted my father's request and acquired Russian citizenship in 1888, and since last year he has been a director of the Russian State Bank, a national bank. If I can get this person on my side in these negotiations, it will be much easier to achieve mutually beneficial outcome. You can do it. After Alfred Nobel's death, the relationship between Robert Nobel's heirs, who currently run Brownival, and Emmanuel Nobel is said to have become estranged due to a fight over his inheritance. But now that Alfred is alive and well, their relationship is good. He was a person who valued principles to the point that he filed a court case and petitioned King Oscar II of Sweden to respect Nobel's intention to use his legacy for purposes such as the creation of the Nobel Foundation, and he was also a person who believed in the Russian Revolution in 1918. He is basically a friendly person to me, to the point that he continues to live in Russia while working as a director of the state bank. With this in mind, I went to the banquet hall, and the person waiting for me there wasn't just Emmanuel. Edward, who is currently the president of the state bank, was also present at my call. Originally, Zhukovsky should have been the president, but since I had personnel authority, I thought it would be better to have someone who had experience working with Witte. It was the result of the judgment. Because monetary reform will have to be implemented to enter the gold standard system soon. Originally, monetary reform shouldn't be implemented easily, and it was difficult to carry out the process without causing side effects, but I trusted Witte and Zhukovsky, who completed the monetary reform without any problems in the real story. In the original story, the gold standard wasn't introduced until 1897, but even if the time is shortened by just 1 or 2 years, it can be considered a success. I decided to stop thinking and be considerate of those waiting for me to sit down. I'm very happy to have lunch with these gentlemen today. Please feel free to eat comfortably. I'm truly grateful to Your Majesty for inviting me to this dinner. I will consider it an honor for the family. As a subject of Her Majesty who has also acquired Russian citizenship, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this honorable occasion. The banquet began, followed by a period of exchanging good wishes. Well, there is empty talk, but necessary for a smooth social life, such as saying that His Highness's vision on certain policies is amazing, or that he recently took over as president of the state bank, and there are already many rumors that he has excellent control over the organization. It was time to go. When the meal came to an end, and it was time for dessert, I decided to get to the point. Come to think of it, isn't our director Emmanuel the son of Ludwig, the co-founder of the famous Brownival company? I recently expressed interest in meeting his uncle, Robert Nobel. Can you give me any advice on that? What advice do you have? Well, something your uncle would like, or something that would make for a good story. I'm embarrassed to say this, but it's because I'm also a secret fan of your family, so I would appreciate it if you could talk to me comfortably without feeling pressured. Although I verbally told him not to feel burdened, Emmanuel seemed to feel burdened when I gave him a bright look. The words of a superior, "speak comfortably," were also the most unreliable words in the world. After much thought, Emmanuel began to speak carefully. My uncle is also an inventor, which is why he likes to talk about his inventions. He also likes to talk about his coworkers. It's because they think they didn't achieve it through their own abilities. Oh, if that's the case, I do know a few things. Didn't you invent the oil pipeline or the first oil tanker to transport oil by ship? Come to think of it, didn't you invent the world's first tank car? To transport oil by rail? I'm honored that your majesty knew. Speaking of which, how was it possible to invent that tank car? I listened patiently to his boring engineering stories and his boasts about how he achieved the invention. Although Edward's expression beside him was darkening increasingly, he continued drinking water, probably because he thought I couldn't stop him while I, the one in charge of this position, listened. So, what your highness said has come true. This is truly astonishing. Furthermore, I've heard that Vladimir Shukov and Alexander Barry, subjects of our Russian Empire, are working together. Will we be able to see them together at a later meeting? Of course, your majesty. I will speak with my uncle. If they know your majesty is interested in them, they will come here immediately. I will also be sure to convey to Uncle Robert that your majesty is very interested in our Branival. That's something I'm truly grateful for. I'm glad that, thanks to Director Emmanuel, we can maintain good relations with the Nobel family, the most famous family of inventors in the world and renowned for their benevolence toward workers. Now then, let's commemorate this meeting with a toast. It was a meeting that required a lot of time and patience, but it was a moment in which much could be gained, true to the saying that, if you want to catch a general, shoot first. However, one thing to keep in mind is that when meeting with Robert, one must remember the lesson of being careful not to go on a tirade boasting about his work, which is typical of inventors. After my meeting with Robert, I will finally be able to face Lenin. I gave orders to bring him here respectfully, to pay my respects to a historical figure, and I had already decided what to do with him. On a ship heading to St. Petersburg in February, when it was too early for the snow on the ground to melt, there was a party somewhat different from the others. Unlike their companions, two of them were dressed in casual clothes with their hands cuffed, while the others were dressed in black, as if in uniform. At first, there were curious glances from those in the same boat, but soon those who guessed the identity of the dark-skinned people turned their gaze toward them, and a discussion ensued about who the people with their hands cuffed were, and who were bound by Orana, and heading for the capital. Of course, it was done quietly enough so as not to reach the ears of the Black Crows. I think they may have been involved in the indescribably terrible thing that happened last time, said a well-dressed gentleman as he looked at the people sitting around the lunch table. If Orana, who is not an ordinary police officer, does everything possible to arrest him, wouldn't it be clear that he is a heinous criminal? His words were persuasive. It seemed clear that the secret police, who were considered the eyes and ears of the Tsar and no one else, and who were considered to be everywhere and nowhere, must have been guilty of high treason if they had been required to maintain such strict surveillance. Their reasoning was, in a sense, true, except that for now, only Nikolai knows that one of those two people is the one who will overthrow this country in the future. In fact, even the Orana who was taking them to the Crown Prince didn't understand this order. I thought they were overreacting to a mere lawyer who hadn't done anything yet, even if his brother had been executed for committing suicide during the revolution. However, as a thoroughgoing bloodhound of the Tsar, performance took precedence over questions, so he buried the doubts in their hearts. He was following orders, and these questions, of course, swirled around in Lenin's head. What is the reason the Crown Prince is paying so much attention to me that he would send the secret police to arrest me when I have taken no action? Could it be that there was a snitch who said I did something I didn't? If that were the case, I also failed to understand Orana's attitude toward them. This was because the Crows, who consistently accepted guests at any cost, did not use violence against them, even though they handcuffed them. He received no response when he tried to speak to them, but considering they provided him with 3 meals a day and allowed him to sleep freely, Lenin couldn't even guess what charges were being brought against him. What was certain was that no matter how much persuasion they tried, they couldn't break Lenin's will. Counsel, what will happen to us in the future? I had suspected that the man speaking anxiously beside me might be Prachi, but from what I had seen of him so far, I knew he was just a simple farmer, so my suspicions deepened. Lenin made no particular response to his words. Although he was not a spy, his visit seemed to be related to his arrest. If it weren't for this guy. However, it seemed that his doubts could only be resolved by a meeting with the Crown Prince, who wanted to join him in St. Petersburg, where he would arrive soon. Chapter 29. The meeting with Robert Nobel, which took place in mid-February, was conducted in a pleasant atmosphere. I was very pleased with the information I had learned from my previous meeting with his nephew and the conversation we had over dinner about whether Emmanuel had told Robert beforehand that I was friendly toward them. What I learned from the interview with him was that most of Branival's profits would be deposited in the Russian State Bank, and that Robert Nobel would be invited as an advisor to the Industrial Committee soon, to be established to improve workers' working conditions and reform labor policies. Although he cannot help me with my work by residing here, simply being able to communicate and exchange opinions on a professional level was a result that went beyond what I wanted to achieve. Vladimir Shukov and Alexander Barry, who came with him, also agreed to take over the work I requested without interfering with Branival's work, so it was a negotiation with much to gain. Considering that in real history, most of the deaths that occurred during famines were due to waterborne diseases, the maintenance of water pipes is very important, and Shukov was a very good person at this type of maintenance work. Instead, the conditions they presented to me were guarantees of security against intervention and interference from the Rockefeller or Rothschild families, and I gladly accepted that request. Although they were powerful, they were not enough to ignore the Russian Empire. And Emmanuel, who was essentially a bridge for smooth negotiations between Robert and me, resides here in St. Petersburg and acts as a point of contact between Branival and me, and in addition to his current position as director of the State Bank, acts as an advisor to the Ministry of Finance and a permanent member of the committees that will be established in the future. I promised to do so. His business talent and administrative ability are outstanding, but his engineering knowledge cannot be ignored. We must ensure that he can also utilize his assets at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Although the Russian scientific community tends to be overlooked, there are still many outstanding talents today. Mendeleev and other figures famous for creating the periodic table. They had engineers like Vasily Mendeleev, who designed the innovative Mendeleev vat, and was not yet 20 years old, but had a promising future, and Vasily Tokachev, who was a prominent soil scientist, and had a major influence on agriculture. However, Mendeleev was not treated properly during his lifetime, and the Russian nation itself had to pay the price for neglecting the development of various basic sciences and industrial technologies. For example, the United States exported 81.2% of its grain exports as flour thanks to its superior technology and capital, but the gap was so large that Russia only processed and exported 2.1% of its exports as flour. It's the result of a 1-to-1 comparison with a fraudulent country called the United States, but even so, it doesn't change the fact that the reality of this large gap needs to be improved. Since it was cheaper to exploit workers than to introduce machines, the equipment created by technicians was ignored in Russian industrial plants, and the vicious cycle repeated itself. Now is the time to break that vicious cycle. However, as long as it exists, future history will be different. By the way, now is the time to meet the famous Lenin. A meeting awaited me with Lenin, who arguably had a greater influence on Tsarist Russia than any other historical figure I have ever met. After arriving in St. Petersburg, Lenin, who had been separated from surgery and imprisoned, wondered why I had come here. A week had passed since he entered this cell, but nothing much had happened, as if the crown prince, who had thought of meeting him at any moment, had forgotten about him. If things continued like this, the thought that my bones would be quietly buried here was creeping in. I have already decided to follow the same path as my brother. What worries me is that the revolution will disappear like this without leaving anyone a spark of revolution. If there were even one piece of evidence, I could at least let people know my ideas and thoughts. Besides, if it's just an ideological issue, at best it'll only be 1 or 2 years of Siberian punishment. But, considering that the crown prince even ordered Orana to bring him, he couldn't rush his judgment. Ulanov, His Highness is calling for you. Come out. The guard's voice Lenin heard was actually welcome. Should I say it's a pleasure to meet you? Please take a seat first. My first impression of Lenin, or of the man now called Ulanov, whom I met for the first time, was somewhat different from the historical figures I had encountered before. Of course, this wasn't a result achieved by Lenin alone, but the atmosphere he gave off as someone who changed the course of history was overwhelming. It's amazing that he's still at this level, even though he's still an immature revolutionary. I felt dizzy thinking that, if he had grown up a little more, we wouldn't have had to clash like this. What if he had left for Western Europe earlier? Unlike what happens in real history, I would have had a much tougher fight if I had missed the opportunity to catch him early. I don't know why the person who rules the Russian Empire cares so much about a lawyer like me. Although 6 of the guards who accompanied him in preparation for an unexpected situation perished, Lenin showed no signs of being calm. Even the shackles on his hands and feet seemed to be a device that highlighted his charisma. You have a lot of humility for just a lawyer. Have you already forgotten about your brother Alexander Ulyanov? When he mentioned the name of his brother, who was arguably his enemy, a slight change appeared in Lenin's facial expression. As for my older brother, he is a man who proudly stood up to an unjust system and the person I respect the most. On the contrary, it makes me even more proud that even His Highness remembers my brother's name. Do you mean to say that, because of that brother, you were expelled from Kazan University, which you attended, and you even refused to return to school the following year? It's much better to breathe and work with real people than a university that produces people to maintain the system. I'm quite grateful that the university rector rejected me. Thanks to that, I realized how narrow my worldview was. Furthermore, I applied for auditing classes at St. Petersburg University and worked hard to earn a law degree. Isn't there something contradictory? I thought the law was the only tool that showed the right path in this contradictory world. Although the existence of the law I encountered in the field was different from what I thought. The conversation with Lenin was non-stop. No matter what I said, he immediately responded with a rebuttal. It's as if he already knew what questions I was going to ask him. I decided to change my strategy. Everyone knows you're a Marxist, even excluding the books on your desk. If we look at what you've done so far, we can see your deep affection for the people. Are you one of the countless idealists who believe a revolution from below is possible? It is an inference, based on scientific evidence, not an ideal. However, I valued Kachev's theory that a small number of conspirators bring about a revolution more than the theory that the majority of the people automatically realize the power they have. Although you have now won, know that even if I disappear, countless revolutionaries will one day lower the flag here at the Winter Palace. Blasphemous bastard. Stop. The guards who heard his words became angry, but I stopped them. Instead, I smiled after hearing his reply. This was because I could still see the hope Lenin had for the people. Lenin's positive view of the will and ability of the people was, paradoxically, limited to the period before the revolution. By looking at what Lenin said after the revolution, we can glimpse the change in his perspective. Now I see that our lawyer was an erodnik. But there's one strange thing. At that time, weren't the farmers the ones who denounced and expelled those who entered the countryside during the Bnerod movement? I'd like to ask your opinion on this. First of all, let me tell you that I'm not the same neurotic as they were. Of course, I agree that at that time they were idealists with a very romantic outlook. Furthermore, if you look at the content of the Marxism you believe in, it says that socialism inevitably develops on the basis of a developed capitalist society and eventually overthrows the capitalists. Does this mean that our Russian Empire is practicing a more advanced form of capitalism than Great Britain and the United States? The form of society cannot be defined hastily. Some people sometimes run before they can walk. In fact, the question I asked was one that every populist living at that time had thought about at least once. And they had the idea that Russia could skip the process of capitalism and end up with socialism. But Russia was already, albeit immaturely, on the path to capitalism. And in Russia, a new class called workers began to emerge. They should have focused more on the class of workers than on the class of farmers that the populists focused on. However, I would like to say that the current situation is different from when the Bnerod movement took place. Unlike then, now people's anger due to the famine is rampant. Do you really think so? After responding to his words, I took out countless letters and telegrams piled up in my desk drawer. It seems that most people think differently than you. Thanks to the desperate measures implemented to control the famine that has continued since last year, the number of thank you letters from people that have reached me has been countless. Also, let me tell you why I was interested in you, why you were so curious. I took out a letter from Ivan, whom I met during my last visit, and recited its contents. Despite the mercy and tolerance shown by your majesty, my friend is going down the wrong path, which is why I'm writing this letter to him. Listening to Sergio's conversation with someone he met recently, Ulyanov's name was often mentioned. The expression on his face was Lenin darkened when I read the letter. Even if he was more influenced by Tkachev's populism, which asserts that revolutions are completed through violence directed by a small number of elite leaders, than by Lavrov's populism, which has a peasant enlightenment perspective, it is not easy to accept the reality one encounters. It seemed obvious. Of course, I cannot punish you with just a letter like this, but I believe the communist books found on your desk and the conversation you had during this meeting will be enough. What do you think? Please allow us to go through a formal trial. Oh, that's not possible. I'll personally provide you with a stage where you can speak about your ideas and theories in front of an audience. Even so, I hold you in high regard. In fact, the previous process was unnecessary when dealing with Lenin. To put it bluntly, it was much easier to send Orana away with a gun in the middle of the night. However, this was a sign of my respect for him. Furthermore, the fact that I can argue like this face to face with Lenin is only possible now. Even if 5 more years had passed, I would have been the one with my hands and feet tied in the conversation, and would have received a one-sided beating. The current situation was possible because of the overwhelming difference in social status between me, who knew the future, and Lenin, who was still immature. Lenin, a world-famous orator who rendered Stalin unable to move, even while lying in a hospital bed, was not yet here. Of course, as you may have guessed, the sentence I will give you is exile to reflect on the mistakes you made in the frozen land. Please help make this Russian Empire rich and strong with your work. After sending Lenin to be formally tried, I called the person in charge of transporting him to Siberia. It was foolish to think that simple exile could suppress him. Did you call me, Your Highness? As you know, it's a long way from here to Siberia. And I understand that many unfortunate accidents happen in the process. Am I correct? That's right, Your Highness. It's difficult to count the number of sinners who suffer unfortunate accidents along the way. I believe that lawyer will be in that situation, but as the person in charge of the transfer, please take care to prevent such an unfortunate incident from occurring. The man who heard me seemed to fully understand what I was talking about. Of course, Your Majesty, I will pay special attention to you. You won't have to worry about this matter anymore. This wasn't the first time I had to judge someone's life, but I felt like I wouldn't get used to this experience, no matter how many times I repeated it. However, I had already decided to repeat this decision as many times as I could to protect my life and the lives of my family. After sending off the person in charge of the transfer, I signed the documents related to the disposition of the farmer who was said to have been captured with Lenin, and although it was a little early, I decided to finish today's work here. I need a drink on a day like this. Drinking alcohol alone without refreshments felt more bitter than usual. Chapter 30. The road to the penal colony was quiet. In a way, one could say it was desolate. The convoy formed to transport only Lenin was made up of people who had been carefully trained not to speak to the prisoners they were transporting, and Lenin also had no regrets about speaking to the dogs of power. Clap, 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 clap. Normally, it would have been by train or river, but this time it was by land. It had already been almost 10 days since the prince set out on the journey following the crown prince's order to transport the prisoners in a carriage to a frozen land far from the capital. At first glance, it might seem that Lenin's body was comfortable as he traveled peacefully in a carriage, but Lenin, who was confined to a chair without any padding for over 10 hours a day, was almost stiff. The only freedom he was allowed was to put his feet on the ground and warm himself during short breaks every 2 hours. The meals provided were to be eaten only inside the carriage, and only the view through the bars seemed to console Lenin about his current situation. Although he wandered through the scenery, it caught his attention because his eyes gazed at nature, and the people watching the carriage wore black clothes and rode horses. Although Lenin had to sleep in a closed carriage outside, his mind was clearer than ever. Although the physical suffering caused him physical pain, it did not destroy his will or his beliefs. Lenin was reflecting on the last conversation he had today with the Crown Prince. Although I was excluded from the debate when I spoke directly due to the situation and various factors at the time, the more I thought about it, the more I regretted it. It would have been better to give this answer to that question. However, these questions and answers only remained in my mind and did not come out of my mouth in the form of words. In any case, he was defeated by his oppressors, and the reason he regretted the past was because he thought they wanted more. Although I was defeated, this is not the defeat of all our revolutionaries. This is not a result that tells us we cannot win a war that will last a long time, but a result that is no different from falling in a single minor battle. Because compared to countless revolutionary comrades, my existence can be said to be very weak. Lenin's thoughts as he steeled his will were correct at the current moment. He was now simply a young revolutionary who caught the Crown Prince's interest. It wasn't because he was caught plotting something, but because he was unlucky, and since he was a farmer with some connection to the Crown Prince, he was caught through a letter that was placed directly on the prince's desk. This experience may actually be an opportunity to develop my revolutionary spirit and skills, which I'll lack. Anyone who has set foot in this area knows that escaping from a Siberian penal colony is not that difficult. As he thought, escaping from the Siberian penal colony was not that difficult. Except that after that, you'll have to use your own strength to navigate the vast, barren, and hostile space. Given that there are many people like me in the penal colony, I'll be able to sharpen my thoughts while I'm there. At the time, you could say the penal colony was a mecca for Marxists, like ex-convicts who went to prison and learned criminal skills by living with the criminals inside. Only if we could get there, as Lenin thought. Ulyanov, it's time for a break. Come outside. Lenin was momentarily taken aback by the brief freedom granted him more quickly than usual, but soon slipped out the open door. He is grateful for the little things. It was a necessary attitude considering the difficulties he would face in the future after being punished as a Siberian. The scenery I saw outside had a different feel than what I saw through the cracks in the bars. A pure white snow-covered coniferous forest that was clearly no different from what was visible through the carriage window. It was a desolate scene, looking into the space where a curtain of silence had descended, so that not even the sound of birds and birdsong, nor the pure white breathing of horses, could be heard. It was a desolate scene, but for some reason, something seemed to touch his hardened heart. Was that why? Normally, the group would not have had any conversation with each other, but today Lenin spoke first to the man who opened his carriage and his prison. It's a nice forest. Are you so sure you don't want to talk to me? If you don't like it, leave it. I'm glad it's a nice forest. Lenin hadn't expected a conversation when he spoke, but when he heard the words, he had no choice but to look at the person who answered. I'm very glad you found the forest nice. What do you think? Isn't this a nice place? It's quiet, and there's no one there. Lenin couldn't immediately respond to the words thrown at him again. When Lenin looked back at the person in charge of the transport, he pointed the muzzle of the pistol in his hand at him. After a moment of silence, Lenin barely opened his mouth and asked his question. Since when? Lenin's voice was extremely dry. Perhaps what he said was a confirmation rather than a question. Since you were arrested in that old office in Samara. Then why are you doing such a troublesome thing? In response to Lenin's question, the man shrugged and said as if he didn't know. Well, it's His Majesty's order, so I have no need to question it or think about it. I'm a sword that can be brandished at his will, and a sentinel protecting the throne of St. Petersburg. Suddenly, Lenin realized that his body was no longer trembling. He too had a vague suspicion. At the end of the conversation with the Crown Prince, the end of fate was already upon him. Is this what will happen in the end? I thought, should I run away? But no matter how hard I looked around, I couldn't see any way out. He was manacled and surrounded by a runner on horseback. Let me face my end with dignity like my brother. I'll give you time to pray one last time. Or do you have something to say? No matter what you say, it won't be recorded in the history books, but at least I'll make sure to remember your last words. Ghidorah. Lenin laughed. For him, a total Marxist, religion was like opium, a tool of politicians to support a contradictory and rotten system. It's a pity I didn't get to see the flag of the double-headed eagle, which is like a raven devouring that abominable carcass, raised in St. Petersburg. Please tell His Highness not to think that this war has been won. Remember March 13th, 1881. Looking at Lenin, who seemed confident to the very end, the Orana surrounding him felt that their master's judgment was correct. The man before their eyes was extremely dangerous. He wasn't just an immature brat, the younger brother of an executed revolutionary. Their leader raised his hand as Lenin finished speaking. When the shot rang out, I don't know where they were, but invisible bads fled. On a cold winter day, the birds' cries echoed, as if dissatisfied with being forced from their warm nests and into the cold sky by noisy humans. Like a dirge played at a funeral. Having completed their task, they began to finish as their master had ordered. After finishing your work in a quiet, deserted place, bury it respectfully where no one will know. Just be careful not to leave any marks or traces. Your Majesty, why didn't you carry out a public execution? A newcomer who had yet not being used to Orana's attitude, he asked Victor, the person in charge of this convoy. Normally, retraining would have been implemented on tools that couldn't understand the subject, but this time, Victor decided to be patient and satisfy his curiosity, and decided to share what the Crown Prince had told him. His Majesty doesn't want martyrs. Considering the number of new traitors born with every drop of blood shed by a martyr, public executions could be considered counterproductive. This was because he was able to awaken potential revolutionaries instead of instilling fear in the general public. That's why we came here and are doing this. Has your curiosity been satisfied? Yes. So what are you doing? As the youngest, you have to dig. Leaving the hardest part of the job to his subordinates, Victor lit a cigarette and began to imagine what would be happening at the gallows. For Sergei, death was not a distant friend. In the village where he lived, at least 10 people died every year. Besides, he lost his daughter last year and thought he was closer to death than others. My. Yes, I thought so. That is, until he himself was led to the gallows. Now that he was closer to death, he felt the most unknown emotions towards death. Fear. Until now, only feelings of regret, sadness, and anger had been felt when facing death throughout his life, but now only fear filled Sergei's head and heart. Just a few weeks ago, the brave man who had a secret conversation in his barn and said he would risk dying to avenge his daughter was no longer here. There was only one person trembling with fear, overwhelmed by what was happening before their eyes. Apart from him, the people on the gallows were very diverse in terms of status and age. A university student who created and distributed anti-establishment documents, a man who led a legally unauthorized political group, and a much younger boy who, like Sergei, decided to commit himself to the revolution. At first glance, they seemed to have little in common, but one thing was the same. They were all filled with fear and regretting what had happened to get them to this point. Sergei also regretted his past actions. What basis was there between his daughter's death and the Tsar's responsibility? Please, God. But all he could do was pray to God. As soon as the priest's confession ended, the last mercy granted to the condemned, Sergei had the illusion of being in the realm of nothingness. A space where no sound is heard and nothing is seen. There, Sergei recalled his life. Sometimes it was funny, sometimes painful, but he felt that every moment was better than now. Please, if I have a second chance. If such a miracle were to happen, he would simply farm and live quietly. It would be good if you could remarry at the same time. He has only been given one punishment for the previous charges. It is the death penalty. The moment the officer who had led them there finished speaking, and the executioner was about to pull the lever, the miracle he had longed for occurred. Stop. Stop the execution. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has decided to commute your sentences. Sergei had no memory of what happened after that. What was clear was that there had been an extremely noisy orgy of tears at the gallows, and their praise of the Crown Prince was so loud that an officer had to stop them. As proof of this, the voices of everyone riding in the carriage to Siberia were hoarse. The punishment given to those whose sentences were commuted to death was 3 years of hard labor in Siberia and then military service. But for those sitting here now, it actually felt like a blessing. The anger he felt whenever he thought of his daughter's face, which lingered in Sergei's mind, disappeared as if it had been washed away. Chapter 31. It was a quiet moment. It was still early March for the weather to warm up, but at that moment it seemed as if spring had arrived at the Winter Palace a little early. What awaited me when I sat down at my office desk to do my morning work as usual was an absolutely terrifying challenge. It was my younger brother, Mikhail Alexandrovich, who dared to challenge the Crown Prince of the Great Russian Empire to the most blasphemous challenge. The document itself lying on the desk was about 3 pages long, but the main points were brief. Catch me somewhere in this palace if I can solve the problems I prepared. Although he was a younger brother in his early teens, the level of vocabulary and questions in the note was high since he was a member of the royal family, at least at the level of a teenager. And for the reasons above, I could legally spend my mornings cultivating friendship with my younger brother. The guards and maids roaming the palace also willingly cooperated with our brothers in their game of hide and seek. It's fine to do it voluntarily, right? The basic framework of the hide and seek game was that I solved problem number 1, and then, when I arrived at the location pointed to by the answer to that problem, problem number 2 existed there. At first, it felt like a treasure hunt, but when 2 hours had passed, I began to think about how I would catch this guy and punish him for his reckless defiance. Along the way, I thought about mobilizing the people residing in the palace to find my younger brother, but I soon decided to quell the cute rebellion on my own. This is what Nikolai wants. Nikolai, who was suffering from guilt over not being able to protect his family in his lifetime, seemed to consider it very important to build bonds with his family in this way. I decided to add some rhythm to their presence, which seemed like it would be a long time coming. The fact that I, who didn't have a younger brother in modern times, enjoyed playing games like this also had an impact. Still, the end of hide and seek was in sight. If you trust what was written on the note, this was the final problem. Come to the place where your father's shiny hair shines especially brightly. They said it was dark under the lamp, but when did they return to the office? It seemed that my younger brother had sneaked into the office where I worked, while I found the note, and went out to look for him. In the past, the place where my father's shiny head was soaked in water was his office. In the past, it was my brother who poured water from a bucket upstairs just in time for my father to open the window, stick his head out, and smoke a cigarette. As I approached the office, I gestured to the guard in front of the door to be quiet, and then walked in silently. The final step was to surprise my younger brother, who had caused me so much trouble. I arrived in front of the office door, making as little noise as possible, took a deep breath, gestured to the guard, who seemed to be holding back laughter, to follow me, then opened the door with all my might and shouted, "Is this where the Rogue Island is?" It wasn't an exciting apparition like the ones I saw in past movies, but after doing my best to get inside, what caught my attention wasn't my younger brother, but a piece of paper on the desk, similar to before. Look out the window? Unlike before, as soon as I saw the note with only one line written on it, I thought my younger brother was waiting for me in the garden, and tried to run to the window, but the image of my father that flashed through my mind stopped me in my tracks. Because they didn't tell me to check it out myself. I spoke to the guard who entered the office with me. It seems my younger brother set a trap for him. As a royal guard, sworn under the banner of the double-headed eagle to protect the members of the imperial family, don't you think now is the time to fulfill your duty? It seems the guard was also an accomplice to his younger brother. He seemed embarrassed after hearing what I said, but then seemed resigned, opened the window, and poked his head out. After the morning commotion, I returned to work, after having lunch together, to punish my younger brother who had fired an errant bullet, or rather, to strengthen our friendship. I was a castaway again, buried in a mountain of documents. I will soon have to meet with Dr. Chief. Since Vavilov is a child who is not yet 6 years old, I will leave him out of the discussion for now, and mention Mendeleev soon. And I think I should go to Moscow at least once, to gather more forces that can help with my reform policy. As I processed the documents and thought about my future schedule, a somewhat unusual report caught my eye. Other documents boasted at least 10 pages of content, but this one was only a single page, so brief it wasn't truthful. However, after checking the contents, I silently opened the document. It was only a single page, and what was written on it was just a single line of text. Your names. It was a simple sentence that took 10 seconds to type and less than 1 second to read, but the meaning it contained was heavier than anything else. It was impossible to hastily predict the departure of someone who is arguably one of the greatest cogs in history and the impact he would have. But I was determined not to regret the decision I made. The die has already been cast. All I have to do from now on is figure out how to make the most of what the eye of the dice will bring me. I resumed piling up paperwork after all the paper was burned. The movements of my hands as I beckoned were more powerful than before. At midnight, it was cold somewhere in St. Petersburg, but there was no end in sight for those gathered in front of the warden's house. They weren't just visitors, but people gathering for a common purpose. This kind of public gathering might have seemed profane, but their attitude was very dignified. No, rather, they seemed to want the crown prince to know this fact. In that sense, not only tonight, but also the meetings they had held up until now could also be said to be a kind of protest. Although they have not yet publicly rebelled against the crown prince, no one would be naive to think that today they gathered simply to promote friendship. Recently, an increasing number of nobles are showing concern over the actions of His Majesty the Crown Prince. Just today, almost 10 more people gathered than last time, which means we're not the only ones who think this way. The number of landowners who have suffered losses due to the edict issued by His Majesty is increasing. From what I heard, His Highness is establishing a policy of dissolving me and establishing a new community. What do you mean? Dissolve me? If it's dismantled, how will we control all those countless serfs? Although more than 30 years had passed since the existence of serfs disappeared, they didn't hesitate to call farmers by the title of serfs. In fact, for them, the difference between farmers and serfs was practically non-existent. The only difference was that the name of the tax they paid was different. In the past, the main name was tenant tax, but now people pay a tax called the land acquisition tax. Furthermore, it is said that they are trying to transfer the affiliation of the schools established in the region to the Zemstvo, and not to the diocese. Is there any reason to give them a proper education? They must remain devout and kind beings, similar to sheep. Your Highness doesn't seem to know that the more things they have on their heads, the more rebellious they become. The name of the person who loudly argued that farmers didn't need a proper education was Ivan Delaryov. His current position in the Council of Ministers was, paradoxically, that of Minister of National Enlightenment, who established and implemented educational policies for his subjects. According to his beliefs, children of the noble classes and children of the lower classes should grow up without mixing with each other from childhood. And this will was expressed in the Declaration of Gymnasia he announced in 1887. According to him, those who could enter gymnasia were very limited, and children whose parents were cooks, laundresses, and small and medium-sized merchants were not allowed to enter gymnasia. In real history, the declaration that became the origin of one of Lenin's famous sayings, "Even a chef can rule a country," was a policy that clearly demonstrated what Delaryov always believed. Do you think that's all there is to it? When I see the arrogance of those petty bureaucrats under His Majesty's command grow more arrogant, it makes me angry. We need to give a little spice to those who are fooling around, believing only that His Majesty is behind them. Their disgruntled voices grew louder, but Pobedonostsev, the owner of the mansion where today's meeting was held and its leader, calmly observed the situation. He also felt sorry for the crown prince. However, rather than a meeting for a billion, it was a place to move the direction of state affairs as they wished, so that the nobles gathered here could express their thoughts and resolve some of their dissatisfaction. Does the chief of staff have nothing to say? That's right, wasn't the head of the service in charge of His Highness's childhood education? As a teacher, how does he plan to guide his errant student onto the right path? Yet he couldn't remain silent when the nobles asked him questions. First of all, as soon as the chief of staff opened his mouth, the commotion in the room where they had gathered calmed down, as if it had never happened before. The words of the crown prince's tutor and favorite subject of the current emperor, Alexander III, carried some weight for them. Wouldn't it be better, gentlemen, to seek the opinion of His Majesty, who is recovering in Crimea, and then act? Well, if it is His Majesty Alexander III, that is correct. Although His Majesty currently directs state affairs, you only govern in your capacity as His Majesty's representative, and the current Tsar of the Russian Empire is Alexander III. Furthermore, it is clear that His Majesty would not be very happy if he knew that you were trying to change the policy he has established. The headmaster's words were persuasive. This was because they thought that the Alexander III they knew would not look favorably upon the actions of Crown Prince Nicholas, who showed signs of reckless behavior. Furthermore, as they said, the Crown Prince was still only a representative, and not an emperor who had completed the coronation ceremony. The head of the house smiled as he looked at the nobles who nodded at what he said. He could feel his influence as the leader and focal point of the conservatives. Then I will need to inform His Majesty of the situation here in St. Petersburg. Who would you prefer to take on that role? Although I'm older, traveling by train is still easy. Since I was the one who mentioned this, I will personally go to see His Majesty in Crimea. I'm greatly relieved to know that the head of the service will be visiting us in person. Please convey our thoughts to His Majesty. Don't worry, let's call it a day. I also have to organize what I want to tell His Majesty and prepare for the journey. In the mind of Chamberlain Pobedonostsev, who saw off the nobles and sorted out their grievances and opinions, the Crown Prince was still just a child she had educated. Although he is currently showing signs of straying due to his youthful energy, we will soon know if she was right in thinking that if you discipline him sincerely, he will be brought back on the right path. I look forward to meeting you soon, Your Highness. Chapter 32. Today was a day for an external tour outside the office, which isn't actually small at all, but feels increasingly cramped as the days go by. As it's an absolute monarchy, you could say I'm the last person in charge of important documents. However, as of today, my current position could be considered an honorary one, so I didn't have much work to do, but the chairman of the Council of Ministers, Nikolai Bunge, who was pining for the recent increase in work, acted as my representative. I decided to pass the problem over. From what I heard, when it was said that I was looking for someone to take over the work I needed to do today and tomorrow, there was all sorts of persuasion, cajoling, and secret bickering between Bunge, Vishnetgruski, and Witte, but it was probably just a rumor making the rounds. It's probably just that. Originally, my mind was light when I took the train to Tula to get away from the paperwork for the first time in a long time, but due to a report that arrived just before boarding the train, I had to leave with some discomfort. Last night the director left for Crimea. Originally, this report was supposed to have arrived no later than when I woke up this morning, but Vyacheslav Plebe, Deputy Minister of the Interior and Director of Orana, seemed to have had some influence. People are capable. Back in the 1980s, when Plebe was director of the secret police, he had a track record of dismantling numerous sub-organizations of the people's will, so he was the best talent suited to be a hunting dog that bites my enemies. I'm a person whose loyalty to the Russian Empire is clear, so how I use it in the future is more important. Considering his nationalist tendencies and the repeated clashes he had with Witte, after assuming the post of Minister of the Interior, he was a difficult man to use, but it was a problem that could be solved by limiting his authority and position to that of police commissioner. Considering that he took no measures to prevent the pogrom that took place in 1903 when he was serving as Minister of the Interior, he can be considered to have anti-Semitic tendencies. However, considering that he was in contact and collaborated with Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, he is not a person who can be judged simply. Although this incident was a bit unpleasant, it was bearable for me, who was in the process of finalizing a plan to soon blow up the chief of staff, who could be said to be their leader. A reprimand or admonition to Plebe could be substituted by the amount of work to be assigned to him. There is no group that is easier to cook than a group that has lost its leader. I knew that the effect of the so-called decapitation operation was so enormous that there were many cases in which even countries, not just groups, collapsed with absurdities after losing their leaders. Well, just because it's a decapitation operation doesn't mean they'll actually assassinate the head of the military branch. It was obvious that the assassination at this point would be very noisy and complicated. Furthermore, although my father trusted and supported me, it was very obvious that he would intervene if I arbitrarily eliminated a person as important as the head of the military branch through a drastic action like assassination. Furthermore, considering his position and influence, it was better to let him resign voluntarily. It's like how in modern politics, a minister embroiled in a scandal pretends to resign voluntarily when in fact he's doing so on orders from his superiors. It's no exaggeration to say that this fight will be decided by who can win his father over to their side, or who is best at persuading him. This situation essentially occurred because I hadn't yet inherited the throne. Although I was the legitimate heir to the Russian Empire and that Tsar had formally transferred power to me, I was still only a representative. Fortunately, I'd already sent a message to my father about the head of the service center. I almost should have moved later. Aside from the enormous advantage of blood ties, I also had a weapon with which to trap the sergeant-at-arms head. And that weapon was actually something he had given me. Pobedonostsev, head of the sergeant's office. No, a law professor. Have I been sitting in the position of head of the Orthodox Church for too long? This is because what he did could have enormous repercussions in the conservative and strict Russian Orthodox society. However, if the matter becomes a problem, I may also suffer some harm, but fortunately I have excuses due to extenuating circumstances. From my perspective, I even wished he could meet his father as soon as possible. It got to the point where I was curious about the face he'd have when he faced his father, who had the solemn intention of reigning in the outgoing crown prince. Well, let's finish with thoughts related to the chief of staff and summarize what needs to be done during this trip. I laughed when I imagined that moment, but it was already time to do work-related tasks. I asked a nearby flight attendant how soon I could arrive in Moscow. When will we arrive in Moscow? Yes, the distance from Moscow is approximately 374 versts, so we have about 5 hours left, Your Majesty. Please use the metric system. Approximately 400 kilometers, Your Majesty. Thank you. This unique system of weights and measures. One of the goals of this trip was to unify military armament units. Although the change in weights and measures couldn't be implemented immediately, shouldn't orders be placed using the weights and measures used in foreign countries, at least for products whose production is outsourced? The Mosin Nagant, the masterpiece rifle of the Russian Empire, also suffered from several problems because its production was entrusted to foreign countries based on plans written in Russia's own weights and measures called Arshin. Furthermore, Russia's unique weights and measures contributed to the creation of unnecessary administrative waste, as the unit of volume called the chetverty was applied differently depending on the type of grain. If we think about the future, the best option is to unify all units in the metric system. Although it may be a difficult task, I have no doubt that it can be achieved with the dedication and effort of officials. It was extremely hard to entrust the task of unifying weights and measures to a group of bureaucrats led by Witte upon returning from a tour, but it was something that had to be done at some point. Furthermore, it was also necessary to abandon the Julian calendar we currently use and replace it with the Gregorian calendar, used by other countries. There's a 13-day difference compared to other countries, so considering what happened in World War I, it would be best to do it as quickly as possible. However, this improvement work couldn't be done immediately because it required extensive rewriting not only of existing documents in the central government, but also of existing documents in local administrative organizations and the education of subjects, including bureaucrats. Considering the enormous amount of work already being done by the central administrative organization and the enormous overload imposed on bureaucrats, the fact that they were people, not machines, had to be taken into account. Because people become less efficient the more they are overworked, some level of rest and compensation is essential. If we take things too far, for the first time in history, bureaucrats may go on strike, saying they can't do it because it's too difficult. This was especially true when considering the treatment of lower level officials, including local officials, which is still arguably poor. As improvements in their treatment were planned to be announced soon, it was also planned to achieve control over the bureaucracy through carrots rather than sticks. However, if education in the metric system is implemented in the curriculum to be implemented after the primary education policy is expanded in the future, and the local diocese schools that primarily teach about the Bible and obedience are replaced with those belonging to the Zemstvo, what will happen in the process of changing weights and measures? I thought it would help clear up the confusion. As a country with a literacy rate below 30%, it could actually be better. With the exception of some regions, such as the Baltic states and Northern Europe, where Finland is located, literacy rates in the Russian Empire were discouraging. Although the concept of compulsory education was introduced less than 100 years ago, education in Russia was at a severe level even taking that into account. Primary education should also be provided to new soldiers joining the army. They should at least be able to tell whether what's in the box is ammunition, food, or explosives. And for this educational policy to be carried out smoothly even in local areas, cooperation with the Zemstvos was essential. Fortunately, during this trip I was also scheduled to meet with Dmitry Shipov, the chairman of the Moscow Zemstvo, who can be said to be the leader of the Zemstvos in each region. It's fortunate that the Tver arsenal is close to Moscow. Since I can't often find time like this, I have to make the most of this trip. Originally, in the story, they were attacked by both the far left and the far right and were unable to exert much influence, but in this world, the story will be different. No, since they were the ones who clashed with me in the original world, it can be said that the benefit I can gain from taking them into my power is enormous. For Nicholas II, who originally believed in autocracy, cooperation with Shipov, who had constitutionalist tendencies, was foolish, but it had nothing to do with me. I hadn't the slightest intention of immediately reforming to a constitutional monarchy, but when I think about the future, cultivating moderate reformers was a good idea, to prevent attacks on the Romanov family, including a communist revolution, that might occur after my death. It will be a great help in prevention. Furthermore, it was clear that it would play a role in reducing the central government's efforts in local education and administrative work. At least the ridiculous situation of a noble woman who voluntarily taught letters to children won't be arrested. It was definitely a trip I went on with a light heart, thinking it would free me from the heavy workload, but as time passed, my mind became more complicated. At least I should be grateful that there is more than one thing I can gain from this trip. Besides, I need to gain strength thinking about meeting with the head of the service center after the tour. Like a train rushing toward Moscow without stopping, the reform movement in the Russian Empire had to continue. And knowing that the driving force came from my will and my actions, not anyone else's, I had to keep pushing myself. Because there was no point in leaving all the work to others and only enjoying the fruits of it. If I force them to make sacrifices and only receive reports while lying in a comfortable bed, who will be able to trust me and follow me? You must be a leader who takes initiative, not a boss. It's a simple thing to say, but I didn't know it would be so difficult. As the scenery outside the window flashed by, the sound of my heart beating in my chest grew louder. Chapter 33. Livadia, located at the southern tip of the Crimean Peninsula, where Alexander III was staying, was different from what people think of when they think of Russia, and, in some ways, had a suitable climate for the time of March. In St. Petersburg, the cold wind and temperature remained even in the middle of the day, but Livadia displayed mild weather, with temperatures rising to 10 degrees Celsius during the day, except that temperatures dropped to around -1 degree Celsius at night. This village, which was also a resort for the ruling Romanov family in Russia, seemed quiet despite receiving their guests. After Alexander II built the Bolshoi Palace as a gift to the Empress in 1861, this place received members of the imperial family every spring and autumn. It was also the place where Alexander III's family stayed before the accident at the time of the Gorky train accident. A man entered this place, which normally seemed peaceful, except that it was an imperial resort. He was dressed like a monk, but in some ways he resembled a crow, which in some countries is considered a sign of misfortune. His name was Pobedonostsev. He was the head of the church, the head of the Orthodox Church, that influenced every aspect of the lives of the subjects of the Russian Empire, and the leader of the conservative faction that did not appreciate social change. On February 4, 1945, the Yalta Conference was held, where the leaders of the superpowers met to reorganize the world order. When they arrived at the Livadia Palace, where they were staying, the chief of staff composed himself. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has probably already arrived in Moscow. The reason he came here with his father was simple. The purpose was to control the reckless idiot who was trying to tear down the garden they had cultivated, by borrowing his father's authority. This was done by persuading the father, who had handed over the authority to his son. If we move quickly, while His Majesty is away, he won't be able to respond properly. Meanwhile, the crown prince was holding his ground and couldn't move carelessly, but fortunately, it was a bold decision he made as soon as he received the information that Nikolai would be visiting Moscow and Tula. In fact, objectively speaking, his bet had a good chance of winning. The fact that Alexander III, who witnessed with his own eyes Alexander II die with his arms and legs torn off by the populists, was recklessly changing his son's policies to the point that he was suspected of being influenced by the socialists. It didn't seem like it would look very good. Furthermore, I recently heard that His Majesty is planning to abolish the temporary regulations, so I must inform His Majesty of this fact. As the name suggests, the temporary laws created by Alexander III were literally temporary laws with a 3-year term, but they were still renewed every 3 years, resulting in the people living in the Russian Empire living under partial martial law. It was none other than Pobedonostsev who drafted the temporary laws created by the current Tsar to abolish the Loris Melikov law, a reform law created during his father's reign, and return to reactionary politics. And he had no intention of meekly bowing in submission to the crown prince, who was slowly trying to erase his influence. Although there was a certain pride in being the person in charge of his childhood education, it was essentially an expression of his firm belief that the crown prince's actions were wrong. The sole purpose of the state is to maintain the order and social structure established by law unchanged and stable, and to seek unity among its subjects. All factors that impede this must be eliminated. And the easiest way to achieve this goal is through religion. According to his beliefs, any movement to change society was in itself a sin, even if the movement was something like the Industrial Revolution or urban growth. A man of his own faith took steps to meet his true monarch. Oh, the servant leader. It must have been difficult to come this far. What brought you from St. Petersburg to here, in Livadia? Alexander III, whom I met after a long time, didn't seem much different from before on the outside, but if I looked closely at his voice and complexion, I could see that the chronic illness that wasted his body was worsening. Your Majesty, it's been a while since I saw you. Have you been at peace until now? It must have been inconvenient for me to give up the second term and sit and relax here. I'm doing my best to make up for the time I lost with the Empress. That's good. If I had known this would happen, I would have left my post when Her Majesty went on vacation and returned to being a scholar. At first, I found it difficult to adapt to this life, because habits held for 10 years don't fade easily. But these days I'm worried that I've even forgotten how to sign documents. Alexander III joked and laughed. He seemed very happy to meet a servant he trusted enough to entrust his son's education to. Seeing this, Pobedonostsev thought it was time to get down to business. Judging by the friendly demeanor displayed by the Tsar, it was thought his movements were faster than those of the crown prince. Wouldn't it be better for your Majesty's health? However, I'm worried that what I will say from now on will hurt your Majesty's nerves and heart. What do you mean? What is different is that an increasing number of nobles are concerned about His Highness the Crown Prince's recent behavior. We are attempting not only to revise the laws His Majesty has enacted, but also to make too drastic a change in the political stance that has been maintained until now. The warden began to explain to the stern-faced Tsar what had happened. It is true that what he displayed in the past clearly demonstrates the Crown Prince's ability, but despite His Majesty being alive and well, he acts as if he has ascended to the position of Tsar. I'm cautious when saying such things, but it is probably the theory of populists. When it was said that he seemed deeply impressed, the Tsar's face became increasingly distorted. As Alexander III's expression worsened, the head of the chamber was inwardly rejoicing. This was because it seemed that this would be completed more easily than he thought. Then, I think your Majesty needs to convey your Majesty's opinion on His Majesty's current actions. This is not only my opinion, as I was in charge of teaching your Majesty in the past, but it is also the opinion of all the nobles who shared the same opinion as your Majesty. When he finished speaking, Alexander III seemed to be thinking about something. There was a moment of silence, and the Tsar looked at his most loyal subject. A variety of emotions mingled in his eyes. Looking back on the past few years with regret, disappointment, anger, and regret, the head of the chamber thought that the expression of these emotions manifested itself in blaming himself for ceding power to the crown prince too lightly and quickly. Saint Director of the Chamber of Deputies Pobedonostov. Yes, Your Majesty. You could say that our relationship with you is also long-standing. Is that not so? Yes, Your Majesty. As you know, the relationship between you, a professor of law at Moscow University, and our Romanov family dates back not only to me, but also to my father, Alexander II. And I believe you are well aware that my trust and confidence have been the basis for your rise to this position as head of the Xinjiang Service Center. I even entrusted you with the upbringing of my eldest son, Nikolai. Is that alright, Your Majesty? But why on earth did you do that? As unexpected words came out of the Tsar's mouth, the sergeant-in-chief raised his head and looked at his master. Before he knew it, he had a telegram in his hand. Did you really administer the sacrament of confession to my son Nikolai? Pobedonostsev, who heard the words from Alexander III's mouth, felt his legs almost lose strength. Looking at the reaction, it seems correct. In fact, I trusted you even when this message came from my son. You and no one else. Because I didn't think that a non-clerical person wouldn't know how to do things related to sacred religion. But how dare you, how dare you? My son did something like that while he was crazy? Your Majesty, what the hell is that? When my son attended service with an injury sustained in the Far East, he stood for over 7 hours despite his poor health to fulfill his sacred duty. Is this how you repay him? After checking the contents of the paper Alexander III had shouted and thrown at him, the head of the chamber felt as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. So, in a state of confusion due to my head injury, the resulting physical fatigue, and the 7-hour service, I ended up offering the sacrament of confession to God through none other than a priest. Although I clearly have responsibility in this, I muster the courage to confess it to my father. Please give this ugly son the punishment he deserves. This is ridiculous. Pobedonostsev, seeing what was written there, shouted in a fit of rage. Your Majesty, this isn't all. This isn't true. Then say it with your own mouth. Did you really not confess to my son? The chief of staff tried to make an excuse, but felt the word stuck in his throat and couldn't get out. Although it was laced with lies, it was true that he carried out the ceremony with the crown prince without any qualifications. The emperor's face, looking at him who couldn't reply, didn't bear an expression of having met someone he hadn't seen for a long time, but rather an expression of a death sentence for populists. The emperor continued speaking in a stern tone, as if he were reading a verdict. In fact, I still believed in you, until you came here today. I thought this cable would at least be explained. If that were the case, I would have buried this matter. But I'm very disappointed that you framed my son in this way and tried to cover up your own mistakes. Your Majesty, I don't want to hear it. I would like to punish you myself, but it would be better if my son, who suffered the greatest harm from this, decided what to do with you. Return to St. Petersburg immediately and await the punishment meted out by the legitimate heir to the Russian Empire. With these words, Alexander III left the hall, leaving behind the chief of the chamber, who seemed to have nothing more to say. In fact, if it had been in another country, perhaps it wouldn't have been such a big deal. This is because it was the late 19th century, not the Middle Ages, when religion dominated society. But this was Russia, a place that is still called a quasi-medieval country, where religion dominates society, and that was all that decided this situation. Furthermore, it was such a serious matter that no one could predict how the Orthodox priests would react if they discovered that he, who had always maintained a strict attitude toward religion, had committed such an act of overstepping his authority. Now that things have come to this, we must meet with His Highness as quickly as possible. Since it seemed that the only person besides him and the crown prince who knew about this matter was Alexander III, he hurriedly left the palace. Unaware that Alexander III was seeing this, there were actually 2 messages from the crown prince. One page he had just thrown to the chief of staff, but the other page had slightly different information written on it. Please help me realize the ideals of my grandfather and Crown Prince Alexandrovich Sr. Alexander III, who had seen his older brother in Nicholas the other day, made a promise when he came here to Livadia Palace. Although he could not protect his brother or his father, he was determined to protect his son at all costs. And this was the greatest gift he could give his son, since he felt his health was deteriorating. Alexander III was so confident in his health that he was nicknamed Hercules, but recently the word death had been coming back to him. He thought that perhaps that was why he pushed the chief of staff even more exaggeratedly. In a way, it may be you, son, who knows my father's heart best, not me. This is all I can do. You must bear in mind that everything will be decided by what you do in the future. Alexander III watched the chief of staff walk away and then turned his back. I suppose I need a drink tonight. Chapter 34. Dmitry Shipov found it difficult to guess why he was there. Although those working in the Zemstvo had recently assessed him as a notable figure, considering that his position had been gradually narrowing since the reign of Alexander III, they could not understand why the Crown Prince had called him here, to Moscow. In a broad sense, I'm the chairman of the board of the Volokolamsk Zemstvo, which can be said to be affiliated with the Moscow Zemstvo, but it is only a small provincial town with a population of less than 30,000, so there is nothing worthy of His Majesty the Crown Prince's attention. Was I there? This year he turned 41 and was gradually becoming a mature politician, but he couldn't hide his nervousness before today's meeting. Although Shipov had a reformist personality, he essentially disliked the ideas of the populists, also called liberals. I can't agree with those blasphemous bastards who say, let's get rid of religion and the Tsar. For him, who was a devout Orthodox believer, and believed that the monarchy, which could be called Tsarism, was superior to democracy, the populists were like lizards dressed in human skin. Although the current system is contradictory, and, as a result, causes corruption, democracy is a meaningless assertion. Rather, strengthening the monarchy through the consensus of the subjects brought together by those represented by our Jamstvo and the State Council would be the way for Russia to become even more prosperous in the future. If we had to classify his political leanings, we could say that Shipov was a moderate reformist. He believed that reform should be pursued through improvement and development within the system, rather than a reform that could be called a revolution consisting of overthrowing the system, and he was inevitably in a position to be attacked simultaneously by those from both extremes. And for him, today's meeting with the Crown Prince was a moment that could be a great opportunity to realize his ideals, although he did not know why he was invited here. Although the morale of the Zemstvos fell, and disappointment with His Majesty Alexander III spread due to the Zemsky Nachalniks sent due to the promulgation of the Provisional Constitution and various reactionary reforms, there is currently excitement after seeing the actions of His Majesty Nikolai. These are also on the rise. I must seize this opportunity. Shipov recalled the support and encouragement he received from other members of his committee when they informed him that he had been invited to a meeting with the Crown Prince and members of the Zemstvo in Moscow, not only to meet their expectations, but also to realize his own ideas. He planned to look for an opportunity to exchange a few words with the Crown Prince today, even if it meant lying on his way today. Since he was a Shipov, it was only natural that, as soon as the Crown Prince entered the conference room, he would approach him with a smile on his face and extend his hand, and his mind went completely blank. After finishing the meeting in Moscow, I was reflecting on the conversation we had yesterday on the train en route to the Tiller Arsenal the next day. In fact, meeting Shipov was very beneficial, because he was exactly the person I needed, a moderate reformer. It was also a moment that made me realize something I hadn't thought about before. In fact, the main reason why Russia couldn't cut through its own rotten flesh despite the existence of countless officials and people who tried to lead carried out reforms, and even a reformist monarch represented by Alexander II was clear. The power concentrated in the Tsar is enormous. This was like a double-edged sword. When a person like my grandfather came to the throne, there were reform plans, such as the decree on the emancipation of the serfs, although it had many side effects, but this can be seen from the fact that most of them were invalidated after my father's accession to the throne. In fact, Alexander II was not a very consistent monarch. Although my current grandfather was Alexander II, known as a representative reformist monarch, he also often took measures that caused confusion among frontline officials while carrying out reforms. If you look at Alexander II's actions in 1866 and 1880 without knowing that he is the same person, you might think he is a different person. The resulting confusion and mistrust among frontline officials is an advantage. The choice of those who didn't know which rhythm to dance to often meant they wouldn't move until the song had progressed to a certain point. Although I can't be sure, I thought the above situation contributed to the rigidity of Russian bureaucracy. Was that why? Shapov, whom I met yesterday, initially seemed delighted to talk to me, but soon expressed several concerns. If the captain doesn't have a firm will and confidence in the course of the ship he is commanding, the ship will eventually have no choice but to wander the vast sea. That's true. This might be true for ships that were infinitely small compared to the country, but it was obvious what would happen if the monarch couldn't manage the country. It would be fortunate if the reform failed and the status quo remained. In the worst case, the country will inevitably collapse. The communist revolution was originally an answer to the question of what would happen if the monarch the Russian Empire had to face in history were incompetent and lacked clear views. Even so, I'm glad that I was able to generate a certain level of trust through conversation with him. What I showed during the famine of 1891 remains of great help to this day. The saying that showing things with actions is 100 times better than saying things is an accepted truth in all times and ages. Furthermore, after seeing the conversation I had with Tolstoy at that time and the way I presented myself, and through his written contribution, which Tolstoy circulated among intellectuals around the world, I could see that moderates like Shapov had high expectations of me. Indeed, fostering local autonomy by expanding the powers of the Zemstvos had to be done with caution. The concentration of power in the center had many side effects, but there was no better system for carrying out a strong reformist push. However, Russia was a large country. That's so much it's too much. It was practically impossible to centrally manage and control this vast territory in the 19th century, or even in the 21st century. Then I only had one thing left to do. The smartest way is to involve local forces and move in the direction I want. Fortunately, I didn't have to build and grow a friendly force from scratch. There were many people who had a favorable opinion of me after seeing the famine response process and the actions I'm currently demonstrating. Furthermore, although Tolstoy was never directly involved or set policies for the Tolstoy movement, which originally took place in history as it was a movement carried out by those who were deeply influenced by him, the friendly attitude Tolstoy showed me served as an opportunity to shift this movement in the direction I was taking. I guess I'll have to meet Tolstoy again soon. Shapov's ideas and Tolstoy's are somewhat similar, so it would be a great help if the two could work together. Although Tolstoy's movement could be said to be somewhat of an anti-establishment movement, with an anarchist character that rejects violence from the state and denies the need for organizations with coercive power like the police and the military, if the intellectuals belonging to it were thought it would be useful to increase Russia's miserable literacy rate. Your Highness, we will arrive in Tula soon. While I was organizing what I had to do after this trip, I suddenly heard the assistant say that we would soon arrive in Tula. Thank you. Did I tell you to keep the welcoming event as simple as possible? Of course. Okay, let's get ready quickly. So, the length of this Mosin rifle we have currently designed is approximately 2 arcs when fitted with a bayonet. 173 centimeters. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm 173 centimeters. I felt my head throbbing. In reality, it was a thief's wish that those who had used Russia's original weights and measures all their lives would become familiar with the metric system overnight. However, when I presented the weapons to them in advance, I asked them to explain it to me in metric, but it was painful to watch the technicians stutter. Russia has also already adopted the metric system, but wouldn't it be useless if it wasn't used in the field? If I returned to St. Petersburg, the first thing I would do would be to think about who I should entrust with the work related to the unification of weights and measures. I looked pityingly at the technician, who was sweating profusely and afraid he had made a mistake in front of the crown prince. Even if I didn't reprimand him, I could anticipate how his superiors would act. But that engineer will only use the metric system from now on. I asked Ivanovich Mosin, the director of the Tula arsenal, who was struggling to maintain the expression as he thought of a humorous joke. It really is a great weapon. Thanks to your hard work, your father, the Tsar's mighty army, has become even more fearsome to our enemies. That is too much praise, your majesty. In fact, the Mosin Nagant was a rifle with such excellent performance that it was even used in World War II. The bolt loading method and tangent sights, which were advanced at the time, also inspired countless rifles that appeared before World War I. But isn't it too long? I think it might be a little uncomfortable for soldiers to carry and use. However, this rifle also had its drawbacks. First, the length of the first model was so long that it reached 173 centimeters with the bayonet attached. Soldiers who couldn't grow properly due to lack of proper nutrition had to carry weapons larger than themselves. Although it was still before large-scale trench warfare was implemented, excessively long barrels were likely to cause inconvenience in trench fighting. This is because when fighting in a narrow trench, it was easy for the weapon to get caught on the trench wall. And from what I've heard, defects often occur in terms of ammunition as well, so I think that aspect needs to be improved as well. Mosin, who heard my criticism, looked uneasy, like the head of the planning department criticized by the head of a conglomerate. Looking at him, I felt sorry, but decided to continue pointing it out. Furthermore, I heard that you are using the magazines of the Nagant brothers of Belgium without permission. This is nothing short of an embarrassment to the reputation of our Russian Empire. I think it would be best to formally pay them fair compensation and develop firearms together. Knowing that the Nagant brothers filed a lawsuit against Mosin and won when they discovered that the magazine they had designed was being used without permission, I thought it would be a good idea to start collaborating with them, who are excellent firearms engineers. I'll do as you say, your majesty. Then, how much would it be better to shorten the length of the firearm? No matter how long it is, wouldn't 1 meter 10 be enough? Also, it would be a good idea to make the Mosin rifles carried by cavalrymen a little shorter. However, considering that production is done abroad, be sure to use the metric system when creating new plans. Considering that Russia is currently covering its rifle production abroad due to limitations in its industrial power, it was deemed necessary to raise the level of industrialization as quickly as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 35. Where the hell did it go wrong? This phrase filled Pobedonosttsev's mind during the long journey from Crimea back to St. Petersburg. After Peter the Great, known as Russia's greatest Tsar, abolished the Moscow Patriarchate in 1721, did he establish a sacred governing body under the emperor's influence? Upon ascending to the position of head of the group that controls and administers the Orthodox Church that has dominated this land for over 170 years, did I subconsciously think he was the same person as the Pope in the Catholic West? Although Catholicism is closer to heresy and lacks orthodoxy in doctrine compared to our Orthodox Church, the Pope is qualified to be a priest, but I guess he was too intoxicated by the position of head of the church. What was I, who had stricter standards for the religious world than anyone else, thinking when I did such a thing? Otherwise, would I still think of the Crown Prince as a teenager whom I taught every little detail? Am I the only one who didn't know that the boy who believed my words to be true and looked at me with respect had grown to the point of carrying out such insidious tricks? I, who thought I knew and understood the Crown Prince better than anyone else? I was so arrogant, then. Indeed, what happened this time could not have happened, nor did it happen according to common sense. How could the chief of staff, who is not even a person, commit such an aberration in Russia, which is not another country? Yet, strangely enough, Pobedonostsev had completely forgotten what he had done, perhaps burying it deep in his memory, until Alexander III told him about it. No, perhaps in his own mind he thought that the confession he gave to the Crown Prince that day was simply a consultation between priests. He was employed by the imperial family beginning with Alexander II, and trusted enough to serve as Alexander III's law professor. It's possible that at one point he considered himself a teacher of the Romanov imperial family, a person who taught an emperor and a crown prince for generations. the leader of the religion believed by the majority of people living in the largest empire in the world. The man who drafted the provisional constitution that now governs Russia and condemned the Lorries Melikov Act that preceded it to death. Although he was the chief of staff anyone could see as a key figure in power, he was now nothing more than an old man filled with regret and agony, pondering his responsibility for the arrogance he had committed in the past. In fact, when he visited Alexander III, the Nicholas in his head was only a teenager who had grown up. Although the crown prince recently showed a different side than before, Pobedonostsev, who had personally disciplined and taught him when he was young, only saw the childish brat as drunk with the power he wielded and running wild without a care in the world. But I was the one running wild without hesitation, drunk on what I had. No matter how much I regretted it and thought about it, I couldn't find a good way to overcome this situation. Should I reveal that the crown prince asked me to confess? No. There is no evidence or witnesses against him. Besides, people only knew that the crown prince wasn't in good condition that day, and after the mass, the only people left in the cathedral were the crown prince and me. The chief of staff thought he was like a flying insect caught in a spider's web. No matter what excuses he prepared, the situation that was tying him up only tightened its grip, and there was no way to break the chain. If I struggle as hard as I can, the only thing I can achieve is to fall into the abyss like the crown prince. Even if the crown prince were to say that he received the sacrament of confession against his will from an unqualified person, if the chief of staff were to drag it out as haphazardly as possible, trouble might be raised against the crown prince, but that was not what he wanted. Although their inclinations were different, the chief of staff was also a person loyal to the Russian Empire and the Romanov family. Furthermore, if the crown prince were to step down, the successors to the throne would be Grand Duke Mikhail Alexandrovich, who was only 14 years old, and Grand Duke Georgy Alexandrovich, who was 21 years old but notoriously weak. This was because, from what he saw with his own eyes, the health of Alexander III, who currently held the position of Tsar, also seemed to be in poor condition. Although they still seemed healthy enough to be able to engage in outdoor activities, he could sense it, because it was Pobedonostsev who had been observing himself for a long time. Considering the current European and domestic situation, the person who ascends the throne in the future must be energetic and capable. Although it's a bit quiet now, the current situation, both domestically and internationally, is no different than placing a large stone in a boiling pot. Although he may have made mistakes in judging the situation and the crown prince, Pobedonostsev also had the ability to read the situation. There was no way a person who was simply incompetent could have survived in the imperial family, where all sorts of intrigues were carried out for over 20 years. The fortunate thing is that His Majesty did not inform others of this situation. It seems he wants me to quietly retire. At one point, he found it amusing to have to rely solely on the crown prince's mercy, but when he got to this point, his head seemed to clear up. This was because he was able to recall his actions once he was free from the blinding presence of greed and arrogance. But if His Highness wants my blood, I didn't know what choice I would make when that time came, but what was certain was that nothing could be guaranteed until I met the crown prince. Although the Tudor arsenal suffered from my visit, I believe it was worth it. When I heard that a high-ranking person was coming, I wasn't the one responsible for clearing the environment or coming up with a plan to deal with various situations. Is this the reason why division and corps commanders frequently visit their units? There's a joke that even a division commander can give orders to move mountains with divine power in the unit he commands. But since I was a person in a much higher position than the division commander, I was a bit cautious in my conversations with engineers. I had no choice but to do so. This is because, if I were asked to design a weapon or produce some equipment based solely on what I vaguely remember without any specialized knowledge, there might be side effects. Although I said it wouldn't be a good idea to shorten the rifle's length, I will implement it first after sufficient review with frontline engineers. However, considering the length of rifles released at similar times in other countries that had a similar structure to the Mosin rifle, I thought it was feasible to a certain extent. I also learned that our dear island friends have recently been purchasing Maxim machine guns from the United States. I think it would be a good idea for us to place an order as well. The majesty of machine guns, starting with the Gatling, was conveyed by military officers from various European countries who observed the Civil War, but doctrines and ideas on how to use this formidable weapon in an all-out war between nations were still lacking, and a portion of the initial production volume requested will be sent here, to the Tata Armory. You will be required to understand in detail the operating principles and design of the Maxim machine gun and to write a report on whether or when we will be able to produce it. Since the Russian Empire still imports rifles from abroad, it would be impossible to immediately produce copies of machine guns, but it was necessary to prepare from now on. Vasilievich Tokarev, who designed the Maxim Tokarev submachine gun, the Russian version of the Tokarev pistol and the Maxim machine gun, was currently in the Cossack regiment. When we arrive in St. Petersburg, it would be a good idea to send him to the military technical school as well. No matter how brilliant a weapons engineer is, they must receive education and basic engineering knowledge in order to demonstrate their skills. In the real story, Tokarev was able to convert a Mosin Nagant rifle into a semi-automatic rifle at just 39 years old and undergo an official military test, but now he was just a 21-year-old soldier hanging around on the front lines. Although he cooperated with the Bolshevik government after the Communist Revolution, it cannot be said that he, a simple soldier, was in love with Marxism at that time. Furthermore, since he served in the Imperial Russian Army for almost his entire life, it would be correct to say that it was a choice made to survive. If I had given him my support, Tokarev's talent might have developed faster than the original story, so it was better to hurry. There were more than one war that Russia would soon be involved in. If there's anything wrong with it, no matter how good the weapons produced and supplied were, if the problems of the Imperial Russian Army were not resolved, there was no guarantee of victory when entering actual combat, even if the army had military power superior to that of the opponent. We need a way to improve the relationship between officers from noble families and soldiers from the common people. Since Russia implemented an extensive conscription system, the size of the army was enormous, but if you look inward, there were various problems. It's an unprecedented feeling when you consider that the Russian army of the 18th century had the characteristics of a national army that the armies of other countries did not have. The reason Russia, which was underdeveloped at the time, was able to demonstrate the most advanced culture, one that didn't rely solely on linear tactics and its soldiers had unwavering loyalty, was, paradoxically, because it was the most medieval country. It was possible because the soldiers came from serfs. However, the existence of serfs had disappeared, and although it hadn't yet erupted on the surface, conflict between soldiers and frontline officers was escalating. We will need to take action on this soon. In addition to this, the Russian military needed to be informed about ways to improve the navy and artillery, as well as the military lessons of the Civil War that they had obviously witnessed but forgotten. Although it is said that the Eastern Front during World War I consisted mainly of mobile warfare, rather than trench warfare like the Western Front, it is necessary to understand the concept of total war, such as the rapid transport of troops via trains. I could understand how the graduate students felt when they saw assignments appearing one after another, even though they couldn't even finish one. The difference was that, while it was important to them to be acknowledged by their advisor, I was evaluated by many others. I thought about various things, and decided I would rest for today no matter what, but the words I heard seemed to say that heaven couldn't allow me to rest. Your Majesty, the Chief of Staff has been asking to see you since yesterday. You're tired after returning from your tour today. Should I ask you to come back tomorrow? However, something like that was welcome. No, I can't keep someone like the Chief of Staff waiting like this. Tell him to come to my office. When the assistant who received my orders walked out the door to look for him, I instinctively felt that what I had planned had come to fruition, just as I had imagined. And now the time had come to decide how best to utilize the fake priest. Chapter 36. To be honest, I didn't feel all that worried or nervous about my condition before the conversation with the Chief of Staff. I think the most tense and difficult meeting I've ever had was the conversation with Lenin. Although the meeting took place in a situation where Lenin was shackled hand and foot and there were many guards around to protect me, meeting him face to face felt somewhat different. Although I clearly had an overwhelming advantage, there were times when I felt a sense of crisis that, if I made a mistake, things might turn out the way he wanted. Even if Lenin hadn't met Plekhanov and hadn't further developed the depth and breadth of his Marxist knowledge, it probably would have been my most painful mistake to have given him the opportunity to publicly express his thoughts and beliefs. It was a moment I thought would happen. The seed of an unparalleled thinker and agitator was always waiting for the soil and the environment to blossom, but because of me, it disappeared before it could even germinate. Furthermore, it may have been because he was one of the people who would have been my greatest enemy. Although I was able to confront him early, because Lenin was still immature and didn't even have the foundation to form a force that could support him, the conversation with him still remained vivid in my memory. Thinking about the words we shared and how I felt at the time, even though I was tired, after returning from a tour, I thought that a person at the level of the chief of staff could handle him in the direction I wanted. Furthermore, there's no need or reason for me to be afraid or worried about him, since he has acted the way I want him to up until now. I just have to proceed as I've prepared. As I walked toward my office thinking about this and that, I found myself reaching the door. Before I knew it, it was a door I'd seen dozens of times, but now I couldn't help but feel a little different. Because the purpose of opening this door today was for more than just work. It was a day that arguably occupies an important position, if not a turning point, on the path to ensuring the Romanov family survives and avoids a future where the red flag flies. Please step back for a moment, Your Majesty. I will open the door. No, it's fine. Let me open it. I stopped the guard from trying to open the door and began to open it myself with my hands and strength, in the direction and speed I wanted. It's good. Originally, it was a door that opened smoothly, as it was always one of the top management goals of the staff managing the facilities within the Imperial Palace. But to the head of the Royal Palace, when the Crown Prince opened the door and entered, it seemed as if he heard an unpleasant sound coming from an old and shabby door. In Pobedonostev's eyes, the Crown Prince, who opened the door himself and approached him with a confident stride, resembled Ivan the Terrible. He expelled a Pranachik, who was called the Tsar's dog and Russia's nightmare, and brought Russia to fear. However, he was sometimes selective and even in history books was considered completely unpredictable. A person who is considered to hide a thoroughness in his madness, to the point that some may even say that the massacre he committed while Opranasik was leading was a calculated atrocity to establish his absolute power. There are those who call them simply madmen, but no one can deny that they laid the foundations for the Russia we live in today. Of course, this didn't mean that the Crown Prince showed any signs of being mentally insane or a tyrant. He was simply afraid of Nikolai, who, in his opinion, was using even the ceremonies associated with the Orthodox Church, which were literally sacrosanct for most Russians, to achieve his own ends. No, maybe I feel this way because I'm as outdated as a rusty hinge that prevents a door from opening and closing. And behind these thoughts was also a fear of the Crown Prince, whom he felt was someone he couldn't understand with his own logic. Sometimes he even thought that the Crown Prince he taught and the current Crown Prince weren't the same person, but he decided to stop such ungodly thoughts. Well, I'm sorry I kept you waiting for someone like the Chief of Staff. I've been very busy these days, so I would appreciate your understanding. Because he could see the Crown Prince smiling right in front of him. No, Your Highness. As I said last time, it's only natural that you consider matters related to the country as your top priority. I'm very sorry for disturbing His Majesty's feelings recently. Hahaha, sit down first. Car? Or would you prefer vodka, as I think the current Chief of Staff needs a bit more alcohol? Thank you for your consideration, but I'm fine. After hearing the servant's reply, the Crown Prince indicated for him to sit and sat down, holding a bottle of Smirnoff vodka that was on the shelf. Well, if the Chief of Staff is okay with it, then can I drink it alone? How dare someone like me interfere with what His Highness wants to do? After hearing the Chief of Staff's words, the Crown Prince paused for a moment as he was about to pour vodka into a glass, but then he filled the glass and replied, "It seems the horse has bones." Nikolai smiled, raised his glass, and continued speaking cheerfully. "In tribute to my father, who allowed Smirnoff vodka to be supplied to the imperial family, The chief of staff felt very uncomfortable at that moment. The meeting with the crown prince he had imagined did not have this kind of atmosphere. I would have felt more at ease if I had been a little tougher and taken responsibility. Since he had personally experienced this kind of behavior typical of nobles making the other person bleed before getting to the point he felt sorry for what he had done to his subordinates up until now. As this situation continued, he felt it would be best for him to be frank about it. Well, it may be considered arrogant, but wouldn't it at least ease the feeling of an invisible hand squeezing your neck? Your Majesty, the play only does this. Stop. The director's determination to overcome his fears faded before he could finish speaking. The crown prince, who was staring at the man who had fallen silent again, silently rose from his seat and began to pace slowly around the office, a glass in his hand. I also fully understand your curiosity. When did you decide to do something like this? What will your disposition be? Or does anyone other than me, my father, and the chief of staff know about this incident? Isn't that so? The head of the royal palace was about to answer, but at that moment, the instincts that had been cultivated over long years of life in the imperial palace sent him a warning. For now, it's best to simply sit and listen. The answer to the last question isn't difficult. Because no one knows except you, me, and your father. Until now. Although the condition until now was added, the chief of staff secretly sighed in relief. The crown prince, perhaps aware of his feelings, continued speaking in a relaxed tone. And if you ask me, since when I started planning this, well, it would be difficult to answer. However, I would like to respond by saying that I have opened new eyes after the incident that occurred in the Far East. The head of the royal palace thought that the crown prince must have felt a lot after experiencing life and death. He often saw people who had experienced something great become different from before. Lastly, the punishment for you, chief of staff, was a topic that caused me quite a bit of thought. If you are punished too harshly, it is certain that both the nobles and the priests will wonder what crime you committed to receive such a punishment. Isn't that unpleasant for both of you? Well, yes, your majesty. The chief of staff realized that the only time he could open his mouth in that space was when the crown prince allowed him to. So I kept thinking about it. I wonder how we can end this well without posing any problems for the chief of staff, myself, or others. Then I remembered something you used to say daily. We must unite under the banner of the Orthodox Church and live frugally according to the words of the Bible. Religion is the only way to enlighten the ignorant and guide them in the right direction. What crossed Pobedonosttsev's mind for a moment was the region of Central Asia. It is a place where conflicts frequently occur with the locals who still believe in Islam, and efforts were made to convert people during the reign of Alexander III, but the results were not as expected. Does your highness want me to stay there and do missionary work and comfort the soldiers? The puzzling thing was that, as far as he knew, the local governor, Baron Alexander, had an uneasy relationship with the crown prince. Is it true that the crown prince is so soft-hearted that he sent someone who had a falling out with him to an area controlled by the governor, who has a difficult relationship with the crown prince? Enough to rally the disaffected element in one place. Sure enough, an area completely opposite to his thoughts came from the crown prince's mouth. So I decided to send you there to comfort those in the regions of Eastern Siberia and the Far East who are still struggling to build the Trans-Siberian Railway. Although they have committed crimes against the nation, we hope to show a warm interest in those who are atoned for through punishment. If you have any questions, please ask now. It seemed that the rumor that the crown prince was more interested in the Far East than any other Tsar thus far was true. However, one question remained. So, your highness, what do you plan to do with the chief of staff position I currently hold? I'm not overestimating myself, but if someone as high-ranking as the head of the House of Lords were exiled to the Far East, the nobles would definitely be curious. What do you mean by deportation, chief of staff? His Majesty's edict will be published soon. You are being appointed responsible for the missions and parishes in the Far East. You could say this is a kind of spiritual warfare. The head of the royal palace almost laughed as he listened to what the crown prince was saying with a smile on his face. Yanjian, how can it be a waste to travel to the Far East, thousands of miles from here, in St. Petersburg? It was clear that the position he would occupy would have only a fancy name and little real power. However, Aung Sik's blindfolded attitude was a punishment that could instill fear rather than curiosity in the conservatives, of whom he is a leader. When they see a person of the rank of head of the royal family obediently accepting this kind of demotion, they can't help but feel fear toward the crown prince. You won't be able to determine what kind of weakness he has that causes this situation to occur. And as soon as the idea spread that his weaknesses were somehow in the hands of the crown prince, the collapse of the group to which they currently belonged was an obvious result. If that happens, Nikolai will be able to cook the rats that escape from the sinking ship as he pleases. However, considering the chief of staff's age and physical condition, I have prepared people to attend to him in advance. Please think of this as a disciple's consideration for his former master. Thank you. When the crown prince said he would cut off his arms and legs and even place a guard over him, the chieftain felt all strength leave his body. The crown prince, perhaps aware of his feelings, stopped by the desk where he was working, put down his glass, and continued speaking. Chapter 37. But I leaned on the desk and looked at the chief of staff. He looked too small to be the person who had been in charge of the Russian Orthodox Church for 170 years after the demise of the Moscow Patriarchate. Are you saying this person constantly influenced you? I thought of Nikolai from the original story. It was sad to think of the emperor who was buried in the author's distorted sense of nationalism and authority, and who ultimately made the wrong decision that day in 1905. Given that the upbringing he received from a young age was such and the only people around him were similar people, wouldn't he have made that decision before even grasping the basics of the situation? Still, it didn't change the fact that responding with bullets to those hoping for the Tsar's mercy was an extremely foolish act. I think it would be really difficult for the church leader to lead a large number of Orthodox Christians living here, even if he were to go to the Far East. To ease the burden on his shoulders, I have prepared someone in advance to take over the duties of the church leader while the church leader is in the Far East. I don't think you need to worry about that. Who do you think is your agent? I don't think it's a matter that should be revealed here. However, I believe I can tell you that he is just as faithful and sincere as the head of the service center. Please stop worrying. I understand, Your Majesty. When the chief of staff showed me the attitude that you didn't need to know, he showed an attitude of agreement without much opposition. And don't you know a lot of interesting things about the people you've been close to recently? I've been suffering from insomnia lately, and I can't sleep unless I listen to stories, so I'd appreciate it if you could tell me some interesting stories to listen to before bed. Even though he said this, it was clear that the weaknesses and secrets of conservative nobles coming out of the chief of staff's mouth wouldn't be filled with dreams and hopes that children in bed would listen to. It was clear that the content was too provocative or too dirty, so it wouldn't be good for young people growing up in the country to hear it. But since I'm already an adult, I should be able to listen to it without too much damage to my childhood. Your Majesty must be tired of dealing with state affairs, so you shouldn't suffer from insomnia. I'll speak truthfully to the best of my knowledge. The chief of staff began to be very cooperative, as if he knew that the only course left for him was to cooperate with me as much as possible. It would be good if he came out like this a long time ago. There would have been no blushing or fatigue between us. Of course, since I know that the existence of power is sweet enough to make even blood relatives point swords and guns, it was important for me to be vigilant so as not to become a person who is swayed by power rather than wielding it at any time. It's also necessary to reward those who cooperate in this way, but it's not a good idea to offer carrots at this time. This is because it was clear that offering compensation at a time when the chief of staff felt his fallen position the most and was anxiously awaiting a rope to overcome his situation would have a greater effect. So I decided to maintain the same attitude toward him for now. That's something the chief of staff should do naturally, but thank you. Thanks to this, I think I'll be able to sleep with my legs stretched out in the future. I moved from the position where I was leaning against the desk and sat down in the office desk chair. It was difficult to stand, so I decided that from now on it would be better to talk to him at eye level. and the date for the Chief of Staff's departure for the Far East has not yet been set, but I think you should know that it will be in about a week. Your father's edict must be issued, and shouldn't you also need time to inform the members of the social group who have been meeting frequently at the mansion recently? It will be difficult to hold meetings in the future, as the leader of the social gathering has to travel far for unavoidable reasons. In other words, I was told to convey my warning message to the conservative nobles before traveling to the Far East, because it was clear that it would be far more effective for their leader, who was so easily removed from central power because of me, to tell them to be careful because they have your weaknesses, rather than for me to directly tell them to be careful because they have your weaknesses. However, I trust that the Chief of Staff will take charge so that what happened between you and me does not reach their knowledge in the process. You won't betray my trust again, will you? Of course, Your Majesty. I'll never let you down again. Okay, then we can conclude today's meeting like this. The next place we'll meet will probably be the train station, but until then, keep what I said in mind. Yes. The Chief of Staff soon stood up from his seat with a dejected expression on his face, greeted me, and as he walked toward the office door, he stopped, turned his body toward me, and looked at me. Well, do you have any last words? Your Majesty, I've been rude to you many times, but please forgive me for being rude once again. May I ask you one thing? As much as you like. After hearing my permission, the Chief of Staff took a deep breath, looked at me with determined eyes, and opened his mouth. Which path do you intend to take, Ivan the Terrible or Peter the Great? It was clear that both were monarchs who made Russia rich, but they were also people whose assessments were dramatically different. Ivan, who was an object of fear and, or to the point, that the people of his time called him Grozny, a terrible word, was a man who was said to have created modern-day Russia, and was given the title of Great Emperor, but behind him stood a large number of serfs to build St. Petersburg. Peter, who forced people to work, and was assessed as a city built on bones. Both were people who had things to imitate, and things not to emulate, but my answer was determined to be the same. That is a very interesting question, Warden. Also, this may be a question that other people may find difficult to answer, but my answer is I took a moment to catch my breath, and finished my sentence, by looking him in the eye. I want to be remembered by the name Nikolai, and no one else. Is this a sufficient answer? I don't know if you've noticed that my tone of voice has changed, but this determination has always been etched in my mind. My desire to be remembered by others, not as a second person, but simply as the name of the corps I currently reside in, Nikolai. And this desire was also the driving force behind my decision. Well, even so, the title Nicholas II cannot be changed. I swallowed a small complaint in my heart, and looked at the Chief of Staff. After hearing my answer, the Chief of Staff stood still with his head lowered, as if sensing something. I wanted to check his expression, but I couldn't see his face from where I sat. Is that so? Was it something like that? After a while, the Chief of Staff raised his head, and his face looked bright, though I couldn't put my finger on why. No, why does the face of a person who has lost all their power and been banished to the cold Far East look like that? Although I had doubts, I maintained my solemn face and looked up to see the headmaster with an expression that seemed to have escaped his agony and achieved enlightenment. Your Majesty, I couldn't even comprehend Your Majesty's meaning. From now on, I will never trouble Your Majesty. It will always be my honor to have been in charge of Your Highness's education, even if it was only in my youth. I was a little embarrassed to see him suddenly storm out like that, but I tried to respond while maintaining the demeanor of a dignified monarch. Although the direction was different, I also will not forget the dedication and effort shown by the headmaster. Aren't we all people with the same purpose? That's right, Your Highness. Although it was too late to realize that fact, I believe it is my mission from now on to prevent unfortunate people like me from being born. I'll just leave. With those words, the Chief of Staff left the office. I felt a little dazed at being left alone, but I soon decided not to worry about it anymore. In any case, from now on, the Chief of Staff was simply a retired actor from the Central Power stage. I have a few last things to do before leaving the stage in the Far East, but I'm sure I'll do them well under the current circumstances. It was an easy meeting, but once it was over, coupled with the tiredness from the tour, I was so tired that I wanted to throw myself into bed immediately. I'd better take a rest for today. As I thought about the countless tasks that awaited me tomorrow, my eyes felt dark. The nobles were dumbfounded when they received a call from the clan head to meet urgently in the middle of the night. No, he was definitely a very proud person when he left for Crimea, but after he returned, I vividly remember that he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Moreover, for the next 2 days, they were just waiting to meet with the crown prince, and they didn't know how things were going. So why did they suddenly announce the meeting? Some people, their pride wounded, considered refusing to attend, but considering the authority of the head of the religious council, who still holds a firm position among conservatives, they prepared to leave. The first thing the chief of staff said in front of those gathered was a complete shock. "Ho, what did you just say, chief of staff? Is he going to the Far East, which is no different from the remote countryside?" "That's right. What do you mean by that? What the hell did you hear from His Majesty and Your Majesty?" They were embarrassed and shouted at the chief of staff, asking what was going on, but the words that came out of Pobedonosttsev's mouth were the same. "All of this is the price of the wrong thinking and arrogance I have had. Please don't make the same mistake I did, and I hope you think twice or thrice before voicing your opposition to what he is doing. This is my final piece of advice. Although I paid this price because I arrived late, I only hope you find your place in the new Russia that His Majesty is creating." It was a situation no different from a red-headed night, not for the nobles. If they can train a person to the level of a staff leader like this, what will happen to them? Among them, Delaryov, the Minister of Enlightenment, who was arguably the closest to the Chief of the General Staff, was especially incapable of thinking only of others' work. "Is this something you can't even tell me?" While the nobles were confused, I asked the head of the servants' office in a whisper, but all I got in return was silence. There was only one question filling the minds of those gathered here. If the head of the household is going to fall so easily, what will become of them? Then I'll simply return. I suppose I should return as well. It was only for a moment that 1 or 2 people stood up, and the nobles gathered there disappeared. This was because they too had to find their own way of life. Pobedonostsev was the only one left in the living room, where a silence had fallen, as if for a long time, and he remained in his seat, staring at the burning candle. Chapter 38. By April, spring was already in the air in St. Petersburg. Of course, that just meant it was warm compared to winter. As sub-zero days became rare and the temperature became warm enough to stay above 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, in the middle of the day, a disease was circulating in St. Petersburg. Since it was a deadly illness that could cause disruptions in government work, reports even reached the crown prince asking how best to deal with it. The name of this terrifying illness is none other than spring fever. The crown prince's reaction upon hearing the news that the officials who had been overworked since last fall were nodding their heads as if they had pulled a trigger as soon as the weather cleared was simple: make it mandatory for bureaucrats to drink coffee. Also, consider importing coffee machines from France to make it easier for them to distribute the coffee. The crown prince was willing to sacrifice even his personal funds for it, so the officials had no choice but to remain in a state of forced awakening. Of course, in addition to that kind of flogging, they were also comforted by the fact that the plans to improve low salaries, which until now had amounted almost to forcing low-ranking officials to commit corruption and corruption to maintain their livelihood, were slowly being revealed. It was a day that seemed like any other day, except for this incident. One thing that was different was that the conservative aristocrats, who often tried to interfere with the ongoing reform plan, suddenly fell silent. As approximately 30% of the current bureaucrats were nobles, bureaucrats of noble origin often displayed behavior bordering on sabotage to avoid the attention of high-ranking officials like Bite and Bunge, but now they displayed a work capacity that was no different from that of the others. No, in some ways, it was a processing capacity superior to others, because they couldn't ignore the education they had received since childhood. Although the low-level employees, who were buried in documents and unable to even chat as usual, hadn't yet heard it, there were words that frequently came from the mid-level officials. When a large stone placed on the track was removed, the stationary train began to move with a loud horn sound. In other words, it meant that after the head of the royal family left for the Far East under the pretext of moving to the Far East, there were no forces in the center that could interfere with the crown prince's work. The socialist forces represented by the people's will, who committed terrorist acts that shocked and angered everyone in the past, are scattered in the countryside and are hiding due to the thorough monitoring and suppression that continues even during the era of Nicholas, who is currently in charge of state affairs after the reign of Alexander III. It was killing. And today was the day the 1st April meeting was held. It was a small meeting attended only by the Crown Prince and his closest associates, not by the Ministerial Council or the Famine Countermeasures Committee, which is now treated as an official body. But in a way, one could say that this meeting is the core group that currently governs Russia. There were only 3 people sitting in the conference room, and one thing that was unusual was that people who were known to have an uneasy relationship due to differences in political opinions were talking amicably while waiting for their master to arrive. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know. What do you mean? To begin with, it was hard to say that Vishnetgrodsky and Bunge were on good terms, as Vishnetgrodsky was the one who replaced Bunge after he was ousted by conservatives who were dissatisfied with the reform policies pursued while he was finance minister. The two inevitably had a feeling of unease toward each other. I mean, I don't know what kind of magic His Highness used. It's not anyone else, it's the Chief of Staff. I can't believe you dealt with that Chief of Staff so easily. Don't you know, President, how close your relationship with the imperial family and the central nobles has been since the time of His Majesty Alexander II? Now that I think about it, it's strange that the nobles have remained silent ever since I met His Highness the day he returned from his tour of Moscow and the Tula Arsenal. There was no way those friends would hold their breath like this. It's even stranger considering what I experienced before. After hearing Bunge's words, Vishnetgrodsky cleared his throat. This was because he couldn't deny that he too had participated in the events Bunge was talking about. Even so, I'm glad that your relationship seems to have grown closer recently. The person sitting across from them was Witte, who served as director of the Bureau of Railways, a position arguably unsuitable for this position. Although he arguably held the lowest rank among them, there was no one in St. Petersburg who judged him simply by his current position. He truly was someone who could be said to be one of the closest associates of the Crown Prince who would become the next emperor. No one doubted Bunge and Vishnetgrodsky's abilities, but given their age, the prevailing perception was that they would soon retire. Of course, in order to live a peaceful life after retirement, I had to overcome the biggest mountain called Crown Prince. They thought they could retire as easily as those around them thought, but it was a secret that they had been feeling an ominous feeling lately. But have you heard what His Majesty said recently in Tula about the metric system? It seems they are preparing for a complete reform of weights and measures. The expressions of those who heard Bunge's words began to darken. This was because the work they were already responsible for was too much for anyone else to handle alone. Reform work for me, a rural community that has existed for hundreds of years, work to increase the number of specialized agricultural schools, which still exist in association with members of the Agricultural Academy, work related to the Lake Baikal route, part of the Trans-Siberian Railway project underway in the Far East, and so on. For those doing work that was expected to easily produce a 100-page report just by mentioning their names, the task of standardizing weights and measures in the metric system was such a hard task for these people that even now the emblem on the front door of their own house is barely visible. If it's such an important task, I think it's probably related to the Ministry of Finance. Currently, taxes are often levied on grain, so wouldn't the unification of units be related to tax revenue? It was Witte who opened fire first. Even though the people in front of him were much taller than him, he had nothing to fear when he thought about the amount of documents increasing compared to now. While work related to weights and measures is also related to our Ministry of Finance, the most important thing is that when building a railway, the notation of the distance between stations is unified, and the size of the materials used to build the railway is standardized up to a certain size. Isn't that true? Furthermore, Considering that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a great interest in the Far Eastern Regional Railway, I think it would make the most sense for the railway director to take on this task. However, Vishnetgroski's counterattack wasn't easy. He too was desperate for this job. Considering that his eyes were getting blurry day by day, and that his back and wrists were aching, it seemed that if he started working any harder, he would retire here in St. Petersburg before he could return to his estate. When things turned out this way, his eyes turned to Bunge. Of course, the final decision would be made by the Crown Prince, but the idea was that they wouldn't blindly ignore the agreement reached between them. Although the Crown Prince was always a leader who assigned him heavy tasks, he was always a reasonable person. Bunge, who suddenly received passionate courtship from two people, made a decision after much consideration. I think Bunge, who saw the two people's expressions changing moment by moment as he opened his mouth, thought that this situation was amusing. This was because the conversations he had held with other cabinet members during his public life had never taken place in such an atmosphere. Although they weren't friends, the indescribable bond between those going through the same pain made him feel comfortable. Even so, I think it would be best to enlist the help of a lieutenant and the youngest director, Witte. When Bunge finished speaking, the two people's faces contrasted sharply. Yes, as expected, this is a calm judgment worthy of the president. Hehe. When Witte fell silent and depressed, Bunge felt a responsibility to cheer him up, even though the situation wasn't his responsibility. Of course, if he loses motivation for work, the fact that he's the first to tire has some influence. Don't get too angry, director. As I said before, don't you have a more capable lieutenant than anyone else? At the recent ministerial meeting, much praise was given to Stolypin, the deputy director. Is that so? That's something I'm very grateful for. Stolypin, ha ha ha. Her encouragement may have brought about a change of heart, but in Witte's mind, the responsibility for this incident seemed to have fallen on Stolypin. Watching the scene, the two decided to pray for the soul of the young aide who was carrying out his duties without knowing what was going on. The curtain on the little comedy the three of them were filming came down when the Crown Prince, the reason they had gathered here, appeared. A place that occupies most of Russia's vast territory, Siberia. Hundreds of years have passed since Russia occupied this barren land, but vast areas remain untouched by humans. Although the government continued to offer carrots to farmers and encourage them to move here, the effect was still minimal, and the government eventually decided on another method. There, why not hurry? The Tsar generously sent you here to atone for your sins. How dare you be lazy? The method was to exploit Siberia by mobilizing numerous prisoners. There were many types of such work. The efficiency of manual labor, such as logging, mining, and railroad construction, was low due to the nature of forced labor, but the output relative to investment showed that the central government had not made a wrong decision. And today was one of those lucky days when labor ended earlier than usual. Those doing the work were confused, but they applauded when real bread, not bread mixed with sawdust, was served in a soup with more ingredients than usual. What was up with this? I heard them talking, and they said the Supreme One was here today. They're preaching about our sins or something. After the meal, which to them could be considered a sumptuous banquet, the camp administrator who gathered the prisoners gave them an admonition, telling them it would be an honor to hear this man's sermon today, and left. I didn't know I would be giving a speech in a place like this. The high priest's name was Pobedonostsev. Not long ago, this was an unimaginable place to speak. There was no speaking platform, and the only place he could stand and deliver a sermon was a pile of wooden crates. Even so, if I can atone for what I did to your highness, just a little. The impact of the last encounter on him was greater than the Crown Prince expected. After a period that couldn't be called mutually satisfactory, a worker approached Pobedonostsev, who was on his way to the place where other prisoners worked. The guards tried to stop him, but the warden decided to listen to his story. Most people were dozing off during the sermon just now, but the person approaching now listened to his story with shining eyes. Priest, would you pray for my daughter in heaven? The chief of staff almost laughed upon hearing his request, but seeing his desperate face, he felt himself laughing. Instead, he spoke in a gentle tone. I'm sorry, but I'm not a priest. I can still pray for your daughter, so tell me, What are your and your daughter's names? My name is Sergei, sir. He was the man who was arrested with Lenin in Samara. Chapter 39. Then we'll handle this matter as you said. Great. First, let's stop here for today and make sure everyone keeps this in mind. Although we are successfully responding to the famine that has continued since last year, above all, we must be careful not to handle things inertly. Remember that every mistake or wrong choice comes from the attitude of I can do what I've done up until now. Indeed, although they say they are preparing for reform, it has been difficult to implement the policy in earnest until after this year and next summer. Even in 1892, the famine was continuing. However, the damage was only mitigated thanks to an unusually swift response from Russia and through established manuals for every situation. Even in modern times, when a national famine like this occurs, the only response is damage reduction. It would be a different story in a country that didn't meet the same standards as the United States in the 21st century, but Russia in the 19th century was a country lacking in many things. At the very least, it should be significant that we have managed to reduce the damage so that it doesn't go down in history as it was a disaster that affected the population of one province or country like the Great Bengal Famine or the Great Bengal Famine. Irish Famine. Of course, Your Majesty. Don't worry. This is something that I, the committee members, and other ministers always bear in mind. Her Majesty is putting a lot of emphasis on these words. How could anyone forget them? Well, since I often say things like they need to be on their guard, it would have been inevitable that the message would have gotten through to them that they shouldn't let their guard down, even if they didn't want to. I suppose I was simply regurgitating what Bunch said by saying that I already knew and that there was no need to worry so much. When I realized that fact, I smiled bitterly. It was because I felt like an evil boss who kept repeating himself. Then let us end today's meeting here. I have no doubt that each of you will faithfully fulfill your duties. However, please refrain from overexerting yourself to the point of harming your body, as that is the same as damaging the nation's property. You are truly the treasures of our Russian Empire. Now that it was like this, I decided to leave brazenly. I could see a lot on the faces of those who heard me telling them not to overdo their work, but I decided to pretend I didn't notice. Now what are you doing? The meeting is over. Shouldn't we all get back to work now? Yes, Your Highness. After I dismissed them, as if they had swallowed many words in their mouths, what filled my mind were not thoughts related to the reform policy discussed at the meeting just now, or the famine that was still ongoing. Stalin no, now I should say Dzhugashvili. In the 21st century, the titles bestowed upon him are very diverse. Although he was a man called by many great names, such as the Steel Marshal, the Purge Maniac, the Human Butcher of Georgia, and the man who sent Hitler back to the hell he came from. Now I'm just a 13-year-old boy. From now on, he is a child who has suffered domestic violence from his alcoholic father and loves his loving mother. Of course, since childhood, he acted as a leader of a group of his peers and caused various problems, but he was in no condition to cross an irreversible river like Lenin. Let's stay put. Come to think of it, was this after Dzhugashvili had a carriage accident? Knowing that he suffered a carriage accident as a child that left him with a permanent disability in his left arm, I knew how to prevent Dzhugashvili from being called Stalin. It's nothing important, it's simply a matter of calling his mother and him here. It wasn't very difficult to raise Stalin, who was just a child and hadn't yet become a fervent believer in communism, as I wanted. If I had to free a pre-adolescent boy from his father who forced him to work in a shoe factory, I would be like a savior in his eyes. Then Stalin will have Orana bring him here to his mother, and all that will be left will be Trotsky. Trotsky's case was destined to be slightly more difficult than Stalin's. Unlike Stalin, who lived in poverty and took my outstretched hand, Trotsky's family was a wealthy Jewish family. They say I'm a year younger than Dzhugashvili, but they say I can't bring him here and raise him the way I want. Of course, Trotsky was absorbed by Marxism in 1896, after being influenced by his first wife, Alexandra. With that in mind, I knew who would be best to connect him with, since he currently has an internationalist outlook and conservative tendencies. It would be best to get Trotsky to work with Dmitry Shipov. However, To do so, his racial characteristics and background had to be taken into account first. It's not that he is racist, but that he was racist because of the current social perception of Jews in the Russian Empire. One could consider that the periodic lynching of Jews, called a pogrom, is used to vent socially pent-up discontent toward others, rather than the government. Of course, these things must be stopped, but it is impossible to eliminate anti-Semitism overnight, as it is deeply rooted in society. Considering that many of the revolutionaries who willingly sacrificed themselves during the Russian Revolution were Jewish, one could assume that this social trend played a role. I don't have to go and pick up Stalin myself, but as far as Trotsky is concerned, perhaps I need to meet with him at least once. They could have made as much effort as they like to eliminate from the ideology of communism the man who was said to have been the builder of the Red Army and an orator comparable to Lenin, and use him as material, or rather, as talent, to strengthen the Russian Empire. Furthermore, if Trotsky becomes my closest collaborator, anti-Semitism can be reduced to a certain extent. Of course, we can't eradicate everything in one generation. This was impossible without causing a psychological shock similar to the insane massacres displayed by the Nazis during World War II. This is because antisemitism is not simply a problem limited to one generation, but a perception that has persisted throughout Europe for hundreds of years. The good thing is that we are both still in our teens. For me, who caught a glimpse of the revolutionary who turned the world upside down and the young Lenin, it was a joyful experience. It was only natural that the younger and more inexperienced the other person, the easier it would be to cook to my liking. Having decided on a basic policy for the two of us, I began to think of a way to bring them here as naturally as possible. The world was not a very kind place for Dzyugashvili. Although he has not lived long enough to live with a father who frequently returned from drinking and committing violent acts, the smallpox that nearly killed him when he was 7, and the carriage accident he experienced recently, he was skeptical about the existence of God, as his mother speaks of these days. Although the priests and various officials at the church-owned elementary school he attended when his father forced him to work in the shoe factory helped him escape from the factory and his father, and resume his studies, the situation around him showed no signs of improving. Lord, look down on us. It was something his mother always used to say, but he thought the merciful Lord in heaven didn't seem to care much. Dzyugashvili, the villagers next door are getting worried about me again today. What should I do? The boy's thoughts turned to violent actions. Although this was a group of people older than him, no one disputed that the leader of this group was Dzyugashvili. Those children seem to look down on me because I was in a carriage accident, so of course I have to put them down. This will be my chance to prove I'm still alive. Call the children and tell them to meet you after school today. Okay. I'll tell the children to gather around. Of course, because he still had the appearance of a model student who boasted excellent grades, his actions were seen as mere deviance. However, recently, the hanging scene he witnessed last February hasn't left the boy's mind. The event led by school teachers to show students the words of the rebels was a success for most of the students, but it seemed to have a slightly different effect on Dzyugashvili. Wasn't this too harsh a treatment for those who woke up hungry? Still, as he was only a 13-year-old boy, his thoughts didn't go beyond simply thinking the punishment they'd been given was excessive. Except that these seeds that remain in the mind can germinate at any time if the proper infusion of thought occurs. Furthermore, the recent censorship of books introduced into schools contributed to the child's discontent. The order issued by Pobedonostsev 1890 to the bishops to control the introduction of books with impure content or ideas into seminaries was often interpreted broadly. This was because, according to the House Inspector's judgment, not only books containing content such as socialism or communism, but also simple literary books could be classified as seditious books. For example, Tolstoy's books seemed to be considered by them as books of Satan. Because Tolstoy frequently clashed with the conservative and close-knit Orthodox Church, those who ran the seminary considered him an advocate of the corruption of young people. This behavior was incomprehensible to Dzyugashvili, who was interested in literature. If books by great writers like Tolstoy are disturbing, what can be read here that is understandable from the perspective of social norms and that won't have a negative influence on young people? Furthermore, the coercive upbringing given to a child of Georgian identity, which required him to change his perception to Russian, was one of the factors that increased his recent discontent. As a child, so proud of being Georgian that he only spoke Georgian and not Russian at home, he couldn't understand why he had to consider himself Russian. For Dzhugashvili, who was only 13 years old, the world was like a box full of things he couldn't understand. Dzhugashvili, did your mother call you? She came to school. She said it was urgent. As the boy prepared for class with that thought in mind, the words his friend spoke to him served to calm his doubts, if only for a moment. However, it raised new questions. Is it urgent? When the boy went to visit his mother, the first thing he saw was his mother filled with emotion. Seeing that, an expectation arose in his heart. Could it be that the person who until now had been like a shackle to him has disappeared? Mom, what's going on? Could it be that the drunkard died? Dzhugashvili, you can't say things like that. No matter how bad a person he is, he's still your father. That's fine, the boy thought. However, after hearing his mother's next words, a much bigger question than the one he had before invaded his thoughts. She said that none other than His Highness the Crown Prince invited you and me to St. Petersburg. I've already told the school, so get ready quickly. Why on earth? It seemed the doubts about Dzhugashvili wouldn't subside anytime soon. Chapter 40. Dzhugashvili was dumbfounded. At first, it was surprising that the Crown Prince had summoned them, but his mother's behavior when they arrived home made it seem as if she hadn't simply been in St. Petersburg for a few days. After opening the rickety door and entering, his mother began packing up her belongings, raising a ruckus. As he watched his mother mutter to herself and decide what to take and what to leave behind, Dzhugashvili felt he needed to know how things were going. I think I can take this and leave this. This is also ambiguous. Mother, come to think of it, considering I'm going there and seeing His Highness, I think I'll need at least some clean clothes. I need to buy it before I leave. Mother. Oh God, I'm surprised. Why are you screaming in surprise? Oh, by the way, you shouldn't be like that either, so hurry up and get the things you need to take with you. Don't pack too much, because if you have a lot of luggage, it will be difficult to move. Are we moving there? Why are you making such a fuss? The boy's doubts were natural. Seeing his mother acting as if she were moving without even knowing why the Crown Prince had invited them felt unfamiliar to him. Oh, now that I think about it, I guess I didn't explain. How did this happen? When the boy heard his mother's words, he thought he might still be in a dream world, because it was that shocking. As if he had recently learned something in school, he felt that God, who had doubts about whether he truly existed, was looking down on him. So, the matter of what my father did last time reached the Crown Prince through the local priests and officials who helped us? That's right. What's more, it is said that His Merciful Majesty, upon hearing that this kind of thing frequently happens throughout the country, was heartbroken and invited people like us. Furthermore, you said that children like you who have difficulty learning due to family circumstances will be able to learn at the educational institution you created. He explained that, since it was impossible to bring only children there, they would also provide their families with a place to live and a job near St. Petersburg. The boy instinctively realized that today would be an important day that would determine his life. For a boy who had a vague understanding of the nature of power, enough to use an 18-year-old man, much his senior at 13, as his subordinate, this opportunity seemed literally sent from heaven. It is said that His Majesty the Crown Prince summoned me personally, but if I do not stand out there, I will only be able to enjoy a slightly better life than I have now. Come to your senses, Dzhugashvili. This is a chance to strengthen not only yourself, but also your mother, who has suffered so much. Nikolai was worried that, if he openly invited only Dzhugashvili, people around him would start talking, so he invited children in a similar situation, using it as a smokescreen to obscure the true nature of the incident, and, at the same time, as a measure to improve his own image. This was correct, except that it was carried out in the following way. Even if Nikolai thought it was important, it was clear that there would be a backlash if he hired a Georgian child, not a Russian, who lived in widespread poverty, without any basis. The boy had never felt grateful to his father before, but today he felt a bit of gratitude welling up in his heart. If his father hadn't been an alcoholic and frequently violent and abusive toward his mother and his father, he wouldn't have had this opportunity. But that's all there is to it. One day I will repay the debt I owe you, father. However, the pain and anger etched into the boy's heart were not something that would easily disappear. Just as scratches on a steel plate don't disappear, even if they dull over time. Fortunately, Dugashvili wasn't terribly afraid of studying. The reason he'd recently lost interest in studying wasn't because he didn't get good grades or because it was difficult, but because of the professors who blatantly forced their identity as a Russian and the unique atmosphere of the seminary. But just for today, I felt grateful to them. Although it was coercive, it created a foundation for me to trust that I could do well there. But if I had this opportunity, I would be willing to become Russian. Then don't do it. The boy's sense of indebtedness to his mother was far greater than that of other peers. Mothers in other families may have acquiesced to the violence inflicted by their husbands, but they did not take direct measures to the point of going to priests and officials in search of priests and officials, just because of their obsession with giving their children a chance at an education. The boy loved his mother to the point that he was willing to discard even his identity as a Georgian if he were given the opportunity to return the love he had received. Tears sprang into Dugashvili's eyes as he looked at his mother, who was still busy packing her things. Mother, I promise you one thing. I will do whatever it takes to win His Majesty's attention and make you successful. Wait a moment until then. The boy's oath didn't leave his mouth, but it remained engraved deep in his heart. Drops of water fell to the ground as the boy moved to pack his luggage. Is a country composed of a single ethnic group really superior to a country composed of multiple ethnic groups? It was an inappropriate thought for a 12-year-old, but it was a topic that occupied most of the boy's thoughts recently. For him, who started school 3 years ago in Odessa, where several ethnic groups coexist, the concept of ethnicity was one that didn't really resonate with him. If people had little contact with each other, they would have been immersed in widely disseminated information about the characteristics of each ethnic group and would have developed prejudices. However, the fact that many of the people he met while living here didn't know they were of a different ethnicity until he began talking about them caused the boy to harbor these thoughts. However, this perception also had to take into account the uniqueness of the boy's situation. Born into a wealthy Jewish family and growing up without many difficulties, he couldn't understand what other lower class Jews or people of religions like Islam experienced. In some ways, it could have been seen as the idealistic dream of a rich kid who was too young to grow up. This boy's name was Lev Davidovich Bronstein, who would later be called Trotsky, created the Red Army, which at first consisted of nothing more than workers and peasants with guns in their hands, into a being that terrorized the entire world and became Lenin's successor. Although he was considered a prosperous figure, he ended his life being stabbed with an ice pick in Mexico, where he went into exile after being expelled from the power struggle against Stalin. Every time I say something like this, adults just laugh and don't react appropriately. But now he was just a child who was dissatisfied with the fact that adults didn't respond seriously to his thoughts. Today, after returning from class at St. Paul's School, a German school, rather than a Russian one, Bronstein recalled an incident from dinner the night before, while solving a math problem that interested him, but was having trouble solving. The origin of the incident was related to words that came up during a conversation between adults. The problem was that my mother's cousin, Spencer, asked me the meaning of the word pogrom, which he said with a worried expression on his face. That's a word you don't need to know yet, haha. I know everything I need to know. For a child who was achieving so well that he was always competing for first or second place in school, the attitude the adults always showed toward him was a source of dissatisfaction. Treating you like a child you don't need to know is an interesting idea, but you still seem young. Whenever they expressed an opinion or showed curiosity, their attitude was consistent. Just yesterday, I had only asked the meaning of a word, but Spencer seemed to be glad he didn't know the word. I didn't understand the adult and the child praising what they didn't know instead of what they did know. I felt this way even more, because whenever the teachers gave a lesson at school, the child who didn't know the answer to a problem would be scolded, and the one who did know the answer would be praised. What further amplified the child's doubts was the meaning of pogrom that he looked up in the dictionary. This was due to in the leaflet opened by the child who wouldn't give up because the adults didn't tell him so. The meaning of the word pogrom was simply persecution. The word persecution in Russian that Bronstein normally used and heard wasn't pogrom. So why did adults have that attitude toward this word? The child didn't know yet, but the reason the adults didn't tell this bright child the meaning of the word was simple. Up until now, the child had never experienced being hurt for being Jewish, but he wanted to postpone the moment when he would experience it as long as possible. Because the Russian Empire wasn't a very friendly country to Jews. Jews weren't welcome here to the point that there was a limit to Jewish settlements within the Russian Empire. Of course, almost all European countries didn't welcome them. As a child who didn't know the consideration of adults, it was a cause for dissatisfaction, but these efforts were the only ones that helped Bronstein have idealistic thoughts without being battered by the storms of the world. It was like a protective fence. Of course, this protection can't last forever, so one day the child will inevitably face the harsh reality and be shocked. Fortunately for them, the hidden meaning of the word pogrom was not the subject of investigation for Bronstein, who knew the meaning of the word. However, this only reinforced his perception that adults were sometimes strange. For this child, the fact that the crown prince of the Romanov family, which rules the Russian Empire, was visiting Odessa, Russia's main food exporting port, although its status had declined since the United States entered the grain market, was considered irrelevant to him. The reason was that they came to verify whether the policies related to grain exports, which were more relaxed than before but still in place, were being properly implemented. Chapter 41. When I first arrived in Odessa, my perception was that it was a vibrant port city. Even though it wasn't a secret, the general public didn't even know I had come here, except for a few people who came to greet me at the train station, because they told me that no grand welcoming ceremony was necessary, just because I was coming. That's what we call a secret, Your Majesty. Is that so? But it's strange. Why are you calling me to deliver? Could it be that I brought as an escort someone I consider to be the same person as the Crown Prince of the Great Russian Empire? I'm sorry, Master. On the first and second days of my tour, I was so busy that I couldn't even dream of seeing the scenery of Odessa, the fourth largest city in the Russian Empire. The reason was simple. This was because it was necessary to pick up clues about the corruption that commonly occurs in areas far from the center. Although the reason I came here was to meet the future giant named Trotsky, it was an unavoidable choice, since the official purpose of the trip was to verify whether government policy related to Odessa grain exports was being followed correctly. I had a hard time figuring out if anything was missing from the ledger, and if the warehouse, which on paper was empty, was really in the same state as it was recorded. Of course, I didn't go through the documents one by one. It was the result of the efforts of the finance ministry officials who came with me. Let's keep it a secret that when we first heard they were looking for people to go on a business trip to Odessa with the Crown Prince, we were excited that it would be an escape from this vacation like hell. I still vividly remember the expressions on their faces on the train when I told them there would be a special reward for those who volunteered for this trip. It was literally a special gift. The catch was that the compensation was free and limited coffee during their stay in Odessa. Of course, since they were on a business trip voluntarily, they were slated to receive a special assignment, but the path they had to go through to obtain the fruits was not easy. Come to think of it, I've heard that Kafkanted is popular among officials of noble origin recently. It was a song composed by Bach of Germany, who had recently had an uneasy relationship with Korea, but it was rumored that now people fascinated by coffee often gather in their homes to listen to the performance. Originally, the Russian Empire had long developed a tea culture comparable to that of Great Britain, but recently there have been rumors that coffee culture is gradually spreading, centered in St. Petersburg. Although it was still a weak movement, it was definitely worth mentioning. In the long run, if tea drinking decreases and coffee drinking increases in Russia, there will definitely be a part of this process that I can take advantage of. We've heard from high-ranking people that their faces change when they have a cup of coffee, even though they seem to be carrying all the tiredness in the world. It's been said recently that even ordinary citizens have trouble cleaning up after boiling coffee in a samovar and drinking it. It was about that. I guess I'll have to go back and discuss this with the Minister of Finance. Knowing that the vodka monopoly system was implemented as part of Russia's efforts to secure tax revenue for monetary reform, I couldn't miss the opportunity to get money, the most necessary thing to reform the empire. Well, just think of jobs like this. Come to think of it, the weather is very nice today, isn't it, uncle? It seems that way, but when you walk, I hope you concentrate more on walking than on other thoughts, master. I decided to focus more on the setup I had created. The immature youngest son of an aristocratic family who arrived in Odessa for the first time in his life. Of course, not everything was smooth sailing. Not long ago, an unexpected accident occurred in Japan, and although it has been quiet lately, there was strong opposition to the populists being able to commit terrorism anytime, anywhere. Victor, who was standing behind me at the moment, was also the person who most opposed what I said. While I was on tour in Japan, the head of the escort department didn't receive any significant punishment, except that he took responsibility and resigned from his post upon his return. But even excluding that, it seemed to Victor that looking after my safety was more important than his own position. It took a lot of convincing. In the end, Peter the Great, the movement special I presented, yielded to my argument that I only did physical labor in countries that could be called enemy countries under the belief that it would strengthen the country. Of course, the story that Peter the Great traveled alone through the countries in secret is not true. By that time, everyone knew that wherever Peter went, he feared something might go wrong with him, and that he had multiple guards attached to him. But I couldn't denigrate the officially known accomplishments of the great emperor, so now I'm walking the streets of Odessa. I decided to enjoy a brief moment of freedom before my scheduled visit to St. Paul's School for this afternoon. Open your face. What beautiful scenery. The birds are singing and the flowers are blooming. I think I would feel more at ease if the person in front of me would put a little more thought into his position. I don't think there is anyone in the Russian Empire who knows their place better than I do. As we walked and argued like this, we realized that we had come to a street called Pokrovsky. Wait, Pokrovsky? That's a street name I've heard of before. What caught my attention, full of deja vu, was a child on the street, even though it was clearly time for the students to go to school. Teacher, let's finish for the day and head back. Wait. We can't just watch the child who will be responsible for the future of this country wandering the streets. If you can't guide even a child like this on the right path, how will you be able to rule the others? I could hear Victor sighing as he followed behind me, but my attention was focused on the boy who seemed to be the key to the deja vu I was feeling, as if I'd seen him somewhere before. Although he looked calm, he was a child who seemed to embody the word self-confidence and the arrogance of thinking adults are fools. Hello. I greeted him as casually as possible, but all I got in return was a curious look. When Victor saw that I was ignoring the greeting I gave him, I stopped him from approaching to discipline him and spoke to him again. Isn't this the time you should be at school and taking classes? Unless the school class schedules have changed without my knowledge. That's because you can't take classes, even if you go to school. The boy's blunt reply was unexpected. At best, I don't feel like going to school today. I thought it would be the same again, but I didn't really understand the response, that he was here because he couldn't take classes, even if he went to school. What do you mean? Is there any need to go to school when the school teachers who learned that His Highness the Crown Prince will be coming tonight have only been practicing how to behave instead of teaching classes since yesterday? Yesterday I thought I was a soldier. After hearing what the child said, I felt as if I had been hit with a hammer on the back of my head. I obviously told the school that there was no need to prepare any special events just because I was visiting, but it seemed the teachers were too loyal. In that sense, you could say that this child, who was now on the streets instead of in school, was a true model student. It was no different from rebelling just because he wanted to take the class. Recalling what happened in my past life, whenever the division commander said he would visit the unit, I felt sorry for the friend in front of me. Even if high-ranking people visit with good intentions, situations often arise where those below feel they would rather not come. Oh, that's a shame. Is that why you're here? Yes, but who are you? If you have a job, shouldn't you be working? The wariness in the boy's eyes still hadn't disappeared. As this friend said, it was true that I too looked like someone wandering the streets aimlessly while others were busy working. I was running away to avoid fools like you who are preoccupied with the most unnecessary things. Do high-ranking nobles like yourself worry about having to do something like that? The boy seemed to let his guard down a bit when I told him I was in a similar situation. Well, more like, high-ranking people are the ones who have to pay attention to the most tiring things in the world. But what about a high-ranking person? Are you talking about me? Did you think people wouldn't know you were wearing such nice clothes and walking with an escort at that moment, announcing, "I'm a high-ranking person"? For some reason, I thought people would move aside whenever they saw me while I was walking down the street, but it seemed I was so used to life as a crown prince that I overlooked the most basic things. I became even more interested in the boy who had a confident expression on his face that said, "You didn't know?" I thought it would be a good idea to end today's tour with a meeting with this boy. Oops, I got caught. On that note, I'd like to repay you today for telling me something I never thought of. Would you mind? I think I should ask the nanny first. I said I shouldn't carelessly accept something from an adult I don't know. When the childish response came, I couldn't hold back my laughter. This was because I felt that no matter how much I pretended to be an adult, I was still a child. Haha, of course. Do you live near here? Yes, this is where I'll be staying, so wait a moment. I stood up from the stairs I was sitting on and asked the boy whose back was turned as I went to ask permission. But can you tell me your name? My name is Bronstein. Lev Davidovich Bronstein. As the boy disappeared inside the door with those words left behind, I realized the identity of the deja vu I felt when I saw the name of this street. Victor looked at me with concern, and I froze as soon as I heard the boy's name, but my mind was filled with the name I had just heard. Bronstein, Trotsky's real name. Besides, the street I lived on when I went to school in Odessa was called Pokrovsky, right? It seems my decision to go for a walk today wasn't wrong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 42. The reason Trotsky, or rather Bronstein, wanted to ask his nurse's permission was simple. This was because he was currently living far from my parents. Bronstein's parents, who were wealthy farmers and very interested in their children's education, sent him to the apartment where his mother's cousin lived in Odessa when he reached the age to receive an education. This was because they wanted their son to study in a freer environment than in the countryside, to see many things, and to have a broad outlook. But it won't work if you pretend to know this even before hearing it. After all, he probably now thinks of me as a nobleman who seems to have nothing to do, like himself, whom he stumbled upon while avoiding the useless work being done at school. I myself had planned to visit Trotsky's school under the pretext of wanting to meet him and see the educational field, but this kind of encounter was unexpected. It even occurred to me that some invisible force of fate had brought us together here, but I quickly shook my head. No matter how many opportunities are provided, only those who are already prepared can take that hand. If you don't have your own efforts and abilities, even if countless opportunities are presented to you, you will let them pass you by without even realizing that good fortune has come your way. Unfortunately for me, I had confidence that I wouldn't let this moment that had come to me go to waste. However, I thought I should first resolve a question I had before Bronstein came down. Victor, I have something to ask you. Yes, sir. Me. Do you look old enough to be called uncle? Although I'm only 24, I smoothed down my bangs for no reason. I definitely felt that the M-shaped hair loss, which is a tradition of the Romanov royal family, hadn't become serious yet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the wind was passing through me for no reason. That's my opinion, but I think it's more about the atmosphere you give off, or the tone of your words than your appearance. Sometimes I find it hard to believe you're 24 years old. Oh, I see. Fortunately, he Well, he's that handsome. Of course, I think if you were truly an adult, you wouldn't have walked like that. Nikolai seemed to be older than he looked due to his habits and mood that had merged with mine. Although he was a person who didn't know much about the world until he was dethroned by the Russian Revolution, that doesn't change the fact that he was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Besides, it seems he's accepted the assessment of what he's done by merging with me. While I was talking to Victor, blaming Nikolai for my presbyopia, the hero of the day appeared again. Nanny said she has to go to school in an hour or two, so I guess we can talk here until then. What is it you want to do? You mean at your house? Yes. Would you like to come inside? Well, of course. However, since I said I'd treat you as usual, let's keep this promise between us. Don't keep your promise until tomorrow at the latest, I assured Bronston, but his face didn't show much confidence in me. The house I entered after following the boy was clean. Although it didn't exude extravagance, the carefully arranged furniture and floor seemed to indicate that the owner of this room was someone with some leisurely means. It may be in poor condition compared to your uncle's mansion, but please come in. Thank you, but haven't you often heard from your friends that you speak bluntly? A friend? Boys in the same class are all idiots. When we talked among ourselves, we couldn't bear the frustration. Then wouldn't it have been better to consult adults like you? After hearing what I said, Bronston sighed and opened his mouth with a look in his eyes that showed he didn't expect much from me. It's the same for adults too. Every time I say something, they just treat me like a child and tell me I don't need to know yet. So what can I advise them on? Trotsky, famous for his bad temper, seemed to have an unusual personality from a young age. I could tell from the way he behaved like that, even after he immediately said that he realized I was a nobleman. I see. Then can you tell me what other adults said that way? Of course, for me it was an opportunity to prove that I'm different from them, since he was dissatisfied with other adults. Bronston seemed a little hesitant when he asked my question. It seemed he felt pressured to answer my questions when he first met me today. Rather, since I'm you, wouldn't there be a key to resolve your curiosity? Other adults have seen you for a long time, but since I met you for the first time today, I have no preconceived notions about you. As if encouraged by my persuasion, the boy began to confess questions he had asked others many times and only received answers that bordered on the ridiculous. I have doubts, because what I saw and felt here in person seems different from what I learned in school. In school, they say that a nation united as one people is the true path forward, and that powerful means can be mobilized to achieve it. But what I felt was that a country with more diverse people was more powerful. Wouldn't it be easier to overcome obstacles in a country where diverse people have diverse thoughts? Right now, Odessa is a city where many different ethnic groups live side by side. The sentences the boy uttered without hesitation allowed me to gauge how much thought the boy had given this topic. As I watched Bronston, who mustered the courage to share his concerns with me, I felt the need to slightly revise my initial thoughts. Before entering this house, I thought I would have to force the 12-year-old boy to go in the direction I wanted, rather than trying to persuade him. Perhaps I too had similar thoughts to the others. After some brief reflection, I first asked a question to give to the boy who was waiting for an answer. That's an interesting idea. That makes sense. Since there is no single answer to the problems facing a group called a nation, various ideas from various groups can be helpful in deriving answers. But from another perspective, wouldn't it actually be an obstacle in an urgent situation where the problem must be solved immediately? What situation are you talking about? Bronston seemed excited to see an adult taking what he was saying seriously for the first time. For example, what if, in the middle of a battle, the soldiers who are supposed to execute your orders think differently? Of course, this is a very extreme example, so let's skip it. However, in these chaotic times, if our country has to go through a long discussion process, while other countries quickly unify their national opinions and take action, wouldn't we sometimes end up in a very disadvantageous situation? The child who asked my question seemed lost in thought. I looked at that figure and continued speaking. Of course, it's not that I don't know the value of various groups. I just think they need a border to unite them. So what's the border you're thinking of? I looked at the boy, raised the corners of my mouth and smiled, then answered. Of course you're loyal to the Tsar, aren't you? As they used to say in school, instead of covering up the uniqueness of various ethnic groups with the name of the Russian ethnicity, if you're loyal to the Tsar, no matter who you are, or what religion you belong to, you're Russian. I think we need an attitude that allows us to say that. What I said was an idea that could run off in a dangerous direction if I wasn't careful. However, it was also an attitude that had to be adopted to quickly transform today's Russia into a country that can weather the storms of the times to come. After hearing my reply, Bronstein didn't react immediately, but instead seemed to be thinking about what I said. Somehow, what I said wouldn't be interpreted if viewed solely from a nationalist perspective, so it seemed difficult for him, who was still only 12 years old, to understand. Of course, we also need policies for those who are marginalized in the process. As you said, in the process of collecting people's opinions, there will inevitably be voices that are ignored. However, I believe that it is not my responsibility to create such a society, but the responsibility of a generation like yours who will lead Russia in the future. Industrialization and reform may sound good, but to achieve these two words, sacrifices like the blood and tears of the people were inevitable. Just as democracy grows by feeding on blood, there was no way that changing a country's constitution would not come at a price. And those sacrifices were the burden that politicians like me had to carry. Although it may be possible to build a country that is richer and stronger than others of my generation, it is possible that in the next generation, we will not succeed in creating a country where everyone benefits, and a country where everyone can live well. At first, my goal was simply to prevent the communist revolution and survive, but the longer I lived in this organization, the stronger my attachment to the country of Russia became. This influence was not simply caused by Nikolai, because it is something I swore to do from the day I met Ivan in Samara. However, for the boy who was still 12 years old, the fact that recognized seemed to be more important than the hidden meaning of my previous words. Well, that might be possible. If there's something the adults are missing, I'll have no choice but to supplement it. Is it comforting just to hear what you say? So, do you have any other questions besides that? Do you know the word pogrom? When I was asked this question, I knew what was coming. Pogrom. A word that symbolizes a deep-rooted anti-Semitism not only in the Russian Empire but throughout Europe. However, it seemed to me that the time to answer this question had been somewhat delayed. I'm very sorry, but I'll get better. Now it's time to go to school. Ah, it's about time. Already? But you still have enough time to answer my questions, don't you? It was Bronstein who caught me, but I stood up and spoke while putting on the warm clothes Victor had brought me. I'm sorry, but I guess I have to go too. Although I may seem like a person with nothing to do, I'm one of the busiest people in the Russian Empire. But I think I can promise you one more thing. What's that? I spoke meaningfully, looking at the boy's dissatisfied face. I also plan to go to your school this afternoon. Let's talk about what we couldn't talk about later. That's all. Please. As I walked out the door, leaving the screaming boy behind, Victor said to me, sometimes I really don't understand your bad taste. If you can't enjoy these things, how can you endure such a frustrating life? I couldn't help but laugh as I imagined the look on Bronstein's face tonight. Chapter 43. The walk back to the official residence was a less free ride than the first time I'd gone for a walk. The fact that I had come to Odessa was spread to some extent when the headmaster of St. Paul's School had his students practice welcoming me. Terrorism against nobles and high-ranking officials by anti-government forces still occurred frequently in local areas, so it was unavoidable considering my safety. I wanted to climb the Richelieu steps on my way back, but it turned out to be a pity. On the way back in the carriage with the guards sent from the city hall, Victor, who heard what I said, looked at my expression and said as if he felt sorry for the headmaster, "It seems my friend's efforts to impress your majesty will have the opposite effect. I only hope the blessings of the saints will fall upon the headmaster. There are times when you clearly show that you consider me a very vicious person. Do I look like the kind of person who gets angry over something like this?" This was possible because Victor was by my side, highly appreciating my ability to complete the Lenin-related work well, and my ability to handle the work I had done so far. Of course, despite this difference in status, a somewhat comfortable relationship between them was not common, but it was the result of the combination of Victor's unique smile and modern 21st century awareness that remained in my mindset. Furthermore, no matter what happens, the stress relief through these relationships cannot be ignored. A situation in which everyone around you is either a subject or an enemy will place an enormous burden on a person's psychology. This disloyal subject has once again disrespected your majesty. Please forgive me with a generous heart. I no longer even ask for sin. Fortunately, after arriving at the residence without incident, I made thorough revisions of the speech I would give at tonight's event. Since I was already able to organize my thoughts to some extent during the afternoon meeting, it didn't take long for me to put on my uniform and comb my hair. When I arrived at the school, I was greeted by children who presented me with bouquets of flowers and a military band. The children's disciplined behavior and smiling expressions seemed to indicate the effort they had put in over the past 2 days. It reminds me of the division commander's inauguration ceremony. After a moment of reflection, I found myself waiting for a conversation with the principal, who seemed to have been impatiently awaiting my visit. Glory of the Russian Empire. It is an honor beyond words to have your majesty visit our school. A welcoming event will also be held at the student gathering place, so we'll take them there. I'd like to thank you very much for your generous hospitality. When I see the students in action, I think it shows how much they've practiced. Should I say it's like a well-trained soldier? It must have been a big deal for you to prepare for my visit to this extent. Haha, it was something I had to do. I'm more than happy to know that your majesty is well. The idea of making subordinates suffer to impress those in authority was more apparent in the 19th century. This is because the caste system was still firmly in place. What he overlooked, however, was that he didn't know that I actually disliked these events. I said, looking at the headmaster who was wearing a smile that was different from the smiles the students were making. No, what I meant was that the students must have gone through a difficult time. Students who are still young must have practiced a lot to be able to move so much. What do you mean? The headmaster fell silent, as if he sensed something odd about what I said. In fact, the perception he had was the closest to a minority in the current era. Even in the UK, it had only been 50 years since children were banned from working in mines. As the perception that children are the labor force is still dominant in rural Russia, it can be said that the students here are in a more blessed environment than most children. It means that a student-like appearance suits students better than a disciplined soldier-like appearance. When I walked past the headmaster, who was pondering the meaning of what I said, and stepped onto the podium, where the students were gathered, the surroundings fell silent. The moment everyone stood silently, waiting for me to open my mouth, a sound similar to a child's scream pierced the silence. Oh. What? Who is it? Quiet. The person responsible for that noise was none other than Bronstein, who had been speaking to me just that afternoon. When he discovered that I, whom he thought was just a person with nothing to do with the crown prince, he seemed to be surprised without realizing it. As evidence, his right hand was raised to the position of his shoulder. From the looks of it, he seemed to stop just before he started pointing at me, using instinct instead of his head. Is it Bronstein? That guy's acting very proud, but what is he doing? It seemed that the perception the children around us had of our dear little friend wasn't very positive. I could see the boy's face turn red when he heard noises around him. It was amusing to see the headmaster's face twist at the commotion that occurred before the speech began, but I decided to rescue Bronstein from his deception. The only flaw he had was that I didn't reveal my identity. Nice to meet you all. I'm Nicholas, the Crown Prince of the Russian Empire, the country in which you live. The adults, including the teachers, who heard the beginning of the speech seemed surprised, probably because the tone was too polite. It would have gone unheard that the Crown Prince, who was no ordinary nobleman, was speaking to a group of people who were also children of commoners. Fortunately, when the attention of those listening focused on me, the sharp glances that had been falling on our poor Bronstein disappeared. I continued speaking, after seeing the boy who had been ducking his head look at me again. Many people will wonder why I came here to Odessa, not to a factory or a port, but to a school here. The reason is simple. Because you are the precious people who will support our future Russian Empire. Some might say, if children are encouraged to work in industrial or agricultural fields, production can double. However, this is only short-sighted. I paused for a moment, took a sip of water at the podium, looked at the audience, and continued speaking. Because you have infinite potential. What a great loss it would be if a person who, with the proper education, could invent a machine that could double productivity in the future, lost that potential by being forced to perform simple labor. In that regard, I decided to visit not only factories, farms, ports that import and export goods, and train stations that transport these goods, but also schools that can be said to be at the forefront of the educational field here. It will. When he finished speaking, applause broke out. However, there seemed to be only a small number of students who were sincerely applauding because they understood what he was saying and were impressed. The majority were simply following the lead of the teachers who controlled them from the sidelines. I raised my hand in response, and when the audience fell silent, I began to say what I had prepared to say today. However, this is not the only reason that brought me to this position. I believe that you, who will contribute to creating this society in the future, should also be aware of the dark side that our Russian Empire has today. Have you ever heard of the term pogrom? When I mentioned the word pogrom, everyone except the children, who seemed to know nothing, flashed instantly. Because it was the same madness that swept through Odessa 11 years ago. They seem to still remember what happened then. If you look up the word pogrom in the dictionary, you'll find it means persecution. However, the meaning hidden in this word is more sinister than that, and contains the truth about something that has been going on for a long time. Pogrom means violence against a group called Jews. I paused for a moment to see what Bronstein was like. However, contrary to what I feared, it didn't seem like a huge shock to someone who hadn't had much of a Jewish identity since childhood. The history of this violence is so deep and wide that it's hard to trace its roots. Of course, it's true that Jews are a group that isn't very welcome not only in our country, but in most other countries as well. However, I will not use that as an excuse to justify the pogrom that occurred here today. This is not just my opinion, it is an issue on which my father and the church leader also share the same opinion. Indeed, when a large-scale pogrom broke out in the southern region from April to December 1881, my father and the then head of the church service made efforts to control it. Of course, this was not because they were kind to the Jews, but due to a sense of crisis that this eruption of violence might increasingly turn toward the government. As a result, that summer, Pobedonostsev ordered the clergy of the southern region to crack down on violence against Jews. In the words of Ignatiev, whose father was also Minister of the Interior at the time, the Tsar was one of the causes of the pogroms of that time. He clarified that the rumor that he ordered the killing of the Jews was not true. There is no doubt that the pogrom that occurred in 1881 was caused by those instigated by those vicious populists. But is the reason these things keep happening simply because someone instigated them, or because we hate Jews? My thoughts are a little different. Modern research into the causes of pogroms has revealed that a number of complex factors were at play, but today I intended to highlight only one of them. Sometimes, instead of simply conveying the facts, it was necessary for politicians to select and speak only about the parts they needed. I think there are many among you who think that dialogue with Jews is not being conducted properly. This is not because they have different ways of thinking, but because they literally do not communicate through language. They have not lived in our land for a long time, but the reality is that the majority still speak their own language, Yiddish, not Russian. In fact, according to a survey conducted in 1897, only 100,000 of the 5.2 million Jews living in Russia spoke Russian. Furthermore, even those who live in a rented house, rather than their own, consider it natural to follow the rules set by the landlord. However, they are walking the path of life keeping their own traditions, such as the Sabbath, instead of trying to live integrated with us. Considering this situation, some might say that Jews are not Russian. But this way of thinking is erroneous. I took another sip of water and deliberately paused, because I knew that sometimes a speech punctuated by a bit of silence is more effective than a continuous storm of words. If they live on Russian soil and are loyal to the Tsar, they are also Russians. Although their actions may be wrong, if they are loyal to their country and fulfill their duties, Jews can also be considered members of our proud Russian Empire. And we must guide their assimilation into society by being calm and patient with them, as we would treat students like yourselves, instead of using violence against them. What he was saying was close to nationalism. One could say it is an idea as dangerous as nationalism if carried out too unbridledly, but given the nature of the Russian Empire, this was the only path it could choose. If we choose nationalism, we would have to spit out not only Finland and Poland, but also Central Asia and the Middle East among our territories. Furthermore, a political system like democracy makes no sense considering the current state of the Russian Empire. This is because there was almost no citizen class, which is an essential element of democracy. I couldn't have hastily predicted the domino effect that would occur when the speech I'm giving now spread. This is because it's difficult to predict how this idea will be viewed not only in the immediate debate among Russian intellectuals, but also in other countries. However, the fortunate thing was that I had already controlled the religious and noble circles that would react most violently. We must move forward. We will advance together with those from the Far East, here in Odessa and throughout Russia. We will advance while maintaining the attitude that a person can be called Russian if they are loyal to the Tsar. It doesn't matter what race or religion they have. And you will have a future job of silencing the noise behind our path. The speech ended with the previous words, but there was no applause like before. A moment in which there was only silence. Clap, clap, clap. Among the stunned people, Bronstein was the only one who applauded. Chapter 44. The strange silence that filled this space didn't last long. As Bronstein's applause continued, as if a small crack had broken in a dam, other people realized they hadn't responded even after the Crown Prince's speech, and showed an enthusiastic response. Still, I wonder how many of them received this speech properly. To reward them, I stepped down from the podium and sat in the prepared seat, cutting the picture of a generous ruler responding to his loyal subjects. I think it was too difficult to give a speech before a crowd composed mostly of teenagers, Your Highness. Besides, I don't think it was very appropriate to do so at an event like this. Victor, who was behind me to protect me, whispered to me. When I heard that, I was curious to know what he thought of that way. Did you understand everything in my speech? I'm only your sword and shield. It is not advisable for a tool to try to find out what its owner is thinking. In fact, I replied with a smile as I watched Victor turn around and say, I didn't understand everything I said. Rather, it's something I was able to say, because it was a situation like this. Since he seemed to be misunderstanding, I decided to give him a little more clue. If I say it here, won't the words I say spread explosively like dynamite exploding, but like pigment quietly seeping into river water? For discussions on these topics, continuity is more important than volatility. Although there is a lot of interest in my every move, not many people would pay attention to a speech before students at a school like this where it's not a large-scale event. To some extent, this was something I induced, but considering that most newspapers only briefly reported the content as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince encouraged students to be talented people who will take charge of the future, I thought I'd add some numbers so that the content of the speech would spread little by little. It was necessary to write. As this speech spreads, there will be a debate between extreme nationalists and those who sympathize with what I said. Furthermore, the same applies not only to our Russia, but to other countries as well. The nationalists I'm talking about here are not limited to Slavists. This included Jews in the early days of Zionism as a result of the pogroms of 1880 and 1881, as well as nationalists in other regions such as Poland. The same is true for other European regions. I think the nobility and the religious community will react in some way sooner or later. They'll be much more interested in your thoughts than someone like me. Even if that were the case, I wonder if there's still anything they could do. Pobedonostsev, their leader, must already be atoning for what he did in the Far East. By now, conservative aristocrats and the religious community aren't something that causes me much concern. After the overthrow of the last clan head, the nobles were on their knees, not even knowing what kind of weapon was pointed at them, and the sacred servant I'd replaced as clan head was already in my hands. But it's astonishing. A combination of Pobedonostsev and an ordinary farmer. A recent report from Morana, who had been sent to accompany him, was that he carried a prisoner he met in the penal colony with him wherever he went. The full text was somewhat shocking, even stating that the relationship between the two sometimes resembled that of a teacher and student. This was because he remembered his past perception of commoners. It seems their past experiences have influenced their values. The event didn't end after my speech. It was a dull moment, but the ceremony proceeded as planned, and after all the scheduled events concluded, the director's efforts to impress me were impressive. I decided to invite someone to the dinner. Come to think of it, I heard there's a student in this school who's so good at studying that he's rumored to be a genius. Would you mind taking a look? The headmaster looked embarrassed after hearing what I said. It seemed like he was being rude to me in his speech just now, and was worried about my usual behavior. But what can you do? The headmaster had no choice from the start, as he was in a position where he had to say no to me despite me saying I wanted to see him. Just call Bronstein over to cry and eat mustard. However, it seemed like the teachers had put a lot of emphasis on precautions just before they were dismissed, because I could feel the deep exhaustion on the face of the boy I met again. Your Highness, this student is one of our school's most outstanding talents. That was a truly impressive speech, Your Majesty. Really? Despite his efforts, the Jewish boy interrupted the headmaster and began to explain how he felt about my speech. It was something I had never learned in books or at school, but it was a time to see what His Majesty thinks. I still don't know how to summarize it, but after hearing His Majesty's speech, I feel as if something is boiling inside me. Bronstein's student said, I understand that you were impressed by His Majesty's speech, so calm down a bit also. When His Majesty declared, all who are loyal to the Tsar are Russians, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. The headmaster seemed uneasy as he looked between Bronstein and me, but I was able to listen to the boy's rant with a happy heart, as this appearance displayed by my little friend was the purpose of my coming to Odessa. It's surprising that what I said made you feel that way. In fact, as I was preparing for the speech, I was worried whether any student would really understand what I meant. But the fact that there are excellent students like you means the future of our Russian Empire is bright. When I displayed an attitude that could be considered generous, the headmaster sighed in relief and then opened his mouth with his trademark smile. At St. Paul's School, we work hard to develop students with diverse perspectives. Bronstein is also a student I paid special attention to. Your Majesty feels this way. I can't control my joy, because it seems my past efforts weren't in vain. As I watched the headmaster try to spoon feed him, I found him to be quite a nice person. Because it's better to have someone who displays a certain aspect in this way than someone who is different from each other. But that was about it. After expressing my desire to speak with Bronstein alone, although I felt sorry for the headmaster's drooping shoulders, we began to talk seriously. Once the third person disappeared, I was able to talk about what happened that afternoon without any pressure. Okay, at this rate, you can say I've kept the promise I made earlier, can't I? The boy seemed embarrassed when I told him about the meeting I had today. It seems he realized that his attitude and words at home were exceedingly rude. Well, Your Highness, what I did earlier was, if you think of it that way, it's no different from deceiving you, so let's end it with a tie. By the way, I want to show you the expression you made earlier, but it's very sad. Afterward, as they spoke to each other in a much calmer atmosphere, Bronstein seemed to have a question. Well, may I ask why you're showing me such kindness? Of course, because you're one of the greatest enemies I'll face in the future. Since I couldn't answer, I said what I had prepared beforehand. As I said before, it's because I highly value the potential you all have. I've decided that you, among others, are a particularly excellent person and worthy of my attention, and so I'd like to know if you have any plans to come to St. Petersburg. Street. Petersburg? Yes, you may have seen it in the article, but we've recently been gathering excellent talents from all over Russia in the capital, and I believe you are qualified as well. The boy seemed unable to regain his senses from the sweet words I spoke to him. He seemed unable to control his joy at being acknowledged by a person who had tremendous influence on his values. But for this, I first need to obtain your parents' permission. As someone who has become a noble, I can't take you with me without asking your parents' opinions, right? If it's alright with you, I'd like to send a telegram containing the information related above to your parents. Would that be alright? Of course, I swear on my honor that your family will not suffer any disadvantages in this process. Of course. I'm honored that your majesty has such expectations for me. I will do my best to ensure that your majesty is not disappointed. Thank you. I plan to stay in Odessa for a few more days, so let's call your parents in the meantime. Unlike Stalin, who used financial aspects and a stable life as bait due to his surroundings, my judgment seemed correct in that Trotsky could be placed in a place where my eyes could reach, satisfying his desire for fame. Of course, I could have solved the problem more easily if I had used the power I had without going through this cumbersome process, but if I had, I wouldn't have seen this kind of willful behavior. I again looked at Bronstein with a parent's gaze as he spoke excitedly about an impressive part of his previous speech. Wait a minute, does this mean that Stalin and Trotsky have been together since childhood? It was unclear what kind of appearance the two, who had not been on good terms in history, would display, but I decided to think of it as a small joy to face in the future. Please grow fast and healthy, like the main beam that will support the future Russian Empire. The people waiting for me when I returned to St. Petersburg after my long short visit to Odessa were children who had been brought here under the lie that they had received a report from the director. However, Bronstein could not be present. It was unfortunate that the meeting between Stalin and Trotsky took place on a different day than today, as his parents expressed a desire to spend time with their son, face to face, and encourage him before he went to St. Petersburg. The meeting with the children at the Winter Palace was close to a flood of tears. Even the children who had not felt the reality of the fact that the Crown Prince personally helped them when no one else had paid attention, or helped them, seemed to realize it when they saw me in person. Your Highness. Thank you very much. No. As someone who claims to be the protector of the people, I regret not being able to pay attention to you sooner. After thanking him, I don't know how many times, I was looking for Dzyugashvili, the purpose of this event. Fortunately, I was able to find out who it was without much difficulty. This was because among the children sobbing with emotion, I was able to find a boy whose eyes burned with will instead of tears. Does it mean that those who left their mark on history were different from their childhood? Thinking about what I had felt several times until now, I decided to approach him and tell him what I had prepared as a surprise gift. Chapter 45. Greeting Dzyugashvili in Georgian was a minor act. It was just a cheerful greeting to make a good first impression on him, who had shown nationalist tendencies in his early days. I was embarrassed to see how Dzyugashvili's face paled when he heard me say goodbye in Georgian. Was my pronunciation wrong? Or was this actually meant as an insult in Georgian? I couldn't help feeling even more embarrassed when the boy suddenly knelt in front of me while I was thinking about the cause. No, why is he doing this? I don't know what you've heard about me, but I'm Russian, not Georgian. Although the pronunciation was somewhat clumsy and sounded stiff, the words that came out of the boy's mouth were clearly Russian. As I listened to Dzyugashvili's desperate cries, it seemed to me that there must have been a misunderstanding between us. I thought only of Stalin, who was recorded in history books, and I thought the boy in front of me had the same values as Stalin's childhood, and Dzyugashvili criticized the system that forced the use of Russian in school. He seemed to think I was being sarcastic for his critical attitude. I thought I should first clear up his misunderstanding. Of course, I know very well that you are a loyal subject of my father, His Majesty Alexander III. It seems there was some misunderstanding. When I personally lifted the kneeling boy, not only the children around him, but also the servants looked surprised. I continued speaking, paying no attention to my surroundings. Greeting in Georgian meant nothing. I was just trying to sweeten our first meeting with words I thought you would feel more comfortable with, since you are from Georgia. I have never denied that you are Russian. Since the conversation took place in an official setting, the tone was too stiff to be considered a conversation with a child, but it couldn't be helped. Besides, I couldn't launch into a tirade about what are the limits that define a Russian in a situation like this. Fortunately, the concern on Zugashvili's face seemed to have disappeared to some extent. Since I helped him up and even gave him words close to confirmation, he seemed to sense that what I was thinking was wrong. Of course, Your Majesty, I can safely say that my loyalty to the Russian Empire and the Tsar is greater than that of anyone else. Hahaha, of course it is. I hope that the education you receive in the future will give you results commensurate with your patriotism. His mother's passion for education and love for her children were very impressive. Please show me that you are not ashamed of your mother's name. Of course. I will make sure that Your Majesty is not disappointed. I'm deeply aware of the significance of this opportunity provided by Your Majesty. I thought that was enough, nodded, and moved on to the next person waiting to greet me. This was because I thought that if I went too far in my conversation with Zugashvili, the people around me would think I was unnatural. Besides, other children may bully the boy who received special treatment from the crown prince out of jealousy and envy. Of course, I didn't think that Zugashvili, who had been placed in a group under an older man in his hometown, would be easily defeated, but wouldn't it be better to avoid unnecessary conflict? But I could feel the eyes of those around me focusing on the boy who had already attracted attention by the act of kneeling. The excitement in their eyes was mostly one of interest, but a few quick-witted children seemed to realize that Zugashvili had left his stamp on me. Did you enjoy the dictators watching the people under them compete for loyalty? I had no intention of allowing the officials under my command to squander their administrative power vying for my loyalty, but I didn't think it necessary to personally intervene in incidents that could be called so cute. If I even touched on something like this, it would have an even more counterproductive effect. With the boy in front of me who, without fail, shed tears as soon as he saw my face, I was thinking about how long it would take for the speech I gave last time in Odessa to spread throughout Russia. What we talked about that day clearly revealed what we could gain and what we would lose as a result. The greatest gain is that we can take a step back to some extent from the complex question of the Balkan Peninsula. In this way we can alleviate at least some of the enormous financial burden that will arise from the Balkans. Even in the 21st century, the Balkan Peninsula, once called the world's powder keg, is no different today, as Bismarck assessed, from an active volcano spewing smoke that could lead to the destruction of all of Europe at any moment. One of the causes of the Sarajevo incident, which immediately led to the First World War, was Serbian nationalists, and it was the stage for the Balkan Wars, which could be considered a precursor to the First World War. But conversely, the greatest thing that stands to be lost is the inevitable reduction of influence over the three countries of the Balkan Peninsula. At that time in 1892, Russia's influence over Bulgaria, Serbia, and Romania, representative countries located on the Balkan Peninsula, was eclipsed by that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The relationship has become uneasy due to my father's interference in Bulgaria's internal affairs and his refusal to recognize Ferdinand, who founded the empire, Austro-Hungarian. And as long as Stefan Stambolov is Bulgarian Prime Minister, it is far from possible to restore relations, because he is anti-Russian and nationalist. In the original story, relations were restored in 1894, when Ferdinand first extended a hand of reconciliation by forcing Stambolov to resign, but it remained to be seen whether this would continue. Due to the things I've done from Japan until now, ripples were already spreading across the Still Lake. In this situation, it was not good to be optimistic that history would unfold as expected. Serbia is under strong Habsburg influence, having received support from the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the last Serbia-Bulgaria war, and Romania is also disappointed with Russia for not supporting the uprising that occurred in eastern Romania in 1885. I got it. There was also the reaction of extreme nationalists, who were strongly influenced by Pan-Slavism, which had long been widespread in society. From their point of view, my words, "If you are loyal to the Tsar, you are Russian," would be considered plausible, because you belong to the Romanov family with mixed Germanic blood. Besides, the problem is that Slavs are not the only nationalists who will object to what I have said. When I thought about how my words would be received by the numerous ethnic minorities within the Russian Empire, it seemed to me that I had a long way to go. It was even considered that one of the causes of the Sarajevo incident was the radical actions of Serbian nationalists, who believed that independence could never be achieved if the crown prince, who had developed a plan for a United States of Austria in advance, became emperor. At least from now on I won't be able to walk around with just 1 or 2 bodyguards, as I did in Odessa. Not only populists, but also extreme nationalists from every ethnic group, will be added to the list of those seeking my life. However, my expectation was that extremists would naturally be ostracized in the process. The Black Hand, a group of Serbian nationalists mentioned above, also caused the Sarajevo incident because they were concerned that, if this type of inclusive policy continues, fewer people will agree with their views. If there is any hope for resolving the problems of earning a living and the discrimination they face, because people tend not to listen to extreme opinions, it was clear that staying away from violent radical organizations would be chosen. In the process, we will have to try not to get carried away by the wind of crazy nationalism that will soon blow across Europe. Extreme nationalism is also a problem faced by all countries currently located in Europe. To some extent, each government encouraged this, but it was also because they were not yet aware of the tragedy such madness would bring. Only after the Holocaust, which sparked the crazy idea that our people were superior and destined to dominate other peoples, was a cautious view of the world accepted. Nationalism. If you think about it this way, it's necessary to somewhat make the Russian Empire's strange obsession with Constantinople disappear. Although the Ottoman Empire was reduced to a lunchbox containing one meal even for the seemingly enormous Russian Empire, our country now needed time to consolidate internally and strengthen its internal stability rather than expand externally. I certainly thought I had passed through several gates and overcome obstacles after possessing this body, but looking at the path unfolding before my eyes, I could only sigh. Furthermore, we had to prepare in advance options for the strategy we would adopt in the upcoming conflict between the Qing dynasty and Japan on the Korean peninsula. Although there was no guarantee that the Sino-Japanese War would occur as in the original story, a conflict between the Qing dynasty and Japan over the Korean peninsula was inevitable. The only course of action for Japan, whose finances were already insufficient and was further pressured by this, was to supply funds through other countries. Furthermore, there was no way the Qing dynasty would tolerate the Korean peninsula, which was closely connected to Manchuria, the spiritual home and heart of the Isingaka imperial family, would abandon its sphere of influence. So even if the Donghak peasant movement hadn't existed, a confrontation between the two countries would still have occurred at some point. If you think about it simply, there might be a way to support the Qing dynasty. In that case, we had to consider the possibility that the Qing dynasty, emboldened by its victory over Japan, might not agree to the demands we put forward. The reason the Qing dynasty gave Russia rights such as the right to build a railway in Manchuria was because of the Qing dynasty's desperate efforts to find a reliable ally after its defeat in the Sino-Japanese War. Furthermore, the Qing dynasty's perception of Russia was so poor that, even if we were to approach the Qing dynasty now, it was unclear whether they would easily accept the conditions we proposed. It is best for the conflict between the two countries to drag on for as long as possible, rather than for one side to win unilaterally and dwindle to a state where the other side is just waiting to surrender first. Alternatively, a third way to provide support to Joseon was worth considering. It was an attractive option considering that King Gojin was close to Karel Weber, the current Russian consul to Joseon, and that he was training a champion to represent Russia's interests in the Far East. But the problem is that if this happens, Great Britain, which considers Japan its champion, will definitely intervene, and the United States will not sit idly by. I should have met Dugashvili, whom I had already set my sights on. Since it was a meeting I wasn't interested in, I was able to think about other things without pressure, but I felt my worries growing, rather than being resolved. Chapter 46. Duman, who lives in the Simirachai region, wasn't very happy with what was happening recently in his area. September arrived, with the stifling heat passing, and cool winds blowing slowly, but it wasn't a good time for the descendants of the wind, who lived according to the customs of free nomads like themselves. This was because, due to the laziness of the settlers who had to work hard to harvest grain on their behalf, they could literally only obtain enough food to survive. Under normal circumstances, they would have been able to exchange grain with the animals they hunted, or the sheep they raised, but since last year, with the exception of food distributed through the Governor General of Turkestan, even individual transactions are restricted. Furthermore, Slavs have recently infiltrated here. If their numbers increase, it will not be good for our clan. In my heart, I wanted to joyfully burn down the settlement my friends and I were building, but when I thought about the general government and the Russian Empire behind the immigrants, my mind was filled only with the sinister future that would follow. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the number of clans growing cotton, as recommended by the Governor General, was increasing lately. When it became known that those who followed the general government's policy received more grain rations than those who didn't, voices gradually arose from within the clan to which Duman belonged, asking if it would be a good idea to follow the government's policy. Looking at the traitors who had abandoned their pride and self-respect as nomads, Duman felt something warm grow inside him. They are not wolves, but dogs, or, rather, hunting dogs. They turn upside down and wag their tails in front of their owners. It is no different from a stray dog that has forgotten its roots in hunting prey on the vast plains with physical strength. Bastards. Fortunately, today was the day the adult males of his clan gathered for a meeting, so Duman was able to suppress his anger more than usual. From what he heard, it seemed like it was a large-scale meeting not only for Duman's clan, but also for other surrounding clans, so he hurried his horse. Although it was unlikely that any significant measures would come from this meeting, he still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this meeting will determine the course of action towards those with different religions, languages, and races. Duman reasoned that, since the meeting was held near Lake Borkash, the faces of the countrymen he met along the way were bright. Of course, among them, we could find some who practiced cotton farming, just as the general government recommended. As I followed the road, urging the horse I was riding, I realized that I was getting closer to the meeting place. Because the number of yurts around was twice as many as usual. A welcoming voice echoed in Duman's ears as he dismounted his horse under the control of those holding it, and walked toward the largest yurt in front. Two men. What is this? You're the last one. I thought you weren't coming. Aiden. How long has it been since this? How have you been? Thanks to Allah's blessings, nothing bad has happened so far. Duman's thoughts disappeared for a moment when he reunited with Aiden, a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. The two walked to the yurt where the meeting was taking place and began to resolve any issues that had accumulated between them. So, your eldest son is 16 now? I can say I'm a full-fledged adult now. I'll feel at ease. Do you remember that too? You're better than me, yes. In fact, I was so busy recently that my wife scolded me for being a father who didn't even remember my son's age. Seeing his friend respond with a bitter smile, Duman's mind suddenly returned to the past. Even back when they were teenagers, they had promised each other to ride horses together and go to the ends of the earth. But as they watched his friend's shoulders sag under the weight of those they were responsible for, it seemed as if the age of nomads was coming to an end. To rid himself of these gloomy thoughts, Duman comforted his friend in a somewhat cheerful tone. Even so, what's the point of not being kicked out of the house? That's why I stopped you when you said you were getting married. Death and marriage should be postponed as long as possible. This is my creed. So you're not married yet? Ha ha ha. That actually makes sense. You were always free. Duman patted his smiling friend on the back and continued speaking. It would be perfect if this meeting only decided the policy regarding the Slavs. As you know, these bastards have been invading the land where we live recently. Besides, we need firm measures now that the number of our countrymen who are fooled by what the Governor General says is increasing. He confided his usual thoughts to his friend, but strangely, Aiden's expression upon hearing the story didn't seem to match Duman's words. Duman, who thought his friend was thinking the same thing, was curious, but couldn't hear the answer. This was because all my attention was focused on the shouts I heard when I entered the yurt where the meeting was taking place. So, what they're saying is, let's follow their words and abandon the customs and culture we've maintained until now, like a neutered hunting dog, waiting only for the bones they throw us. This is the land we used to live on, and these are invaders who invaded the grasslands, where our ancestors rode horses. The world has changed. If it weren't for your support last winter, more than half of those gathered here wouldn't have been able to come here. Besides, how long do you think you'll be able to continue living like this? And when that time comes, don't you already know what attitude those of us who don't shake their hands will have toward us? The first voice was louder among the people filling the tent, but the number of people speaking the second voice wasn't insignificant either. The person who had just shouted that we should take the hand extended by the Russian Empire looked at the audience who were showing signs of agreeing with him and continued speaking as if he had gained confidence. Furthermore, it is said that the person who will recently become Khan of the Russian Empire declared that there will be no particular discrimination as long as people swear allegiance to him regardless of their religion or race. Don't you know that the aid given to our brothers who took up cotton farming on the recommendation of the general government and the support given to the Russians who emigrated here from the West are no different? In a way, this is the last chance we have been given. The last chance to continue our lives while preserving our religion and identity. When her cry rang out, the yurt fell silent for a moment. In fact, most of those gathered here were already feeling it. The fact is that without the rations from the Russian Empire during the famine that began last year, they would not have been able to survive the past winter. However, many people felt that the gap of distrust between them was too deep to have confidence in the Russian Empire based solely on that. Although the imperial government declared in 1886 that local residents living in Central Asia would be granted the same rights as Russians, this was far from what they truly felt. We were brought to this point by weak people like you who allow yourselves to be deceived by such words. There would be nothing more foolish than to turn a blind eye to what happened in the past and believe only in the sweet words they say. I have not forgotten how you claimed to guarantee our rights, but also took away our right to judge matters occurring within the clan. Furthermore, we have not forgotten the oppression of our religion. Those who have learned nothing from the past cannot survive in this prairie. Do you want to go down in history as a fool who believed exactly what the enemy said? Correct. Besides, what do they mean by Russian? In the end, isn't it like being reduced to a wolf with all its claws and teeth torn out? Are you saying you won't discriminate if you are loyal to yourself anyway? Of religion or race? You believe in such a bad story? Correct. Bastards with no self-respect. The heated discussion under the guise of an argument inside the yurt grew increasingly heated. Dooman gave a shout of assent to what they had just said and then turned to his friend. Hello, Aiden. You believe it too, right? Huh. The reason Dooman asked his friend for consent may have been because he already knew. This is because the thoughts and judgments of the head of the family, who prioritized the existence of the family, must be different from those of the person who yearned for a free life, alone and without a family. I'm sorry, Dooman, but stop. That's enough. Don't say anything else. If you don't say anything, we can still be friends in the future. Was that why? Dooman turned his head again and complained to his friend, knowing that their relationship would never be the same as before. I'm sorry. Dooman shouted again as he looked over his shoulder and felt his friend drifting away. Those who want to destroy our identity and those who want to compromise are no different from traitors. Things like this didn't only happen in Central Asia. In Poland, where the general public is so positive about Russia that farmers are already ignoring the protests that took place during last January's uprising, no meaningful discussions are taking place. However, in Finland and in areas where Jewish communities live, discussions gradually began about what Crown Prince Nikolai said in Odessa. Like a poison that had seeped into them without their knowledge, Nikolai's words were causing a rift within their community. Just as the rainwater that seeped in during the spring froze in the winter and widened the cracks, and when spring came again, the cracks that had seemed solid collapsed due to the enlarged fissures. These were people who were firmly united in the face of oppression from outside, but Nikolai's words were enough to seep through their solidarity. If we maintain the same attitude we have now, one day we will face stronger sanctions and discrimination than now. From now on, I must learn Russian and try to integrate into one of them. How can we even trust those who have discriminated against and oppressed us for hundreds of years? We must not be fooled by their words. The only answer is to destroy the Romanov family, who hide behind those who oppress and manipulate us. Death to the Tsar. Liberation to the people. Those who say we should merge with them, and those who say we must fight against them are wrong. We must leave this land to find our roots. Because that is the only mission and destiny given to our people. The reason we are so oppressed and unwelcome is because we do not have a country of our own. Jews, let us return to the land promised to our people, flowing with milk and honey. Even in the case of the Jews, the division of public opinion was so severe that they were divided into 3 categories instead of 2. However, the number of those who supported the second opinion was the fewest, and since they were Jews who remembered the pogrom that had occurred in the southern region 10 years earlier, the number of those who supported the third opinion was the most, but they supported the Haskalah movement that took place during the reign of Alexander II. The voices of Jews calling for it to be done again grew louder and louder, while the western part of the Russian Empire began to seethe with debate about what the crown prince had said. Another conspiracy was brewing in the Far East. Chapter 47. Okay, according to plan. I smiled as I received Orana's reports from all over the country. Even if we don't quote the old saying that several branches of a tree piled up are hard to break, but a single branch is easy, everyone can see that it's better for those who might become a spark that could cause trouble in the country in the future to be divided. However, it was also necessary to manage the process, to prevent violence and bloodshed from occurring. It was not for nothing that the head of the religious order or my father, who were not friends of the Jews, tried to prevent the spread of the 1880 pogrom. Obviously, the justification of those who participated in the pogrom at the time was to avenge the assassination of His Majesty Alexander II by the Jews, but the madness of the gathered masses could not be determined at any time, and in which direction it would spread. In this regard, Orana's competence is indisputable. I should be grateful. Gleb, who had deliberately omitted the earlier report that Pobedonostov had gone to Crimea, where his father was, had become my faithful hunting dog after the chief sergeant general was removed from his post. No punishment was meted out to him other than a demotion from Deputy Minister of the Interior to Chief of Orana, but it seemed fortunate that it ended this way. Well, it's only natural, since I witnessed how the chief of staff I served was reduced to a person who only encouraged prisoners and workers in the Siberian camps. In the original story, when he pushed through a strong Russification policy in Poland and other regions, dissatisfaction in those regions increased, but since I had no intention of giving him a higher position than he has now, there was a high possibility that this wouldn't happen. In the case of Poland in particular, it can be said that it is currently the greatest beneficiary of the Russian promoted industrialization policy, so it's quite likely that there won't be any complaints, even if the status quo is maintained. The January uprising occurred amidst the ignorance and indifference of the Polish people. It was the bourgeoisie that replaced the Polish noble class that had disappeared after its failure. And for them, the Russian Empire wasn't something that oppressed and ruled them and needed to be overthrown, but rather a business where they could sell the goods they produced. In fact, between 1865 and 1880, Poland's total industrial production tripled, and while foreign goods had to pay a massive 30% tariff under the Russian Empire's customs law enacted in 1877, Poland was able to do so because it could export its products to Russia tariff-free. For the Polish bourgeoisie, who thus enjoyed the sweet fruits of the Russian Empire, independence meant a decrease in the amount of money they earned. Of course, sooner or later Witte would become Minister of Finance, and the industrial power of the Russian Empire itself would be strengthened. To increase profits, it was planned to reduce the benefits currently applied to Poland, but even after that, those currently ruling Poland had no choice but to rely on the Russian Empire. For those who have witnessed the growth of the proletariat, we will be the only place to cling to. The fear of communism must have already been deeply rooted in the minds of Polish capitalists who witnessed the May Day general strike that naturally occurred in this year. Although held on a smaller scale than the original event, which lasted 9 days, and saw the participation of 80,000 workers, the main goal of the Polish Socialist Party, which was born in this context, conflicted with the interests of the capitalists. The Polish Socialist Party's idea of building an independent nation through nationalism, which demands an egalitarian society by distributing its wealth to the working class and others, would be tantamount to the foolishness of a lunatic for the already well-off capitalists. Furthermore, For those already economically dependent on more than half of Russia, independence from Russia would amount to their own bankruptcy. Even in 1897, when discriminatory policies against Polish industry began to be implemented under Witte's leadership, they warmly welcomed the Tsar who visited Warsaw. Up to that point, Polish capitalists were loyal supporters of the Romanov family, considering that the reason they expressed opposition to the Romanovs was due to a sense of crisis over whether Russia, which lost the Russo-Japanese War, would be able to protect them. Polish capitalist forces could remain my strong allies in the future, because there will be no record of Russia's defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in future history books. Thinking of those who would fight the communists on my behalf and pay taxes faithfully, I felt warm inside. How can we hate people who not only accept the protests of those dissatisfied with society, but also increase the enormous financial need in the future? If there's any concern, it's the Far East. No matter how capable Anna was, it had limited personnel and budget, so it couldn't monitor the entire vast Russian Empire. Furthermore, I can say that they are now doing more than their capabilities simply by guiding the debates stirred by my speech in the Western region behind the scenes in the direction I want, so that they have the ability to gather information on the Far East, which has enormous spatial obstacles in its way. He had no choice but to fall. Vishnetgruski recently said that there is a discrepancy between the expected amount of compensation to be paid quarterly according to the Kyoto Treaty and the amount reported to have been received in the Far East. After the joint venture for mining and mine development between Japan and Russia was established, according to principle, personnel dispatched from our embassy should have been stationed at every mine, but surely there were places where the dispatch could not be made due to practical problems. Of course, Japan couldn't play around with the minerals mined at the locations where the dispatched personnel were located and the profits made from them. However, there was a suspicion that Japan was somewhat omitting the records that could be obtained from other mines, which were reported differently than reality. The quickest way to overcome this situation was to pressure Japan again through military action to properly implement the treaty, but sending troops in a situation where the famine had not yet ended would surely be difficult. Considering the reforms that would soon be implemented and the investment in the Trans-Siberian Railway, now was not the time to spend money, but to save it. Fortunately, we managed to secure about 800 million gold rubles earlier than ever before through improvements in the monopoly system for certain items and in tax policy, but I can't help but feel angry about the jokes our Japanese friends are playing. Furthermore, if we take into account the losses caused by corrupt officials, a chronic disease of bureaucracy that occurs not only in Russia, but also in other countries, we can conclude that the amount we are currently receiving is less than the original amount. It would be good to be able to reduce the amount of money escaping in this way in the current situation, where even a penny is pitiful amid so many reforms. This time too, I was held back by realistic obstacles. This was because there were no competent financial officials who could be trusted and sent to Vladivostok. Bunge and Vishnetgruski were at an age when such a long journey would have taken its toll on their health, and Witte and Stolypin didn't have time to carry out the unification of weights and measures and the switch to the Gregorian calendar. I had no choice but to whet my appetite, as I judged that if I sent a child for no reason, there was a high chance they would be bought off and wouldn't be able to recoup their money. Meanwhile, I console myself with the thought that I have no choice but to make decisions and focus. This is Vladivostok. When the old man who got off the train responded with great excitement, the robust man accompanying him put down the luggage he was holding in both hands and opened his mouth. It's a small city compared to St. Petersburg, but it definitely seems lively. Have you ever been to the capital? No, it seems like the guy who said he worked as a farmer was busy playing games instead of plowing the fields. When the old man scolded him, the man began to make excuses, as if he were embarrassed. Actually, I didn't go there to have fun, but the only experience I had was when I was arrested and transported along with someone I met while wandering. I, who pride myself on farming more diligently than anyone, came out to play. It's unfair. The identities of those who on the surface appear to be a priest and his disciples are actually Pobedonostsev, who until recently was the head of the retinue and boasted a power that could even make a bird fly in St. Petersburg, and Sergei, who was arrested along with Lenin in Samara. Sergei, who thought he had been brought back from the brink of death thanks to the mercy of the crown prince just before his execution, no longer held as much anger toward the world as he had before. The value of his regained life filled the void, but for Sergei, who was searching for a way to assuage the longing and sadness for his deceased only daughter, which any father who lost a child cannot help but feel, the last meeting, the stay in the penal colony once again marked a turning point in his life, one might say. For the chief of staff, who was freeing himself from his obsession with power and recalling his past actions, meeting Sergei was an unexpected encounter with someone who reminded him that his thoughts were wrong. It was Sergei who gave him the opportunity to change the idea most people, like farmers, had in the past, that they were an ungrateful group and difficult to save. Although they met in Siberia in different places, and for different reasons, there was something in common between them. The point is that, if it weren't for the crown prince, their meeting would never have happened. Although the two didn't know it, the prince's influence was deeply rooted in the close relationship between the two. Although his prestige was significantly lower than before, the weight of the name of chief of staff that Pobedonostsev still possessed had the power to allow him to bring at least one Sergei with him. The reason the crown prince did not resign his position as head of the chamber was also to divert the religious community's discontent with his work onto Pobedonostsev. Rather than have the new chief of staff they appointed receive complaints from them, it was better for him to take responsibility and seize real power by appointing him as their chief, even if he was blindfolded and said nothing. From then on, the two continued their journey, touring the penal colony, comforting and encouraging the prisoners, and encouraging their loyalty to the Russian Empire, and ended in Vladivostok, which can be said to be a symbol of Russia's interest in the Far East. As he looked around the train station, which was crowded with people getting on and off the train, the chief of staff decided to go first to the city hall. It was necessary to inform him in advance about his activities in this city, and he felt it was his duty as a loyal subject of the Russian Empire. And no one yet knew what results their visit would bring. Chapter 48. The director's gaze was warm as he looked at the people wearing coats with tigers, the symbol of Vladivostok. This was because they thought they were the ones fighting on the front lines of the Russian Empire, while forgetting the duties assigned to them in the luxurious palaces in the west. The road to the city hall wasn't paved, but a well-maintained dirt road, and the kerosene lamps installed around the city center showed that the Russian Empire had considerable interest in the city. The city's population, which just 10 years ago was less than 10,000, has almost tripled thanks to the implementation of the Trans-Siberian Railway, a labor-intensive project, and the fact that the Far East has a port in the Far East that, while not perfect, can be used to some extent even in winter. I think I understand why your highness has been paying special attention to this place in the past. Although it was a very dilapidated city compared to St. Petersburg, the sergeant's head seemed to see the city's future more than its present. Like the tiger chosen as the symbol of Vladivostok, it was seen roaring toward the Pacific Ocean and Manchuria. And to say that it was a belief that such a day would likely come true in the not so distant future felt more like a blind prediction. If I die, I won't be able to go to heaven because of what happened in the past. However, for that future to come, we must ensure that even a body like this can become a candle that can shed a little light on the future of the Russian Empire. Chief of Staff, it seems you came to greet us at City Hall. It was Sergei's whisper that woke Pobedonostsev, who was walking along the road and imagining a city that would one day reign as ruler of the East, as its name suggests. Do you still call me the servant leader? I gave you permission to use my name as an honorific or to call you master. I don't know when His Majesty will remove the heavy burden of being the chief of staff from this sinner. How could I call the head of the service such a profane title? Please don't let this ugly bastard fall for the test. He won. I understand. Hey, it's okay if it's so awkward. Even when I was in the capital, there were plenty of people trying to talk to me. Now that the boy next to me is trying to keep his distance from me, I'm so sad I'm on the verge of tears. The director's eyes narrowed as he looked at the people Sergei had mentioned, jokingly lamenting their situation. Although he had been ousted from the center of power, the weight and power of the Pobedonostsev name still seemed to remain here in the Far East. The position of having educated the Tsar for 3 generations wasn't granted to just anyone. Mr. Director, thank you for your hard work in going all the way. The mayor asked us to bring you, so allow us the honor of serving you. When they opened the door of the carriage they had brought with them and heard what the apparent leader of the entourage said, their assumption became certain. At least thanks to this organization, I won't have to walk all the way to City Hall. I'm glad, Chief of Staff. By the way, may I ask who the person next to you is? The faces of the attendants who came to greet the head of the service wore curious expressions, as if they didn't know who Sergei was. This was because the order they received from the mayor didn't say to bring anyone other than the Chief of Staff. Judging by the fact that he seems to be close to the Chief of Staff, a precious person, it is assumed that he is another high-ranking person who has been ousted from the center of power. This is the person who has been with me since I was brought out of the penal colony. Oh, so that's right. Then you won't be able to ride in the carriage. Follow behind us. Therefore, their attitude when they discovered that Sergei's status wasn't high was completely natural. It was impossible for a prisoner in a penal colony to ride in the same carriage as the warden, no matter how broke he was. So, they couldn't help but be puzzled by the Chief of Staff's next words. No, this kid deserves to be in the same carriage as me. If Sergei can't ride in the carriage, I'll walk too. No matter how much it is, riding with a prisoner is. Didn't I say it was okay? If you're not going to leave, I'll let you off. Oh, no. If it's okay with you, I'll go. After a brief argument, the carriage began to move, but the interior was silent except for the sound of horses' hooves outside the window. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. It was Sergei's damp voice that broke this brief silence. He felt it too. Even though Pobedonostov treated him comfortably and nothing much happened in the Siberian fields, there was a huge gap between him and the sergeant's chief. What do you mean, you're sorry? Surprisingly, the Chief of Staff's tone in responding to his words was calm. In a way, it even felt kind, like a grandfather responding to his grandson's words. What should I do if the mayor is displeased with me for no reason? Hahaha, what if it's unpleasant? Are you worried that he might complain to me, Pobedonostov? It's Sergei. It seems you still don't know what kind of person I am. As the Chief of Staff, it was only natural for him to laugh when he heard Sergei's concerns. That could be considered naive. 1. How did such a simple-minded person fall into such thoughts? And every time he encountered Sergei's true face, the sergeant's wariness of the populists grew in his head and heart. Since this kind of ideology was enough to make a person like this swear they would willingly sacrifice their life, it seemed that in addition to educating prisoners in the Far East, he should also add checking whether the populists were infiltrating here. Chief of Staff, we have arrived. The mayor is currently away on other matters, so I will take you to the reception room, where you can wait until we arrive. Since it wasn't a very large city to begin with, the trip to the city hall was quickly completed. After getting off the carriage and following the guide, I entered the city hall, and the scenery seemed no different from any other local city. Low-level bureaucrats who seem to be killing time instead of being busy, officials who come with their own reasons, and people who seem to be dying of boredom when dealing with them. What a mess. The St. Petersburg officials I remembered were all busy with their own work, their faces full of fatigue, but their moving hands were full of passion, yet the atmosphere in the place was one of boredom and lethargy. The chief servant was heading to the reception room, clicking his tongue inwardly, but there were people who caught his attention. Then please take care of me. Haha, don't worry. How have we been together for a day or two? The sight of Asians speaking Russian in awkward tones and officials shaking hands with smiley faces struck me as odd. Due to the nature of Vladivostok, it was common to find Asians in the city, but the instincts he developed while living at the center of its power for decades told him it wasn't a simple matter. Who are they? What people are you talking about? Those Asians we just passed. He seemed very close to the officials. If you're referring to them, they're executives from the company that handles trade between here and Japan. It's no big deal, especially for someone like the Chief of Staff who cares. They're simply people who came to flatter us and ask us to look after them. At first, the director's feeling of unease turned to suspicion at the unnatural attitude of the official who answered him. No matter what they were hiding, the director's instincts screamed that the secret was of no interest to the Russian Empire. Is it? Well, considering what they did to His Highness the Crown Prince last time, they deserve to come out like that. That's right, how could we possibly forget what they did? However, the Chief of Staff knew well that revealing such suspicions all at once was a waste of time. When he spent his days walking on a knife's edge in St. Petersburg, all the people he encountered who said out loud exactly what they were thinking turned out to be people who didn't exist in this world. Even if they discovered he had these suspicions, it wouldn't cause much harm, but uncovering the true nature of what was going on beneath the surface would be doomed to failure, so he had to tread carefully. Besides, even if they couldn't do anything for him, Sergei's life might have been threatened by them, unlike him, who was still hard to touch. Fortunately, the person leading them didn't seem to notice that the Chief of Staff had this idea. It seemed that the Chief of Staff thought he had covered it well enough to let him go without arousing suspicion. The question is to what extent are the people involved in this secret related? I have to believe that at least the head of the department is involved. Even the market? Here, make yourself at home. When the mayor comes, I'll let him know immediately. I understand, thank you. When the person guiding them left, telling them to wait until the mayor arrived, the only people left in the reception room were the caretaker and Sergei. Wow, look at this. Is it really made of silver? Also, this teapot and teacup are incredibly elegant. If you drink tea like this, even cheap tea will seem like a luxury product to you. As I looked at Sergei, who was amazed as he looked around the lavishly decorated room he had never seen before, it seemed as if its solemnity would disappear, but the head of the room opened his mouth to the excited Sergei in a low voice. Sergei, I think I smell something in here. Yes? You mean the smell? I already bathed yesterday. Sorry, Chief of Staff. No, apart from the smell coming from your body, there's something foul coming from inside this city hall. It's a smell I smelled often when I was in the capital. The smell of corruption and corruption. As the Chief of Staff continued speaking in a serious voice, Sergei, who had become emotional at some point, swallowed dry saliva and focused on the word coming out of his mouth. It seems clear that there's some connection between the Asians I just saw and the officials here. Then, I need your help. Just say the word. Whatever it is, I'll follow it. Seeing Sergei swear to follow him, even though he didn't know what he was going to do, the leader felt like a shepherd guiding a flock of sheep. Pobedonostov smiled at the simple farmer and began to tell him what he had planned. There's no solemn answer, because it's not much. Then, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 49. For Ito, the days from June of last year until today were like a nightmare. Even when Ito avoided responsibility for the Otsu incident and assumed the post of Prime Minister to succeed Matsutaka, Ito was confident. Since they knew that Britain considered itself the champion of the British Empire's interests in the Far East, they reasoned that, even if they didn't remove the shackles of the Kyoto Agreement from Japan's neck, they would spare no effort to support them to the extent of giving them a break. It was. And he even had the idea that, if he managed to overcome this crisis with Britain at his back, he would go down in the history books of the Japanese Empire as the prime minister who appeared like a comet at a time, when everyone was desperate. But you're going to stab us in the back like this? The rosy future he had imagined had long since been shattered by Britain's different attitude from before. There was a reason for Ito's anger. Until recently, it was possible to receive loans from Great Britain on terms superior to those of other countries, but at some point, Britain's attitude changed. At some point, various prerequisites began to be imposed on loans that could have been obtained without special conditions, and, unlike before, near zero interest rates and almost indefinite repayment periods were presented as conditions befitting the name of the loan. I thought about asking the United States for a loan instead of the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, the recent economic situation in the United States has also been poor. A recession had occurred as a result of the deterioration of the domestic market due to the McKinley Tariff Act and the Schuman Antitrust Act, promoted by Republican President Harrison. Ito recalled a conversation he had with the US ambassador. Unfortunately, it is currently impossible to grant a loan on the desired terms. Furthermore, since losing 2/3 of the seats to the Democratic Party in the last House of Representatives elections, the Bulldog friends are causing a huge stir every time the president says, "Where, for what purpose, and how much money will I spend?" That wasn't the only reason why the United States couldn't lend money to Japan. Of course, since Mr. President values naval power and is very interested in protecting the interests of the Pacific region, if circumstances had been good, we could have reached a mutually beneficial agreement, but our Bulldog friends want the status quo to be maintained. It seems they don't want their influence to grow in their country. In other words, it was the same as saying that Japan has now become something of a scum to Great Britain. I don't know why, but it no longer seems attractive enough to invest money in the country's growth. But that doesn't mean it would be a waste to tolerate the growing influence of other countries. You damned bastards. How dare you think that way about our Empire of Japan? Ito couldn't control his anger and began shouting and banging on the desk. As difficulties arose in supplying capital from Britain and the United States for industrialization and military reform, voices of dissatisfaction were raised not only from the civilian world, but also from the military. In the case of the military, the main opinion was that they should be considerate of a prime minister who came from their own class, so they haven't shown much movement so far. But the problem was the Navy. One of the reasons he was able to assume the office of prime minister immediately, because he assigned all responsibility to Matsushita, the former prime minister, and had him share it with people from his own clan, the Satsuma clan. The Navy, which had a majority of Satsuma members, was dissatisfied with Ito. Furthermore, Japan's current domestic situation was so complicated that there were even rumors that warships scheduled for construction one after another were postponed or cancelled due to financial difficulties, and that the target practice location within the Admiralty Ministry was changed to Ito's photo. However, paradoxically, the reason Ito retained his position as prime minister is because the current situation in Japan is so bad. Because there was no one other than him who volunteered to drink strong liquor that wasn't even a poisoned chalice. Furthermore, in this chaotic situation, the emperor, who was supposed to organize the complicated traffic between Japanese departments and institutions, had suspended external activities since his last meeting with the Russian crown prince. I think I just want to resign and return to my hometown. At least Ito's sense of responsibility to the country and the recent financial relief he had obtained helped prevent him from returning to his hometown. They cheated on the amount of minerals produced at each mine by desperately avoiding, or sometimes bribing envoys from the Russian embassy, and bribed officials who received minerals and sales profits from Vladivostok every quarter through spies, disguised as private companies. It was a splendid achievement achieved through much hard work. Ito made a promise, while looking at the documents, that could be considered a ledger. Although it has returned, the Empire of Japan will overcome the current test and come out on top. Even if it isn't, I will. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, we are in big trouble. It seemed that there were still many tests to go before his resolve became reality. What a sound this is. I can't believe all our lines in Vladivostok that we had built up until now have been cut. Do you know how much time and money went into doing this? The secretary, facing Ito's anger, was trembling like a rabbit facing a tiger. His only flaw was that he had brought with him an urgent report that had just arrived from the Far East, but it was a scene similar to the sad fate of a subordinate who couldn't avoid it. How the hell did the chief of staff find out? The content written on the document labeled as an emergency message wasn't long, but the meaning it contained was not small. This meant that the line Japan had worked so hard to create since last fall disappeared in an instant. And that meant Ito once again had to rack his brains to solve a mountain of bad financial problems. Could it be that the Russians were aware of our movements and the Crown Prince sent his close associate, the head of the imperial household? What kind of nonsense is that? Obviously, the head of the imperial household was the one who was ousted by the Crown Prince. Wait, really? At first, Ito was taken aback by the secretary's words and thought they were simply random, but after thinking about it, he decided it made sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense for someone who's supposed to be the head of the royal family to resign so obediently, and considering the relationship between the previous crown prince and the head of the royal family. Ito felt a chill run through his body. Although it was only circumstantial evidence and an inference pieced together based on it, if this were true, Japan would have to fight a much tougher fight in the future than he thought. The crown prince was hoping that we would somehow discover the loopholes in the Kyoto Treaty. What if they secretly collaborated with the head of the military branch and sent him under the pretext of expelling him to the Far East? Then this all makes sense. Is this all a coincidence? Just as they were trying to siphon off a portion of the amount owed every quarter through a line built in Vladivostok and extract even more interests that exist in Russia's Far East? Rather, it makes more sense that the crown prince's thoughts have reached here. Hehe, hehe, hehe. When the thought reached that point, Ito could feel himself laughing weakly. It seemed as if the god Westerners believed in was watching over Russia. Ito, who is not religious, thought it was better this way. This was because it was thought that if the crown prince's abilities, which were not due to God's grace, were to that extent, Japan's future would not be much different from other colonies. Now that it is like this, we have to prove to Britain that we are still a useful force, whether it is death or death. If we continue like this, we will end up like a hunting dog that got caught in a pot before going out to hunt. We must prove our value to Britain and use it as a shield to block future Russian actions. They don't mind if other people beat dogs they consider useless, but they will not stand by if someone else touches the dog they love. As Ito thought about how Japan could survive, he felt a sense of self-destruction. The future of the Japanese empire he dreamed of when I was young, it was significantly different from what it is now. How the hell did we fall to this level? Ito gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he was still the Prime Minister of Japan. What did you just say? What did the director do in Vladivostok? I felt like a child who had received an unexpected gift. Since my birthday and Christmas coincide, I always receive just one gift, but this year I feel like I received two gifts. The news the aide gave me was very unexpected. Yes, Your Highness. According to a telegram sent by the chief of the Imperial General Staff, while comforting workers and assisting people in the Far East according to His Majesty's orders, they passed through Vladivostok and discovered those who had undermined the treasury of the Russian Empire and were in cahoots with the enemy. Reportedly, they signed a contract with Japanese agents disguised as private companies, deceived them about the amount they were required to pay under the Kyoto Treaty, and even tried to cede them rights related to our country's interests in the Far East. Fortunately, there was no relationship with Governor Primoskyi, but it is reported that the mayor of Vladivostok knew about it but tolerated it. Wow, this was too big a gift to be considered a Christmas present. This is because it was like solving one of Russia's chronic problems in one fell swoop: poor local control due to an overly large territory and the resulting corruption. But how could the chief of staff have gathered such detailed information? According to the cable, it seems that local officials in Vladivostok were trying to recruit the sergeant's chief. It was written that they seemed to think he was dissatisfied with His Majesty. It seems that those in the Far East were planning to use this opportunity to recruit him and continue their dealings with Japan even more secretly. I don't know why, but since the chief warden was demoted due to a conflict with me, he must have thought that Pobedonostchev, who was desperately unable to return here, would cooperate with them. Well, I didn't know he would act this way either. His decision was an extremely reasonable one. However, what they and I overlooked seemed to be the service chief's loyalty to the Russian Empire. First of all, I understand. Backquote, if you receive any additional news in the future, please report it immediately. I understand, Your Highness. After the deputy left, I began to think about how I could take advantage of this incident. As the weather began to get colder, moving the army to the Far East was ruled out from the start. But it's still a burden to send the navy out to demonstrate force. There were many things to consider before embarking on such a large-scale, budget-consuming military action before winter, the final moment of the famine that has continued since last year. Furthermore, although the British have recently changed their attitude toward Japan, they will not imply that we are moving to expand our influence in the Far East through additional military threats. Wait, England? At that moment, a method considered the essence of modern capitalism occurred to me. If we find it difficult to move ourselves, can't we simply outsource it? Chapter 50. The advantages of outsourcing, which in Korean can also be called subcontracting, are endless. We were able to reduce the cost of completing work, ensure quality to a certain extent, even if the money spent was reduced, and even had the effect of dispersing the resentment and anger that would arise from this type of outsourcing. It's not for nothing that outsourcing dominates capitalism in the 21st century. The first countries that came to mind were Joseon and the Qing dynasty, which had a close relationship with Japan and were located at the closest distance. But both countries are out of the question. In the case of the Qing dynasty, there was a high possibility that giving more advantage would actually result in a loss for me, because only I knew that the Qing dynasty's struggles, including the Yangmu movement, were doomed to failure. They thought they were on the path to modernization, national prosperity, and military power through the Yangmu movement, but they remembered the history of humiliation inflicted by Western powers, including the past Opium War. If they won the Sino-Japanese War that was about to take place, there was a high possibility that they would not enter into negotiations with the Western barbarians unless it was due to a military conflict. It can be said that the defeat in the Sino-Japanese War was the reason why the Qing dynasty surrendered rights such as the right to build the Manchurian Railway to Russia and formed a secret alliance, so the Qing dynasty must avoid having an excess of advantage in relations with Japan. Of course, their unique pride, the idea of neutralization, weakened greatly over the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, but since they had lived proudly as the center of the world for thousands of years, it was too early to know what they wanted with just a little power. And Joseon, I sighed. Although I accepted life as Nikolai, I still had some awareness that part of my identity was Korean. But you can't manage state affairs based on emotions. It would have been unreasonable to use Joseon as Russia's hunting dog at this point. In terms of national power, it was difficult to expect a proper role as a subcontractor, and the Korean peninsula was still a country under the influence of the Qing dynasty. Because Yuan Shikai had remained on the Korean peninsula with his army since the Gapsan coup, and more than anything else. The problem is that the monarch is Gojong. Perhaps we won't know until more time passes. At this point, very little benefit can be gained by expanding influence in Joseon despite the Qing dynasty's opposition. If this continues, that country will be the only one left. In my opinion, the best partner for this project of sharing Japan with us was the United Kingdom, a country that currently has the largest number of colonies and governs them in the most sophisticated way. A country that has left its mark on the earth so powerfully that it is difficult to find a cause of regional conflict in the 21st century that has not been touched by its influence. Furthermore, considering that there are more than one or two things to be gained through this work, the United Kingdom is the best choice when considering the future. Perhaps someone could say this, proposing that Great Britain, a country competing on the world stage in the midst of the great game, share in the money coming in from Japan, is not giving an advantage to a potential enemy country. But that was a prospect that seemed too distant just in the present. Considering that one of my goals is to end the great game early, this was the perfect opportunity to achieve that objective. If we can end the conflict with Britain that is taking place in Central Asia and other regions simply by providing money that will continue to leak out anyway, then there will be a huge amount of money left over. Because the current administrative power cannot prevent all the corruption that occurs thousands of miles away, it was a proposal that would make everyone happy except Japan, which was good, because Britain could put a spoon in the table that we prepared with minimal investment, and we could prevent Japan from trying to skip the garrisons while setting the table via Britain. Furthermore, it may have a negative impact on the Anglo-Japanese alliance that may be established in the future. Through this proposal, we managed to prevent the birth of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, which was the first alliance agreement made by Britain, which declared great isolation and did not seek allies. From the tenants' perspective, they would hate the landlord who demanded they hand over half of the harvest, but it was also natural to hate the horse that came and reaped the crops during harvest season. It seemed that the Japanese people were not yet aware that the latest Kyoto Agreement was, in fact, one of the causes of the current economic crisis in Japan, but when their anger was directed at the leaders, they were able to shift all responsibility to us in order to survive. It was common to sow hatred toward external enemies to eliminate internal discontent. But what if there is not just one enemy? If Great Britain was incorporated as an observer of the Kyoto Agreement, as soon as the Japanese leaders said that Russia was exploiting us, it was inevitable that they would automatically say, Great Britain is also contributing to that. If I really accept this proposal, it would be the same as helping Great Britain receive money from Japan. Furthermore, if what I was planning came to fruition, the expected benefits that Russia could receive would not end there. What I have been talking about so far is not what we can obtain from what we ask of Great Britain, but what additional benefits can be derived from Great Britain if it only accepts what we offer. What I would offer as a condition for transferring ownership of a certain portion of the money from Japan to Great Britain was Great Britain's consent to acquire the interests related to Manchuria, which we would claim in the future. Although Manchuria was still owned by the Qing dynasty, it was common for great powers to reach an agreement in advance over land belonging to another country. It seems I've also become an imperialist. I felt that what remained of my conscience as a modern person was being slightly stirred, but I decided to gather my courage. As someone who knew the era of barbarism that hid behind Europe's golden age called the Belle Epoque, I needed to have an attitude and way of thinking that suited the era of barbarism. What is needed among wolves are not moral textbooks, but guns and knives that can be used at any time. Especially when you consider that at least thousands of people living in Russia will be affected by the decisions I make. Considering that in the original story, when Russia and the Qing dynasty signed an agreement, the United States and Great Britain, who were wary of this, provided a huge amount of loans and payment guarantees to Japan, which was waging the Russo-Japanese War. It was necessary for us to expand our influence in Manchuria and the Korean Peninsula. We had to reach some agreement with them first. If we ask for the right to build a railway in the Manchurian region as a condition of this negotiation, the United Kingdom will probably think it's worth considering. For them, their top priority will always be India. If we can relieve Russia's pressure on India through this opportunity and make a nice profit, couldn't Great Britain, the master of hacks, recoup its efforts to unite with Japan? Of course, this is just a list of what I would get if everything I imagined went well. Since there was no guarantee that everything would always go according to plan, I also had to make a plan in case the negotiations didn't go smoothly. Furthermore, even if the United Kingdom uses the Kyoto Agreement as bait, the United States could become a problem. The United States' strategic policy toward China, represented by the open door policy, had not yet been specified, but knowing its potential, I felt the need to consider how the United States would respond. I think I'll need help from Alexander Berry Branable regarding this. Considering that the open door policy emerged as a result of the Qing dynasty's defeat in the Sino-Japanese War, it would be possible to get numerous conglomerates in the United States to lobby the political world by offering them the right to bid on projects in Manchuria. This thinking also included the calculation that the current economic situation in the United States was not very good. The United States is currently suffering from a recession, to the point that one of the reasons why the current president, Benjamin Harrison, was unable to run for re-election was the poor economy. Furthermore, knowing that this recession would continue until Cleveland, the next president believed that American businessmen would definitely pay attention to business related to Manchuria. If the capitalists think it's a party they can't participate in, they will accept an open door policy that may come from the political world, but if they already attend the party, they will not be happy with the increase in the number of participants. With my thoughts up to this point, I began to write a telegram to send to Igorovich, who was currently serving as Russia's ambassador to England. Wait a minute, is Gladstone the current British Prime Minister? After all, since I believe in moral politics, the negotiations will be more difficult than expected. When I was drawing up the plan, I was confident that it would be a typical backroom deal between the same imperialist countries, but when I thought about the fact that Gladstone is the current Prime Minister directing British policy, I felt I was in trouble again. Gladstone was at the forefront of opposition to the Opium War, considered the most immoral war within the British Parliament, and declared his opposition to imperialism through his mid-Loth speech, so he may have sensed resistance to our proposal. Obviously, his actions and way of thinking were noble, and he was a person who deserved respect, but when I thought about having a conversation with him on the topic of, haha, let's think about how to exploit Japan from now on, I felt as if I were blindsided. Or instead of persuading him, should we try the same method we used last time? Although England was a country with a strict constitutional monarchy, the Queen's influence still could not be ignored, so it was worth considering making the proposal first to Queen Victoria rather than Gladstone. Queen Victoria was closer to a typical imperialist than someone impressed by moral politics. If that proves impossible, we might consider approaching the Marquis of Salisbury, who is currently leading the opposition party. I would never agree to anything that might harm Britain's national interests, but I feel that Britain would lose nothing by this proposal. Of course, for a game with the prerequisite that it shouldn't give the impression that we are trying to control British policy in the process, it was the best method of difficulty, but we had to review every possible alternative. The contradictory situation of the Prime Minister of the world's largest imperialist country being anti-imperialist was amusing, but it was more productive to try to find a way to overcome it than to express dissatisfaction with the irrational reality. You seem to be imposing too much of a burden on Igorovich. I felt I needed to discuss this issue with my associates, because there will be more ideas coming from several heads than from one. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.